Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembei TV Open Forum Political Discussion Show. A show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, things are falling apart as matters security. Today we are treated on a rare scene where hungry and angry hustlers take it upon themselves to find something. Looting the supermarket. I don't know what is your take on this, but in my opinion, things are getting out of hand and something serious must be taken in order for business people to be secure in their businesses and Kenyans to be safe and secure where they ought to be. Kenya Kwanza needs to do more than threaten criminals and try to give ultimatums. There is much more in country governance than Kenya Kwanza is realizing. Well, karibu kwa show tunapoanza mjadala wetu usiku wa leo, na ukaribisha bahala pote ulipo, na kama unaweza tafadhali karibisha wawili watatu ili kila mmoja amakinike akisikiliza Wakenya wanapojadili maswala. Tena habari njema, tumerejea kwa Facebook kama kawaida, kwa hivyo tuendelee na safari yetu ya kujadili mambo kwa kina ili kila mmoja amakinike. Thank you very much. Well, demonstrations in the parliament indicates Mount Kenya regroups in parliament and it seems is regrouping in response to Rift Valley. What does this one spell for Kenya Kwanza government and Dr. William Ruto, the president? Will we be treated to the tug of war between the mountain and Rift Valley, or this is only an isolated case? Tungependa kujua kile unafikiria kuhusu mambo haya. KANINI KEGA finally makes a comeback. Well, good works repay. Loyalty yields royalty. I can attest to that. Thank you very much, everyone. Let's get talking. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space and we will get talking. Karibu sana kila moja, na wakaribisha sehemu zote mnapojiunga nasi. Naomba tu tusisalie nyuma kwa mambo mengi ambayo yanatendeka katika nchi hii. Mojawapo ni hali ya usalama. Leo hii tumeona picha ya watu wameingia supermarket wakaamua wasilipe, lakini wajinyakulie kile wangeweza. Nini hiki ambacho kinaendelea? Nini hiki ambacho kinatendeka katika nchi ya heshima kama hii? Nini ambacho kimeenda mrama? Naomba tu tukaanze kujadili kwa kina kwa masuala haya, na tusinyamaze kwa sababu ni jukumu letu kuongea na ni jukumu letu kuhakikisha kwamba tunarekebisha kile ambacho kinakwenda mrama miongoni mwetu. Fatma Abdullahi Muhammad, karibu kwa show. Hi to you, passionate love of Christ. Can't wait, hopes. Okay, thank you. Hiyo sitasoma, lakini asante sana. Gitonga, karibu kwa show. Edgar Handsome Wanyahururu, thank you so much for the comeback. We appreciate you. Alafu kuna Japesa. Is this the Japesa I know or another one? Thank you so much. Karibu kwa show. Kuna Maulin Mirenja, karibu kwa show. Mashez, karibu sana. Nashukuru kwa kila mmoja. Kuna Rambo, nani mwingine huyu? Rambo Kanamboz. Alafu kuna Bedves, Jazaya na Musole. Hey, nakwambia majina yako. Nikiwa Eldoret niko ndani. Karibu sana. Kwanza wewe tupatie uhondo. Nini kimeendelea Eldoret? Is this charity begins at home or what is cooking? Cheriot Eric anasema bado una criticize government ya Kenya Kwanza. Sasa ni government gani ipo tena? Si ni wakati wao kutuonyesha vile serikali inapaswa kuendeshwa, na ni jukumu letu kuhakikisha kwamba wanafanya kile wanapaswa kufanya. Kwa hivyo kama wewe unaona shida, basi makosa yako juu yako. Gitonga, I say I was watching Bobby Wine of Uganda at Citizen TV as he says they want to remove dictatorship, na sisi ndio naanza na dictator sijui till when. Haya basi. Kuna John Maina, karibu kwa show. Kuna Huru Humphrey, karibu sana. Kuna Nicodemus Nyarunda, you're welcome to the show. Kuna of course Michael Ngige, mzee wetu, karibu sana. Nani mwingine huyu anasema bottom down. John Maina huyo. Nicodemus, haya karibu. Ni kubaya baba. Haya basi, mambo ni kama hayo. Karibu kila mmoja, na ukitupata tafadhali karibisha wawili watatu, usitazame peke yako. Hapa ni kipindi ambacho una nafasi ya kusema yaliyoko moyoni mwako vile unayaona, ili tusipatikane pasipo kujua nini kilichofanyika. Kwa hivyo kila mmoja asisalie nyuma. Karibu kwa show tunapoendelea. Naomba tucheze video moja. Wewe tumia hiyo link, ingia studio ili tukamakinike katika kuelewa nini kinachoendelea na ni nini hiki ambacho kinatukia katika nchi yetu kwa masuala ya usalama. Welcome everyone. Let's get talking. Thank you very much.
Unaweza pigia nani hapa? Mimi sijui. Guys, Jesus Christ. Generator. Guys, Jesus. Wamevunja tu. Siwaokoe generator. Siwaokoe. Wanyama walikuwa ndani. Ati si basi watu tutokeni. Tumepiga dua.
Haya, mambo ni kama hayo, ya kusikitisha kweli kuona Wakenya hawawezi kuvumilia tena na siku 100 hazijaisha. Rais aliitisha siku 365. Sasa sijui kutakuwaje, naomba tu maoni yako. Nashukuru wote mnaojiunga nasi. Mato Makndet na Bi mwenyewe anasema nikifukuza yeye anasalia hapa. Wacha nitakuja na mjeledi nione kama utangoja kiboko. Lakini kwa vyovyote vile karibu. Kuna Brun Kips, karibu sana. Nani mwingine huyu? Win Anyango, thank you so much. Let us get talking. We appreciate everybody, and this is the place where your opinion counts, as long as it is sound and it is in agreement with what is valid. We are only anti-propaganda and exaggeration of what needs not to be the case. Otherwise, karibu kila mmoja tuwasherekee pamoja. Kuna asante. Naomba tuanze moja kwa moja. Unatoa nia yako, whatever you think about what is happening, but in my opinion mambo hayakai vizuri. Unaonekana serikali imezembea ama Wakenya nao wamevuka mpaka. Hebu tujadili. Alfred Sakwa, namna gani? Alfred Sakwa, you unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. Okay, you just unmute once. You have locked again. Okay, there you go. Go ahead.
Hapo niko sawa?
Hapo uko sawa, endelea.
Okay, habari zenu?
Uko poa, karibu.
Nashukuru kwa kuwaona leo. Nashukuru sana kwa kuwaona leo. Na imekuwa ni muda by the way since tuongee. Pia mimi nashukuru niko mzima but ni kuangalia vituko venye vinaendelea saa hizi. Kumbe hustlers by the way.
You have mute yourself. Relax. Unmute again.
Unanipata? So nashukuru sana kuona vile mnaendelea poa. Ndo nimeingia saa hizi niweze kusikia mjadala ukoje. Na for sure kumekuwa mambo mengi sana ya kujadiliwa, lakini sijakuwa nikifuatilia sana juu nimekuwa busy sana kwa job. Hope mko poa. Let's continue na mwingine. Mtasikia mjadala vile iko.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Alfred kwa utangulizi huo, tunashukuru, karibu sana. Long time, but
Asante.
we appreciate that you're back, and we have not been active on Facebook for the past few days, and so I think a week or so, but now we are back. We're glad that is possible, and so let's keep the conversation going. Dan, how are you? Unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen.
Yeah, habari ya jioni bwana.
Niko salama, karibu. Hapo sawa?
Yeah, nakusikia vizuri. Mimi niko salama, nashukuru Mungu. And let me first say welcome back kwa sababu lost kiasi. Utaniruhusu kidogo, niko na homa kiasi lakini I'll try to talk. Things are not okay. Total things are not okay. From the video you have played, I watched mpaka nikashanga nikauliza what's happening. I watched actually, but from the things that the way they look, watu waangoji kama serikali ingefanya mikakati ya kurahisisha watu, ya kurahisisha maisha, at least watu they could not do these things. Okay, they did wrong to break into somebody's shop, but this is the indication that uchumi imekuwa mbaya na yale matamshi wao wenyewe wanaongea ndio imechangia kwanza hizi vizangi zinafanyika. Number one, Bernard anasema sijakataa kwanza kwa serikali yale maneno inafanya of disbanding of SSU. I don't be against with it, but this is the only indication that hawa vijana wamerudi kwa mtaa because kwamba hakuna sasa mwenye anawafuatilia. Like you see even like today, police officer they shot one of the guy today, wakamuua because of ati walimwona na nduthi sijui walikuwa nasunguka, sijui walikuwa wameleta mteja, wakaua kijana mmoja. So I'm saying that security in our country imekuwa mbaya, uchumi pia imekuwa mbaya, lakini point yangu kwa rais wetu huyu Bwana Ruto, awache mambo mingi, wawache kuongea mingi, wawache politics, wasubsidize hiyo unga, walete watu unga na vitu zingine wapate chakula. Sasa unaona vitu za mwenyewe zimeibiwa kwa duka. Wacha hiyo peke yake, hiyo generator ingeenda, hiyo generator sio pesa kidogo, sio 200. Uniambie huyu mtu kama ako insure this shop actually ameenda loss. So maisha Kenya si nzuri, vijana wetu wanateseka. Wacha niseme hivi kwanza. Kuna kampuni anaenda kufungua potika ya kufanya ya steel, ni mpya, anaenda kuifungua sijui ni kesho. Sijui kwamba vijana wangapi hiyo kampuni itaandika. Ukiona kwa parliament kuna watu wanasimama pale wanapigana kwa senate, wanaongea about Mumia Sugar. So people are fighting about Mumia Sugar, yet people our guys they are staying outside, they don't have work. wanasumbuka pana pale, but my point to the government, wacha wafanye jitihada ya kuhakikisha insecurity imeisha, na alafu walete watafute mbinu ya kupunguza hizi cases zinafanyika mingi, sio kuua peke yake. Kuua isaidii. Jambo lingine tumeona pale Mount Kenya, kwa kweli wamegawanyika kiasi, kwa sababu wamejua kwamba kuna mahali waliteleza, na watu wengi saizi wameanza kujua ukweli. Waliposema baba wacha aende Bondo, which is not wrong, but wamerealize kwamba kuna mahali walikosea. Wakati wale wa jamaa wakisimama pale wakiapishwa, walisema tukiekelea Biblia chini tutapambana na hivi vitu. Unaona? The moment before waekelea Biblia chini walianza insult. That insult to the previous government imeleta shida kubwa sana. Na ukiona ndio Gachagua anaendelea kuongea mingi akiongea kwamba wali inherit government yenye ilikuwa imesoroteka sana, which is wrong. As a leader you're not supposed to talk like that. A leader, you should talk the previous things that you are going to do to the common mwananchi. So sio kuongea mingi hapa and there is no action that you are doing. Hii kwanza wacha mimi niseme kwanza, hii maneno ya Gachagua anaongea mingi nimechangia. Kwanza unaona watu wana lose even appetite ya kukusikiza. Like there are some people here you can ask anakuambia mimi sijui government yangu ama sijui my president. The reason being they talk a lot about vile wali win the election. They don't want to come to the reality. They do things to the government, to the common mwananchi. So that's not okay. Let the government wake up and do something to the common mwananchi, whereby wanasumbuka tunalia. Leo nitakusaidia 200, kesho nitasaidia mwingine 200. Can I help you each and every day? No. We need to see how people will get work and do so that to pay the breadwinner to their family. Hii kuwa miliongea ati kwamba jana Uhuru alikuwa anasema ule mtu ataenda. Kuna message aliongea hapo nimesahau kidogo, lakini wawache kuongea mingi, wafanyie wananchi kazi. At least ndio tutaona kwamba tumelindwa. Yaani hayo tusitaki kuongea mambo mengine ya hela. Hiyo yenyewe inajidhihirisha wazi kuna maneno yanafanyika. Asante sana.
Sawa sawa. Asante Dan. We appreciate that and naomba tusonge mbele na tutumie muda wetu vizuri. Una dakika 2 au 3 ya kufanya utangulizi wako, alafu baadaye tutaongea kwa kina, lakini nashukuru kila mmoja. Asante kwa wote ambao mnaendelea kuingia katika kipindi. Naomba usichoke kukaribisha wawili watatu. Tunataka watu wengi wakamakinike wakisikiliza wenzao wakiongea yale yanayojiri katika nchi yetu. Masuala ya security ndio hayo. Watu sasa wameanza kuvunja maduka wakijizolea mali. Hivi ndivyo ilivyo ama ni nini kinachoendelea? Na hili swala alijafanyika kwingine isipokuwa Eldoret, na mnajua Eldoret ndio nyumbani kwa rais mwenyewe. Sasa hii inatuma ujumbe gani kwa nchi nzima? Hili ndio swala ningependa tuangalie kwa kina. And then vile Mount Kenya imepiga kura katika parliament, kunaonekana kuna kujiunga kikundi fulani, na hiki kikundi inaonekana ni kujibu wabunge wa Rift Valley. Tunaona hii inamaanisha nini ama inaonyesha dalili gani kwa serikali ya Kenya Kwanza, wakati unajua kwamba lion share ya Kenya Kwanza government ilienda Rift Valley na Mount Kenya. So Mount Kenya wakijitenga na Rift Valley kutakuwa kwaje? Hii serikali itashika? Naomba tukaangalie kwa kina. And of course KANINI KEGA makes a comeback and by winning to be a part of the East Africa legislation, whatever leadership. And this is a picture of what I call loyalty resulting to royalty. you don't lose by being loyal, you gain instead. We have a generation here that wants to discredit every form of loyalty, na wanasema kama unataka chochote lazima ukue upangwingwi, ukue rowdy and unruly and don't follow orders and be off boundaries. KANINI shows clearly that it is possible to follow due process and still end up in greatness. You don't have to cheat your way into whatever you want to achieve. A great lesson which I believe you're going to dive into greatly. Now, kuna a spirited campaign was what? Your name always give me problem. Anasema nirudie hiyo video, basi nitairudia kwa sababu ni fupi, kisha moja kwa moja tumlete utu uzima. Ni nikwambia ubadilishe ile jina wewe kusikia. Utu uzima ni, ulisema utu uzima ni umri si ama busara. Haya, hiyo ni swali nyeti lakini tutazungumzia. Okay, watch this and tell me what you make out of it.
Unaweza pigia nani hapa? Mimi sijui. Guys, Jesus Christ. Wamevunja tu. Si waokoe generator. Si waokoe. Mnyama walikuwa ndani. Hata si basi watu tutokeni. Hata tumepiga dili.
Okay, picha ni hiyo, video ni hiyo. I hope I've paid my debt now. Thank you very much for continuing to follow. Mzee wetu Michael anasema maana hasla ni mwizi, kwa hivyo as his name is, so is he. Watu wanatekeleza tu jina lao, kwa hivyo mtaziwa hujumu kwa vyovyote vile. Okay, karibu, naomba sasa tumsikilize mzee Guru. Inaonekana nani ametupwa nje. Mr. Guru, how are you today?
I'm fine, thank you.
Karibu.
Asante. Sasa Bernard, hii maneno nadhani wale wanaangalia vile society inaenda hawakushtuka, kwa sababu unajua kuna mambo ambayo huwezi kuficha. Ukweli ni kwamba wananchi wamefinyika, na ni kama Kenya pale tuko tumekalia ticking bomb. Hakuna kitu kibaya kama kundanganya vijana wadogo, na hii mbegu ambayo ilipangwa ya rebellion ya elections iliyopita, hiyo mbegu inaweza kukua kwa udongo yoyote na bado inachemka kwa mchanga. Kwa hivyo usishtuke kuona kwamba hawa vijana sasa ndio watakuwa wanapiga ile party ama wale viongozi walikuwa wanawafuata, sababu kwamba kuna matarajio walikuwa nayo na ilikuwa matarajio ya hali ya juu, lakini hadi wa sasa hawaoni njia ile wanaelekeshwa. Ukiangalia zile mahindi, kuna mambo ya hustler fund. unaona vile inaelekea ni kwamba wale wengi washajua kwamba hii itakuwa pesa itakuwa ngumu kupata, na ukipata hata isaidii. Pili, umeona kwamba walikuwa wameambiwa hali ya maisha itakuwa nafuu, chakula, mafuta ya bodaboda na mengineo, lakini haijafanyika na serikali imekimya. Wengi wao nadhani wanahisi walitelekezwa na walidanganywa, na ile iko wakati huu ni kwamba wanangojea kiongozi yoyote yule atakuwa wa kisiasa kuambia kwamba hii undanganyifu lazima ikaisha. Sijui zimepakia siku ngapi, zile siku 100 siishe. Hii mlio utasikia ukienda juu zaidi tukifikia hiyo siku ya 100, sababu wengi walikuwa wameahidiwa na walikuwa wanangojea, na pia waliambiwa kwamba maisha yao ilikuwa mbaya kwa sababu ya wale viongozi walitoka, hasa hata wakawekelea mzee ambaye hakuwa kwa serikali kwamba aliharibu maisha yao, mzee Raila Amolo Odinga, ilhali inajulikana kwa uhakika kwamba ilikuwa ni Uhuru Kenyatta na William Ruto ndio walikuwa wenye serikali. Kwa hivyo kuna kitu James Alengo alisema, revolutions eat their children. Nadhani ile ilikuwa inaendeshwa na hawa viongozi Rigathi na Ruto ya kuchemsha vijana wachukue uongozi kama ni a revolution or a revolutionary move. Sasa imeanza kuakura, ikiwa pia ukiangalia wale vijana ni pahali ambao hungeweza kuamini kwamba pale hiyo maneno inatokea ni Eldoret, ambapo ni kitengo kubwa ya hawa viongozi. Kwa hivyo hii maneno itakuwa ngumu, isipokuwa labda serikali ijitahidi haraka na kurekebisha hali, kwa sababu that is enough evidence that what is remaining is just a spark that could bring something that has not been seen in Kenya for a very long time, and things start that way. That is the first indication that things are not good. There is some restlessness across the population, and more so because of the living costs that can no longer be ignored by the government. Kwa hivyo wasipochukua hali na wachukue hatua, tunasemanga tunasemanga nini? Utajenga ukuta.
Utajenga ukuta.
Ndio hiyo sasa. Hiyo ndio, hapo ndio tuko Bernard. Asante kwa sasa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Guru. We appreciate that. Na naamini kwamba habari imefikia wale wanahusika. Ni muhimu kila mmoja amakinike na awajibike katika sehemu yake. Hii si serikali ya kuzoa mali ukisahau wa Kenya. Hata ukienda kuzoa utakula na Wakenya. Mahali mambo imefika hakuna mtu anakwepa. Kwa hivyo it is important that we all tell each other the truth, and that is the government must pull up the socks in terms of making life affordable. And then, of course, there is a new twist that there have been now authorization of importation of GMO products duty-free into the country. I I guess that is one of the moves of trying to maybe make life affordable, but the consequences thereof, we have discussed here before, are unbearable. You may give them something to put in the stomach, but they will stay in hospital longer. So what are you saving by making them sick? I think Kenya Kwanza government needs to wake up from their slumber and realize that the only way things work is when they are worked, not when you assume that they will just work because you came on duty. Every minute you spend at your workplace does not change any value or you bring in the workplace, except you are engaged into solving issues while you are in that particular office. So Kenya Kwanza needs to wake up and understand this country can be governed and this country can be able to take care of its own if it has leaders who know what they are doing and give themselves in doing the same. I'll play a video before I bring another person to make their contribution. And please, if you are able to get us, make sure you invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people to follow. We are glad we are back on our Facebook profile. If you are not able to get us, please do. Those following us on Twitter, there is an issue with Twitter. We cannot, it's not allowing us to post the link for joining. So if you must join into the studio, you either use the link on our Facebook profile or the link on YouTube channel. So make sure that you do that. And if you have not yet subscribed on Tembei TV YouTube, please do so, because it will help you a great deal in ensuring that you don't miss out on anything that takes place on this particular channel. Let's get this video and then we bring in the next person to make their contribution. Na naomba watu wa comments tafadhali waacha tuhakikishe kwamba nidhamu tunaweka, heshima inadumu na unafanya kila ambacho kinasaidia nchi kusonga mbele. Usiwe yule mtu anayesaidia maovu, kuwa mtu ambaye anasaidia mema ili nchi ikasonge mbele kwa ukweli. Uongo umetufikisha mahali tumefika. Tusiporekebika tutakwenda kubaya. So ni muhimu tuanze kuambiana ukweli mapema, ili wale wa kukwepa wakwepe, wale wa kuokoka waokoke, wale wa kupotea nao pia wapotee, kwa sababu ukishachagua kupotea hata kuna kile tutafanya kitakusaidia. Okay, let's get this one as things fall apart in the Kenya Kwanza government.
A town today afternoon after hawkers and street families engaged police in running battles. Traders shut down their businesses in the town's central business district following the day-long battles reportedly sparked off by the clashes between hawkers and Uasin Gishu county enforcement officers. Police were forced to shoot in the air and use tear gas to disperse the charged crowds. Some criminals took advantage of the situation to go on a looting spree.
Sijafurahia kabisa, na hii ni mara ya pili. So ningeomba kama county waone njia mzuri ambao wanaweza ongea na hao wachuuzi wa machokora, waone njia mzuri yenye wanaweza ongea, alafu tufanye biashara.
County government ikakuja ambayo inaongozwa na director Cosmas akiwa na full force kutoka national government na county government wakiwa hapo, wakaniambia wanataka mzigo yote matunda iwekwe kwa gunia ndani, wachukue hizo bang. Nikawaambia hapana, sababu tulikuwa tumeongea na Cosmas from the beginning. Nikamwambia kuliko tufanye hivi, let us go to dialogue, tuone tutasuluhisha mambo namna gani. Ikawa wakati alikuja sasa akiwa na mbio, nikashindwa kudhibiti, mambo ikatokea, rapsa ikatokea, sasa ndio mambo ikawa vile imefika hivi saa hii.
Askari wa kaunti wameambia watu ambao wanauza na maulbaro na mapangpang wauze kwa mipango, lakini hawa walijifanya kiburi, ndio hawa kaunti wakapiti wachukue hiyo mapangpang. So wakati polisi wamekuja wakatumia chokora, sasa chokora wakatumia kutupa mawe kwa maduka za watu, ndio watu wa soko waingie ndani.
Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has welcomed the support of the international community in implementing the
polisi wakatumia chokora. How does that one add up? All the same, thank you everyone for continuing to follow the broadcast. We really want to appreciate everybody for making your time and be part and parcel of our discussion. Please, let's keep doing what we are supposed to do. Nani huyu Nabia nasema wachana na sisi mahasla, tufanye kazi yetu. Kwani kazi ya hasla ni nini? Let's hustle in please. I won't talk again. Haya, utu uzima ulikuwa hapa ukatupwa nje. Karibu. Utu uzima, are you able to get me? Okay, inaonekana utu uzima bado wako na challenge ya net. Tumsikilize Kenya all the time kwanza.
Yes, how are you, Bwana Bernard, and everybody who is here?
We are good, thank you.
So nashukuru. Naona Bwana Nguru leo ako hapa, long time bana. Done. So, okay, let me begin by saying, what is the impact of what we are seeing now? First of all, let me say that I like being non-partisan and saying as it is. So when an happening or something happens, you need to first of all draw a conclusion. For the last 2 weeks, we have been speaking of mugging and people being stolen at a gunpoint, knife point, people losing their property. Now, this thing has now, and I said it here, I think yesterday. Did you, Bernard, did you hear me saying that this thing will be devolved? I said this thing will be devolved, and sorry to say, next time, hii vitu mutaiona Kericho, Kotik, Embu, Meru, because it is something which now, there are some people who think they are now above the law. They now think the government belongs to them. So there is some form of pride which is forming from a certain clique of people in our nation. And two things I can pick from what happened today. Eldoret is the home county of the president. And why is it that Eldoret, a very serious chain shop in Kenya, is, I think it's an Indian shop. Why is the fact that there is low issues between the county people and the hawkers? I do not see a connection between chasing these people and going to Eldoret. So to me, I see it as a premeditated act. It's premeditated. Because I think these people knew that They will be in the streets, maybe selling in undesignated areas, and maybe Kanjo people will come and chase them, and they had premeditated what they will do. Because in Kenya, we have been having hawkers being chased day in, day out. I've been in Nairobi. Kila saa tunaonanga tu majamaa wa Kanjo wakikimbiza watu, and the people are just running na mangunia all around. So these things are not new in Kenya. But why is it today in Kenya for the first time, hawkers are entering a conventional shop? People who do not have conventional shops are now attacking conventional shops. You know, when we were here 1 year ago and we talked about this issue of hustler narrative is going to destroy our countries, people were not believing. Now, this is the culmination of what hustler narrative is, where unconventional people fight conventional people. People with jobs fighting people without jobs, fighting people with jobs. That was what hustler narrative was about, dismantling the conventional standards of our country, which the standards which we have assembled for the last 60 years, we dismantle them in a day, and that's where we are. And these things are not going to change, because remember, the number one of our country brands himself as a chief hustler. How? And we have been saying it here. And hustler is somebody who does not respect law, is somebody who can take something. That's why personally, hata kama sinanga vitu mingi, I will never call myself hustler, because the word hustler means, forget about the casual one, which means like wale watu ambao ni wabaya, but the real meaning of a hustler in Kenyan convention or in Kenyan narrative, a hustler means mtu ambaye anang'ang'ana and he can do anything. So that in the Kenyan context, so kumaanisha kukua hustler, it has no limits. You can even commit crime as long as hujakamatwa. That is the hustler connections as we talk about it in Kenya. And until the president denounces that narrative that we need to start respecting people's investment, huyu mwenye Eldoret na business zingine ambazo zimeibiwa hapo Eldoret and Nairobi and wherever, hizi vitu hawakupewa, ni jasho ya mtu. People have accumulated wealth and investing their profit over generations. Duka zingine hata ni za kupasiwa from fathers to children. So is a generational wealth we are supervising being destroyed. This Eldoret is a creator of wealth, creator of job, creator of innovation. So there is a lot. So what I want to say is that we are having a leadership which is not understanding the Kenyan business environment. The government is supposed to protect you, to protect your property, to give you a safe haven to operate. We don't want government to give us money. We don't even need that hustlers fund if they cannot even protect whatever we have. So whatever is happening now is just an indication that our government is in decline. And it cannot be saved or rescued despite their strong pursuit of talks and saying that tukikupata tutafanya hivi. Why is it that hii maneno ya wizi imeanzia kumanifest saa hii? So what I'm trying to say here is that we are losing our country in our own eyes. And unfortunately, the Kenyans who are stealing from one another, instead of them picketing and demonstrating against their government, they are going to ravage their other citizens. Wanaenda kuibia Wakenya wenzao. It's a pity. Why should you go and steal from another Kenyan? Hiyo Eldoret si ya serikali, hizo duka si za serikali, hizo duka ni ya Mkenya kama wewe ambaye anang'ang'ana. That is the convention of raising money. So if you have an issue with the government, stop attacking your fellow Kenyan business. Go and demonstrate. ODM, Raila Odinga, and other people have been leading us to demonstration perennially. If Kenya Kwanza is not happy with the government, they can assemble, they can have their own leadership, which can make them demonstrate and ask for the things which they want from the government. But amwezi anzia kuitisha vitu zenyu kutoka kwa raia. Vitu yenyu iko na serikali. If the government is not giving you what you want, you can go and demonstrate to your government, the government which you say you voted, the government ile ambayo mulisema it is the anointed one. Muende huko mu demonstrate. They are in State House, they are in a government road in Nairobi. They are known and you know their names. But stop ravaging other Kenyans. Stop destroying people's wealth. Because destroying people's wealth, even your wealth can also be taken away in future. Lastly, what it says is that Kenyans, we need to assemble quickly. This one is not, and I have been saying it here, UDA cannot lead us even to get us from this chains. UDA is a dysfunctional party. It's a party of criminals. UDA, I call it that. It's a party of criminals. 3 weeks ago, we vetted people with criminal records to head our ministries. So UDA cannot help us. So, and there is one thing which I've said. If UDA want to destroy our country, we will not allow them. And we are giving them a grace period. They liberate themselves. They organize themselves. But if they will not be able to do it, we will show them. And our actions will be straightforward. We are just giving them time. They organize and they do what is right to the Kenyans. At least they don't need to do anything, but at least they give us our country back the way we gave them. Let me tell you, this UDA leadership will be a silent leadership in Kenya. In history, when we will be writing the history of Kenya, this UDA government might be deliberately be omitted because they are deliberately reducing and eroding all the gains we have gained since 1963. At times, look for scholars. Kenya is not short of scholars. Look for scholars. Look for people who can help you to script policies. But if lies help you to get into the government, lies will never help you to sustain a government. That is one thing which I want to tell you. You have to evolve beyond lies. Muritumia uongo na mukapata serikali, but evolve. Look for strategies to sustain you. Remember, you can lose a government in a day if you continue with jokes day in, day out. So what I'm just sounding an alarm here. I'm sounding a shot to the Kenya Kwanza government. Ladies and gentlemen, you are losing your government if you continue this way. Let me tell you, you are losing your government. Kenyans don't want, remember, we are having a very divided nation. We have as many supporters in Azimio and other factions as Kenya Kwanza has. Let them know that. We are not happy. And they should not think that we shifted our allegiance to them simply because they got the election. We have not shifted our allegiance. As we are observing, and we will respond. But one thing which I can tell Kenyans here, don't wait anything from Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza is there to satisfy the ego of 3 men. And they have already got it. That's why they will keep on saying whatever they are saying. But I thank God because even the Kenyans who are singing their song, they are slowly opening their eyes. I can assure you now, right now we are at 77%. If an election was done today, Kenya Kwanza would be defeated hands down, even with rigging, even with the unsupervised methods now. They have lost everything, and even the basic Kenyans have known these guys are perennial liars. And I said it here, these guys only thrives on lies. We are having a leadership which promised goodies in Jubilee. Because they did not do anything in Jubilee, they had to jump the gun and go on the other side and promise in UDA now. And in 2027, they will jump to promise with another party. But some of us who can read between the line, tumewaona. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenyan, all the time. We appreciate that. And it is important that we all respect the law and the rule of law. That the management of the situation or arresting the situation lies with the government in power. There is how to deal with mass conflict. When there is riots or when there is conflict between warring parties in a marketplace or in a shopping center, you don't use the conventional way of dealing with the matter. There has to be a way of arresting the situation to minimize on the damages that may occur. So the aspect between the askaris of the county government and now the Kenya police, and then their police who are trained for dealing with riots. You can't just, not anybody can handle that kind of a situation. So were there consultation on this matter? And then what actually happened? Because you don't rough up people and expect them not to retaliate or respond. So there is something, there's a disconnect, either with the police or the county government or the people dealing with the situation at hand. What I don't get is whether the Kenya Kwanza government is realizing that the attitude of Kenyans, the patience of Kenyans is quickly running out. The situation is not getting any better, and they are not offering any hope of things turning around. So if they don't come out and reassure Kenyans that they're on top of everything and they are able to sort out the matter and keep giving the mixed signals, watafundishwa cha kufanya. And then when things fall apart, nothing is safe. So let's do what we are required to do and to be able to salvage the situation. I want to appreciate every one of you for continuing to follow our broadcast. Thank you so much. And thank you for continuing to invite guys to join into the discourse. Last night, I was suddenly cut off because there was an invited blackout from my end. And so I had to send the rescue team to rescue the show while I was away. And the darkness prevailed until almost midday. So things are no longer the same from this part of the world. But there's a program we are doing yesterday of those who support us to sustain this show or are sending in their contribution. I had response from 2 people. So we'll continue with that as we continue with the discussion. It's a free will choice. You send in as much as you are enabled to help us get our Wi-Fi paid and our tokens bought so that we can always be here and give you the opportunity to air what you think and feel about your country. And of course, we hope by reason of our conversation, we are shaping the opinion of Kenyans and helping them make sense of what is going on and be able to help the country move forward. And so I'll be sharing the number for you to make your contribution towards that same assignment. I think it dropped when I left, and there wasn't much response. I only got response from 2 people. So let's do our best even as we continue with the discussion. Utu uzima ni umri, ulisema ni umri sio umvi.
Ni so, umvi. Namaanisha ni umvi.
Umri ama busara.
Okay, kwa hivyo nauliza utu uzima ni umvi au busara? Okay, something
umvi na maana umvi.
Umvi, nywele nyeupe.
Endelea. Yo ni umvi.
Sasa Benadi. Kwanza nashukuru kwa kunipa hii nafasi na ndugu zangu hapa Alfred, Dani, Guru, Kenya all the time. Leo sina mengi kwa sababu nadhani ni mambo nilizungumzia katika vipindi tu hivyo vya nyuma vilivyopita, nikasema ni bora mambo yote yawe, lakini kucheza na tumbo la mnyonge, tena mwananchi mnyonge, hapo ni sawasawa na kurusha mawe polisi, kwa sababu tumbo hili likianza sasa mambo yake na halijui subiri, Bernard, tuko pabaya. Kwa hivyo mzee Moi yote aliyofanya, lakini hakuwa anacheza na tumbo la mwananchi, hakuwa kabisa anacheza na tumbo la mwananchi. Ataenda juu chini, ataomba misaada huku, ahakikishe watu wake wamepata chakula. Sasa kitu kilicho nishangaza ni pale walipotoa ile pesa angalau saidia hii harama angalau ipungue, na kwa sababu ya ujuaji mwingi, na kwa sababu watu walienda mbinguni na wanajua majira ya mvua ni lini, na kwa sababu wa kwamba hii serikali serikali iliyoingia ilikuta kwamba hakuna kitu, kwa sababu ilivurugwa ndani ya miaka minne palipoingia handshake. Mimi nikaa na maswali najiuliza sana kwamba ni vipi huyu mwananchi aliyokuchagua, kama ataendelea kuvumilia na njaa astamili nayo, ndio hayo yanaolipuka, ndio hayo tunayoyaona. Kwa hiyo tusishangae, na ni kwa sababu pia waliweza wakajidanganya, maana ni kujidanganya, naweza sema hivyo kwamba ni maombi tu, wala si uchawi. Maombi tu ndio ametupeleka kwa serikali, si uchawi. Na kwa sababu si uchawi kweli, ni maombi tunayoona yameanza hapo nyumbani, hapo nyumbani, kimechimbika hapo nyumbani. Usicheze na tumbo la mwananchi, fanya yote, lakini usijaribu kucheza na tumbo la mwananchi. Nilizungumzia sana hili jambo Bernard, sana, lakini outcome yake ndio hivyo. Hatujui kesho italipuka wapi, hatujui wengine nao maana uwezi vumilia. Na nitakupa tu mfano mdogo wa bodaboda. Pikipiki ni ya mkopo, akitoka ametengeza shilingi 800, 500 yote imeishia kwa mafuta, yeye kabaki na 300. Mdosi anasubiri 400 ama 350 kulingana na maelewano walioelewana, na pengine huyu mtu nyumbani nako anategemewa either awe na mke ama pengine analisha familia yake, kwa sababu hiyo ndio kazi, ndio source ambayo inaweza kusaidia familia pale nyumbani ya chakula. Uniambie ni jinsi gani atakavyoweza kulipa mkopo, ni jinsi gani atakaweza kusimamia na familia. So for real, walipoondoa hii masuala na mafuta, masuala na pesa ya kusaidia angalau mafuta na pesa chakula, hili ndio walikuwa wanalitegemea. Kwa hiyo mimi sijuti, bali nazidi, natamani zidi zaidi watu waondoe uoga, waonyeshe kwamba sisi tunahitaji chakula, tunahitaji shibe, na baada ya shibe tutahitaji mtoto wetu aende shule, tunahitaji afya bora, maana hayo ndio ya msingi. Kwa hiyo wale waliofanya ni picha tu imeanza. Halafu nikiingia kwa swala la wabunge wa Central kuweza kujitenga na wale wenzi wao wa upande wa Rift Valley, nadhani wameanza kukumbuka shuka, lakini kushakucha tayari, kwa sababu propaganda hii iliyowekwa hapa kwa kweli ilikuwa ni rahisi sana mtu kubadilika kimawazo, kwa sababu lengo kubwa lilikuwa ni kufight hizi familia tatu ambazo zimekaa katika uongozi miaka nenda miaka rudi. Familia ya kwanza ni ya Uhuru, familia ya pili ni ya Raila Odinga, familia ya tatu ni ya Mzee Moi. Naweza sema walifanikiwa kwa kiasi kikubwa, lakini kabla ya yote hayo kuna maneno ambayo Uhuru alituhusia. Napenda sana kumnukuu wakati akisema jamani wa Kenya. Haya huwa napenda sana hapo mahali, maana kakuelekeza mahali ni wewe tu. So sahii ndio wanakumbuka, kwa lazima kutakuwa na makundi mawili by all means, kwa sababu wanaona yale mambo yanafanyika pale. Wengine wanashindwa na roho za kuvumilia kwa sababu watu wanalalamika na wanalalamikia ukweli. Kwa hiyo hawa walichelewa, lakini pia tumwambia hawajachelewa. Wasimame wote kwa kauli moja, kama ni mbaya chambilecho Joho, lakini tuhakikishe kwamba kama hii serikali imeshindwa na kutimiza majukumu yake, hebu isimame kando, kwa sababu it seems hawakuwa wamejipanga, hawakuwa wanatarajia kwamba hili litakuwa kweli. Lakini kwa sababu ni wembe waliulilia, washapewa, sasa ushaanza kuwakata, wasiubage. Kwa hivyo mimi Bernard leo sitakuwa mrefu, langu ni kuwaombea Wakenya wenzangu wote tuanze kushikana ili tuanze kufunguza donda sugu linaloitwa ukabila. Kisha baada ya ukabila tukimsimamisha kando na kujitambua kwamba ni Wakenya wote ni wa nchi hii moja, wote sarafu ya pesa tunayotumia ni hii moja, basi tutaweza kuijenga nchi yetu na tutaweza kuweka misingi mizuri kwa vizazi vinavyokuja. Lakini kwa hivi vitimbi vya leo, usishangae Bernard, hakuna jinsi. Wewe ukitaka kuharibikiwa, cheza na tumbo ya maskini. Asante.
Asante utu uzima, tunashukuru kwa kazi nzuri. Asante kwa mchango wako na maoni yako, nashukuru kwa yote. Nashukuru kila mmoja, asante kwa wale ambao mnaendelea kukaribishana. Tuendelee na mjadala mzuri tukiambiana ukweli. Kuna nani huyu? Teresia wa Shira amesema kitu kingine hapa cha power. Okay, tuanze na nani? Tuanze na Sami Kambui. Anasema Kenya is the only place where hustler claim prayers defeated dynasties. But same prayers can't defeat hunger. Wako watoto wa Maumau. Now look at that. So they prayed away dynasties, but they can't pray away hunger. They can't pray away insecurity. There is something questionable about that prayer. And then of course there is something else here. So it's where is this? He say, why can't our army take over this country before we lose it? Then we recognize the country, remove all institutions, judiciary, executive and etc. Well, tutafikia hapo kama watu hawatajirudia na kuhakikisha kwamba wanawajibika katika majukumu yao. Political leadership is dynamic, but there is a difference between playing politics and providing leadership. If you can't tell the difference, you will always be caught in uncomfortable and be caught unawares. There is playing politics and there is leading the nation. You don't mix the two, or you don't do the other at the expense of the other. Politics will never take the place of leadership, and leadership will never take the place of politics. When you're playing politics, you should understand there's a limit to how much politics I can play when I'm required to provide leadership. Hiyo ni somo ambalo Kenya Kwanza inasumbukana nalo, inafikiria inaweza kuchezea siasa wa Kenya kila wakati, na hiyo siasa itawapatia chakula na kila kitu. Hapo ndio ngoma itakuwa kali. Okay, so naomba kila mmoja tumakinike tafadhali, na katika ile kazi yetu ya mchango tafadhali tusirelent. Let's do what we must do to ensure that we keep running as we continue with the discussion. Thank you for the recovery of the Facebook guys. Karibuni sana. I'm sure you've been having difficult finding us, and those who follow us on YouTube, if you have not yet subscribed, tafadhali subscribe. And then, of course, there is the new YouTube channel that I'll be sharing that you need to subscribe to follow other candid discussions that we are having with key leaders in the country that you can't find on this particular channel. So tafadhali tucheze mambo yote kwa pamoja, tusiache jambo lolote nyuma. Asante. Naomba tutamruka Walter, tumlete Roda kwanza, alafu turudi kwa Walter. We must have ladies first and men before. Asante Roda, vipi lakini?
Poa sana. Leo nimeona, I don't know what to say. Hi everyone. I don't know. Today nimeona leo vituko. Today I'm very proud with the Kenya, all the Kenya. Today you speak from your heart. I could see that. Sometimes you're a little bit there and there. So today I'm proud of you. What I want to say, I think Kenyan people, they have been very, very disappointment with this government, Kenya Kwanza, because manifesto they promised them, they didn't. For example, they told them unga itakuwa 70 shillings, wakasema sukari, wakasema almost everything, everybody atakuwa na internet, vijana watapata kazi. So most of the young people, I think they have been getting very disappointment because they could have a like commitment, like the way they were saying in the campaign, we'll do the same thing. So it's a real disappointment for me when I see young people what they were doing today, stealing in the store. Is very sad. I have never seen those things in Kenya. Since I was born, I've never seen people going to steal food in the supermarket, in the store. It's very sad. I don't know how and it's not the government company, it's private. So I don't know how that person will act, and it costs a lot of money to have that business. So I don't know how it will cost. So it's very sad, and this government, they're not. They don't care about Kenyan people, how they feel. They need to care about how people they want, how people they think. For example, like a good school and hospitals. Some people, they don't have money to have the hospital. I don't know what they are planning for these ministers of education, how they are planning, minister of finance, what they are going to do the budget. They don't have any plan. So there is no hope for this government. I don't think there is a hope of this government, and it's very sad to see Kenya, what people are doing, stealing food. It's unfortunate. It's very sad, and I don't know how those people, when they watch the news tonight, like the Ruto, his running, his deputies, and those people working in the government, how do they feel when they see that kind of mess? So let us be honest each other. We say how we feel. It's not a good picture how I saw it, and I don't know what Ruto he is planning for the Kenya. I don't have hope with him because now it's almost 3 months and he doesn't show us what he's planning to us. Like, of course, like when he take the office, we know many things have been development, like roads, Nairobi have been built, many things have been buildings, like everything almost finished. So what is going to take a stage next? Is he going to make young people to get the job? The way they say the people who have a saloon, they'll make them to have more money. They'll build the road in the villages, and people, they are still suffering. People, they are suffering a lot. People live in the villages, they're suffering. So They were bullying Kenyatta a lot when they were doing campaign. They were casting the stone, casting the stone with the mouth. They were calling him bad name. They were saying this and this. And everybody, even when they take the office, everybody, when Gachagua go to the meeting, he talk about Kenyatta. Everybody is against him. So what? Because now they saw the news. How do they see that picture? And I don't think since they were born they have never seen such kind of picture. People are learning for the food because they are hungry. They don't have money. They don't. It's sad. It's sad. It's sad because they need to do something. They cannot be quiet. They must do something. They need otherwise the way I can advise them, they have to go to Wajiko, the Wajiko who vote for them. People from Mount Kenya, they are the one who was doing campaign, and they say hustler, nation hustler, and they take that very walichukua hiyo nation hustler very serious, na wakajua wakiingia kwamba government itakuwa na pesa na itakuwa rich, nitakuwa maisha mazuri. They have another expectation, but they have been very disappointment. I feel very sad for them. I don't laugh for them. I know it's hard, but I feel very sad for them because they feel sad. They cry. They feel ashamed. They feel ashamed themselves because the way they have another way of thinking is not now. They have another expectation. Now they don't have anymore. So they are crying. They feel ashamed. People, they were bullying me. They don't talk with me. When I call them, they feel ashamed. Even this politician, they bring even enemy to friends, even family member. The family member, they were that side. They feel ashamed because the things I was telling them, the truth is now they are seeing the true color. Yeah. So it's very important before people, they do something. Think twice before you do something. And that's why the Bible say, people, they lack of knowledge. My people perish, the lack of the knowledge. Because if they have our knowledge, watu wale walisema hatupagwigwi hawangekuwa sahi. Lakini because of the proud arrogance, walikuwa na ringa, wanaona. Kuna mama mwingine aliniambia, alisema kwa Facebook, I would like Raila Odinga to die because of hating him. I know Mother Karua alikuwa anamwambia, what are you saying? You will die. Can you imagine? And she's the same community. Because now where they are now, where they are, maybe they are the one who are stealing. We never know. I don't know which community they are. I don't know whether it's a Kalenjin community. I don't know it's a Kuku community. I don't know who, because Eldoret is it's global counting. So unfortunately, it's very sad because I feel like we are going in Moi Day. In Moi Day, it used to be much darkness. And my tribe, they were killing a lot when many things was going on, shooting, and it's not that I don't like my community. I like them, but sometimes I feel like they don't have this because we told them, but they didn't want to listen to us. Where they are now, sai wanalia, wanateseka. They have a very good life before the Ruto take the office. They were stable, but they were just a swimming maringo. Wanafikiri sisi ni kuwachezea, tunachezea. Lakini sahi wanaona the true. We were telling them the true. Niliwaambia siku moja mtanikumbuka, lakini sahi wananikumbuka kwa sababu wako wananisikia nikiwaambia the true. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Rhoda, we appreciate that. Na wajibu ni wetu, tutekeleze majukumu yetu, tuhakikishe kwamba nchi yetu inasonga mbele. Ningependa nicheze video 2-3 haraka, alafu tulete Walter na wengine ambao wanataka kuchangia. Asante sana kwa wale ambao mnaendelea ku join. There is Dogo Bigi. Okay, the link is just shared there. You can make use of it and get in the studio and to give your take on this this sad video that I don't know how we'll get from here.
being in this country, you are a candidate for death. And because there's so many things competing for death, there's nothing wrong with adding GMO to that list. That is why we have deliberately decided to allow GMOs into this country.
GMOs for the next 6 months was arrived at during a cabinet meeting chaired by President William Samoei Ruto. The move is aimed at addressing the ongoing drought ravaging some counties, exposing millions of Kenyans to starvation.
May offend some people, both from GMO and from importation, but I will do this, and we will do this as government. Even if it's not, we lose some votes here and there, but at least we'll see the kingdom of heaven.
According to Kuria, the government will now allow the importation of duty-free genetically modified crops.
We have deliberately decided to allow GMOs into this country. And the second thing is, until we are satisfied that we have enough maize in this country, our staple food, tomorrow I'm signing a gazette notice to allow for importation of up to 10 million bags of maize.
In the North Rift region, where cereals producers are at the peak of harvesting season, amidst lucrative prices of cereals in the informal market, now says the imports will adversely affect maize prices.
Juu hiyo mahindi mwezi moja hivi ikifika, nayo mahindi ikifika itaharibu bei ya wakulima, na wakulima waliumia wakipanda hii mahindi. Kusema ukweli, walinunua mbolea na shilingi 6,000, CN walinunua na shilingi 5,500, gharama ilikuwa juu. Mafuta tunaona iko juu.
Kikombea production na market size hazilingani kabisa. So that's why tunahitaji serikali iongeze bei ya mahindi ikuwe hata 6,000. So that tukibalance production na hiyo sales, at least tupate kitu kidogo. Kwa maana tunajua saizi changamoto ni mingi, price ilikuwa mingi, hata mvua inachangia climate. Tunaona weather saizi iko na shida, mvua ikunyesha mzuri. So production iko kidogo, hata tukiona mashamba mingi tuliwacha hatu kulima.
Ile mahindi wamefuna, na wakitaka kuuza wauze kwa bei mzuri kwa wale ambao wanaenda kwa mashamba kununua, kuliko wauze kwa bei hasara, na hakuna pale pengine watapata nyingine wakati.
Businessmen and middlemen drawn from the North region are a happy lot. They have welcomed Moses Kuria's move.
Kwa hivyo ningefurahia hiyo ikuje, ndio hata nikiweka hiyo 1,300 kwa gari napata 20,000 kuliko nibebe pesa mingi na hakuna faida kubwa niko nayo. Kwa hivyo mimi ningefurahia hiyo ikuje, ndio hata hiyo pesa naweza kufanya kazi nyingine nayo.
Nataka at least hata kama mahindi itakuja ni vizuri na iteremuke kidogo, ndio hata wananchi washimbe.
This comes amid other regions of the country facing food shortage. Elvis Kosgei, KT News, Uasin Gishu County.
Speechless. I am speechless. Walter, karibu.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Bernard. And how are you everyone there, the Mutembei family? It's been a long time hatuonani, pia muonekani online. But let me go straight to the mjadala. Number one, Kenya imekuwa na shida, tuko na shida. We have a very very big problem because mimi ni mtu mwenye utembea sana area za Kiambu town, kwendaenda hivyo mi utembea Kibira, Islands, wapi. Number one, nchi yetu iko mbaya, and this one government lazima ijue nchi ni mbaya, na wanajua ni mbaya, kwa sababu I'm not accusing government, but kuna venye wameshindwa uongozi the side of security. Watu wanaibiwa, I think for last 2 months mimi nimeona watu wakikufa town mchana, and I was like what, na polisi wako pale, watu wanadungana tu visu in the robbery of phone. Watu wananyang'anywa life. Hii ni kitu, si usiku ile tulikuwa tunasema ati maneno ya ngeta, ati ngeta inapigana usiku. Saa hii Eldoret kenye kime happen imetrend sana, ni kumaanisha people are angry, watu wako na njaa. You know when government stopped kazi mtaani, before they do that, wangefikiria kwanza, because hiyo kazi mtaani, let's say like Kiambu, kila ward ilikuwa na watu ambao wanapatiwa hiyo kazi, because me I stay here. Now when you say those youth waende wajenge nyumba pale Kibira, hizo nyumba zinajengwa, hazijengwi kila pahali, and everybody knows that. Ni sehemu kadhaa tu nyumba zinajengwa, si mingi. Even wale watu wanaishi pale hizo nyumba zinajengwa, hawawezi toshea kazi hapo, hawawezi toshea. Now I don't know who is advising this government. I don't know, because number one, our leaders wanakuanga na ego sana, na hakuna kitu kibaya kama kiburi. These youths are home, wako pale nyumbani na hakuna pale wanaenda. Usizao hawa youths wanahitaji manguo, wanahitaji kakitu kao waende wakule raha, na that's a human nature. Wengine wanahitaji, wako na mashore huko nje, wanataka at least waende wawanunulie kakitu. Mwingine pia anataka akiingia nyumbani, hata kama anakaa kwa mama yake, aonyeshane yeye ni mwanaume, amekuja hata kama ni unga moja amekuja na mama na nyama kuota. Na sasa jua wana kazi, wamekaa pale, and there is a lot of youth jobless. Wazazi pia sahi hawana pesa, biashara iko chini. Even me am a businessman, biashara ziko chini kabisa. People don't buy anymore, people don't buy. Watu sahi wanapata kitu kidogo, wanaenda wananunua food. Juu sahi huwezi nunua nguo na unalala njaa, huwezi enda kununua kiatu na kwako hakuna unga na uko na watoto wanakuhitaji. So tuko na shida, na kwa Kenya watu wako na njaa, na kuna kitu mbaya kama wananchi wengi wakiwa na njaa. I'm telling you, this can bring a lot of trouble. Even venye aliweka the unit yenye aliweka atita deal na nini, I'm telling you they might not succeed, na siwaombee wasi succeed, because hata mimi am a very strong person. I'm telling you the truth, siwezi lala njaa wiki moja na nisikie kwako kuna nuka nyama. I'm telling you, nitakungojea na nitakunyonga, and I'm very sorry to say this. I'm a human being, I need to eat to survive. Mimi nitakunyonga vizuri kabisa, and I'm not supporting crime, but what I'm trying to say is this: hakuna kitu kibaya kama wananchi wakiwa na njaa. Huyu si mtu mmoja ambaye wako na njaa, it's almost all over Kenya. Ni wachache tu ambaye wako na kitu, wengi hawana kitu. Vitu bei ziko juu, kuanzia mafuta, vyakula, stima, and zingine sisi tunachezewa akili seriously. Ni wakati mgani mafuta inaongezewa na almost 20 shillings ama 30 shillings, inaangushwa shilingi moja? Are we stupid? Hati ya serikali imejaribu sana, imeangusha 1 shillings. I think hii government inafaa iamke. I'm not trying to accuse government, but this one is reality, and ukweli itadumu, na hakuna siku msema ukweli upendwa, lakini ukweli utadumu. That is the reality. People are angry, watu wanashindwa. Do you know, mimi nimetembea na kuna wakati like 2 weeks ago tulikuwa na mkutano, hata kesho tutakuwa na mkutano pale. Tumeenda mpaka kwa maboma watu wenye wako na shamba hapa Kiambu. Wengine wanalala njaa. And I cannot lie. Wanalala njaa. Mtu ako na shamba Nairobi na analala njaa. There is no work, hakuna food. Atakula shamba. Ataamka aende kwa shamba kuchota mchanga apike akule ama apatie watoto. People are hungry. Watu wako na njaa. Na watu hawana lolote. So I think government inafaa iangalie. Number 2, hii story ya kutuletea GMO. You know, he cannot yani this is why I'm saying our leaders wako na ego. Before walete hiyo unga ya GMO ndio wanataka kusaidia watu ambao wako na njaa. But ni kama ku create another problem in another problem. Because issue angetafuta ama waulize wananchi, mmekubali tulete GMO? Yani hii ni serikali ya kifua, wajameni, hii ni serikali ya kifua. And then Moses Kuria nimeona hapo akisema imebidi sisi kama serikali tuseme ikuje. Haya, seriously? I think there is a joke with this government. It's not that because I'm Azimio, this is about Kenya. It's not because at Azimio ama Kenya Kwanza ama Roots Party. It's about all Kenyans and all over Kenya. Hii serikali kama imeshindwa na kazi, warudi chini. Venye tu walikuwa wanatupatia propaganda, tutapata unga ya 70, free internet, mafuta itakuwa bei rahisi, kila nyumba sijui itakuwa na nini, hustler fund. You know, wanafaa warudi basi chini kwa wananchi, waulize. Kuna watu huku ndani wako na experience, wanaweza kuambia fanyeni hivi na hivi, wapate suluhisho. Kwa sababu pahali ambapo tunaelekea, because number 1, hata hiyo unit iliwekwa juu, vijana wako na njaa. Wakianza kuwaua vijana, watu wataamuka. Vijana wenyewe wataamuka, na vijana ndio wengi. Wacha nikuambie, si vijana ndio walichagua hiyo serikali, wengi wao. Wakumbuke hao vijana ndio wanaweza watoa hapo. And I'm not trying to incite anyone, because hao vijana wakiuliwa kadhaa, they will form groups. Group hazikuanza kuformiwa sahi, and I'm not supporting any kind of group. Kumekuwa na Baghdad Boys, kuna wengine walikuwa wanajiita Kamjesh, kuna wengine walikuwa wanaitwa Mungiki, kuna wengine imekuja ilikuwa inaitwa sahi sijui Siafu, kumekuwa na wengine wanajiita Gaza, and they still exist. Si ati hao watu wameenda pahali. Na hao youths, wakati government ya Uhuru ili create kazi kama hiyo, kazi kwa vijana na nini, wale watu wako kwa crime. Wengine waingiangi kwa crime kwa sababu ya kupenda kwao, wengine wanaingia kwa crime kwa sababu ya njaa. So anaona badala niende crime na pale kuna kakazi naweza pata 200 nipate unga, ataenda akuwe busy kwa hiyo kazi. Lakini akikosa hata pahali pa kuenda kazi, and then they cannot give youth job without creating companies, industries. Sasa wanasimamisha hii kazi mtaani kidogo yenye ilikuwa inasaidia youth, wanalete na waja create company, hawaja create nini. Hii hustler fund iwezi patiwa mtu ambaye hana biashara, na hii pesa ya kwanza itakuwa ni 50,000, na ukikosa kulipa utafungwa 10 years. I think is it 10 years? Yes. I don't know, 10 years sijui 5 years. But let me tell you, mimi nawaambia, and I know kwa hii channel ni watu wengi wanao, na kila mtu najua, mwenye ako hapa Kenya anajua kuna njaa. Sasa hata ukibeba kamkate jioni, unabeba kama umeficha sana, isionekane, because somebody will snatch. By the way, pahali tumefika hata sukuma utakuwa ukinunua hapo unanyang'anywa. Unaambiwa wewe leta hii sukuma bwana. Wewe uende ukule ugali tupu na yenda kule sukuma tupu. So I think mimi kwa yangu ni hayo tu. Leo pahali naishi najua watu wa Ruaka wanaangalianga Mtembei TV. Na tuma my condolences kwa wale nyumba ilianguka na mzee rafiki yangu aliaga. So natuma my condolences for that family of Karomo, na tuko pamoja, na mimi nashukuru sana wafuasi wote wa Mtembei TV. Thank you very much, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Walter, for that. And we condole with the victims of that. See wherever that accident is, it an accident or a mess up by our fallen system of safeguarding our building requirements. All the same, this country is pushed to the brink, and we need some sobriety in order to salvage the situation. I pray that that wisdom and that approach will be embraced by Kenya Kwanza. But if they force their way the way they are doing, when things fall apart, they will have themselves to blame. It is very sad when the whole CS says he doesn't care whether people die. People will die in this country. Anybody can die. And so they have brought GMO so that it can also add to the list of what is killing people. Now, if that is the reason why Kenya Kwanza is in power to supervise on the death of Kenyans, it's a very sad truth, a very sad reality. Kenyans, we have told you before on this channel and elsewhere, we seem to be on our own. Let us not think that there is somebody who cares about us out there, regardless of their position in this particular government. They don't care, and they have shown that without blinking. They say it is okay, whether we'll die by GMO, we'll die by insecurity, or die by whatever. People die. It's very sad. All the same, I pray that we continue the conversation. I'm sure there is a way out of this, so let's do what is required and don't relent. We can hold this government to account and make them eat their own words. We are the majority, and if we behave responsibly, the government will know that we mean business. But if we succumb to their pressure and give them what they want, we are doomed. I think the 100 days are taking too long to arrive. Something must be done, and it has to be done right away. The same, thank you. Wacha nipatie kabla nipatie dunia ina mambo, I play one video and then we move on. The insecurity situation. Finally, the president has spoken, and listen to what he says.
Of criminals, they must use their firearms to deal with the criminals. If any officer is in danger of criminals, they must use their firearms to deal with the criminals. Musingoje mpaka askari wetu wakauawa na wakora. We must deal with the wakora before they deal with our officers.
Dunia ina mambo.
Yes, ndugu yangu Bernard, asante sana.
Karibu. Mambo ni
poa sana. Nawasalimia wote pale wako hapo wote, nawasalimia. Tunashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa afya ametupea bure siku ya leo. So kwa mada, wacha nichangie vile mada iko. Mada iko tamu sana. Nasikia watu wako na njaa na pia wamekasirika. Si ni noma sasa. Uko na njaa na umekasirika, sitabidi ukufe haraka basi. Kwa sababu hapo huwezi survive. So sijui nianze na gani, kwa sababu jana Bernard, unaweza kumbuka bila nilisema juu ya Bill Gates. Niliwaambia Bill Gates hapa hajakuja mambo ya hospitali sijui nini. Si nilikwambia wamekuja mambo ya GMO, hii chakula yao. Unajua hiyo kampuni ina belong to yeye. Hiyo kampuni ni yake. Kwa sababu yeye ndiye alitengeneza hiyo chakula. Yeye ndiye alitengeneza hiyo seed. Kwa sababu kazi yake ni yeye, ni mta science. So hii chakula wanasema wanataka kuleta. Hatukatai, tutakula. Na watu watakula, kama wale watamea pembe wamee pembe, wale watamea mkia wale mkia, lakini tutakula. Kwa sababu kama hakuna chakula sahihi, tutafanya nini? Watu unaona hiyo video umeplay hapo, niliona hapo watu wa Eldoret wengine wana support, wengine wanakata, na wao ndo wakulima. Haya, ukiona nini pia wana support. Moses Kuria mwenyewe amesa support. So sijui wakulima wao watafanya nini. So GMO wache kuja kwa wale ambao watakula. Kama ni Rift Valley na Central watakula, wacha kule. Kama itapunguza unga ya Kenya, wacha kuze, kwa sababu huwezi zuia. Jamaa aliingiza kama vile uliwaambiwa, jamaa aliingiza huyu kijana kwa president kwa sababu gani? Walikuwa na target kwake. Unajua Uhuru na Kibaki walihamisha biashara ya Kenya na US na Europe, akapeleka China. So walikuwa nataka mtu ambao anaweza rudisha biashara zao. So alipiga hesabu mzee na Ruto, ni nani anaweza kuwa kwa mfuko yetu haraka. Akaona Ruto anaweza kuwa kwa mfuko zaidi kuliko mzee, kwa sababu mzee na Russia na India wako together. So akaona wacha waingize huyu kijana, ndio chakula yao hii letwe, hii ya system ya science, ndio hiyo sasa unaletewa na utakula na utaendelea hivyo. Kwa sababu gani? Wao umeona mang'ombe zinakufa, mambuzi zinakufa, watu nauza kwa bei ya hasara, bei ya matusi. Serikali wenyewe hajatuma hata hizo maburukenge zake aenda afanye kitu huko. Ndovu anakufa pale moja, wanatuma askari kama 100 na gari huko. Hata ndege ndio sasa ilibaki tu itumie huko. Haya, juzi mmeona wale wamepoteza masamaki au huko. Hata burukenge moja ya serikali hujaona huko. Na wale pia nifanye biashara. Hakuna kitu yote imefanyika. Nyinyi unakaa tu hapo. Kazi yenu ni kulipa tu tax, lakini unataka kufuata tax zako zinaenda wapi na zinasaidia kina nani na itakusaidia kivipi? Alafu sasa hizi group wanataka ya security, wanatengeneza group ya polisi ya kudeal na mambo wa kora wa nini. Si alivunja group ya criminals whatever, akaleta jina ingine. Sasa yeye pia anatengeneza tena ingine tena. So ile ingine alivunja kwa sababu gani? Sasa ile ingine alivunja kwa sababu gani na analeta ingine? So ile serikali mimi nakwambia ni watu ambao wamechanganyikiwa, ni watu ambao bado kwa position ya kucampaign, kwa sababu kila kitu kila siku wanalalamika, kila siku wana complain. Ukinyamaza wana complain, ukiongea wana complain. Sasa wanataka aje? Kitu wanataka hata tujui wanataka nini? Kwa sababu saa yote wana complain. Na hiyo ifai. Kama wewe uko kwa kiti, fanya kazi yako bila inawezekana. Ukishindwa na kazi, wache wengine wafanye. Hakuna haja campaign, hakuna haja complain saa yote. Kenya hawana kazi sahihi. Kenya wako na njaa sahihi. Kenya ujambazi umeongezeka. So unaweza wasaidia aje? Tumia kitu ambacho unaweza saidia. Hiyo fund ambayo sasa unataka kuleta hii asset fund hii pia. Umesema umeleta masharti nyingi, umeleta pesa kidogo. 50,000, watu wanasema 50,000 ni nyingi. Hatukatai, upande zingine 50,000 ni nyingi. 50,000 kwa Oshago ni nyingi. Kwa Oshago 50,000 ni nyingi. Hiyo uko na mbuzi kadhaa huko na ng'ombe pia, ng'ombe kama 2 unaweza nunua au 3. Lakini 50,000 kwa Nairobi itabidi utafute area ambao kiosk ambao utanunua kiosk una rent kama 5,000. Na hiyo area ambao kiosk una rent 5,000, unajua pia lazima uuze vitu cheap. Kwa sababu kiosk kama ni cheap, vitu lazima pia ikuwe cheap. So 50,000 huwezi kuja kupata nao duka Isili. Sijui kama town unaweza pata nao duka. Kwa sababu 50,000 kitu unaweza kufanya nao mzuri. Ukwe unafanya biashara pale, ulipi kitu yote. Wewe ni mtu kama wale ambao wanauza vitu kwa barabara kama mboga nini hizo, ulipi ushuru yote, ulipi rent yote ya hiyo nyumba. Hiyo ndio kitu 50,000 unaweza fanya. So wacha wale ambao watachukua hiyo pesa wachukue, kama watachukua kunywa nao pombe, kama watachukua ongeza nao bibi ya pili, kama watachukua ongeza nao biashara zao, wachukue, kwa sababu ukichukua interest pia iko. Mimi kwa hiyo pesa yake mimi siko, hata kama jina yangu iko watoe mapema. Mimi acha ning'ang'ane mimi bila niko hivyo, kwa sababu sioni pale 50,000 itanipeleka. Kama ningekuwa ushago ningechukua. Yes, kwa sababu ningenona mbuzi huko, kama mbuzi kama 5,500 hapo imetosha vitu kama almost 50 mbuzi hivyo, mbuzi 10 hivyo iko sawa hapo. So mimi hapo hiyo 50,000 watu nachukua, chukweni, mimi sikatazi, kitu kikuja chukweni. Ulikataa 6,000 yangu bosa, hii ningekuwa naingia kwa mwezi, hata sikukuwa nalipa school fees, ilikuwa ni bure. So wacha mimi nivumilie tu, na hii siku nyingine mwingine atakuja na promise nyingine. Wale ambao sasa umesikia vile Bulgate ameongea kwa university, amesema hii chakula ni chakula mzuri sana, kuleni. Hey, Mwafrika, kitu mzungu anakuambia ni mzuri, kuleni. Think twice when the deal is so good. Mzungu, afadhali China kwambie. Afadhali China kwambie kula umbwa, na yeye pia anakula, unaona. Lakini mzungu akule. Afadhali wale ambao watakula hiyo chakula kuleni, sawa, hatukatai. Lakini huwezi kuja tuambie Afrika ni chakula ni mzuri tununue kwa sababu wewe ni mzungu. Mimi siwezi amini mzungu yote. Afadhali niambie niamini naitaji China. China inafanya kitu anafanya. Anakuambia nakula umbwa, anakula, unaona anakula. Si mambo anajificha. Mzungu anakuambia kula chakula hiyo ya akuli. Kwa nini Europe akuli hiyo chakula? Unatuletea Afrika. Kwani Europe akuli, na hao ndo business unafanya nao sana, kila kitu unafanya nao sana. Kwani business gani tunafanya na Amerika kama si tourism? So wa Kenya, mimi raundi niambia hakuna masemeji dabi ataenda fanya maandamano. Umezoea sana kukula jazo ya watu, umezoea sana kusherekea madamu ya watu. Raundi hii sisi tumebaki na silaha mbili tu, lakini moja sitasema, hiyo ni yangu, ni asiri ya silaha ya kwanza, tax hakuna kulipa. Silaha ya pili, wacha niseme kumfumo, wale ambao watafahamu jua ni sawa. Sisi pia tunaweza kuwa na bandera yetu na kuwa na anthem yetu. Na hiyo si vitu ngumu kutengeneza. Kwa machache hiyo, bila mimi nawacha hapo. Naambia kila nation, kila leader Mwenyezi Mungu anapea kulingana na nini? Karakta zao. Remember, Musa alikuwa na Firauni alikuwa. Na ilikuwa na kina nani? Kenya pia tuko na wa Kenya na tuko na Ruto. So jiulize wewe na kina nani?
Okay, thank you Dunia Ina Mambo. Asante sana, na kama uja subscribe kwa Dunia Ina Mambo, ana channel yake hapo, anaweka mambo yake. Naomba kama uja subscribe pia, ni muhimu kusupport one another. That's why we exist as Mtembei family. Jackton Mulinzao anasema okay, anasema you have some contribution to, some suggestions on the show and you want to share it privately. There is my number that we are using for M-Pesa support. You can WhatsApp on that particular number. I'll get the information and I'll be able to apply if it works. So kama unataka kunifikia personally, use that number. That M-Pesa number is the same as my WhatsApp number, and you'll be able to send me the information you want me to have, and I'll be able to respond where I can. And if I can't, elewa. Then don't also expect right away response while we are having a live show, because I'm engaged here, so I may not be able to see a message right away. But when I see it and it requires me to respond, I will definitely respond. I want to appreciate those who are still sending in their contribution. I think I've received one more from one more person. Let us do our best. Tuma hela yote ile unaweza, tutasaidiana tuhakikishe kwamba we sort out these bills and be able to do our show uninterruptedly. But tunaendelea kuhimiza kwamba it is your free will and we need that support, and so usisite. And of course, when my time is up, I sign out mara moja when night class come in. Now I'll play a video then naona niko na mkururo mrefu, kwa hivyo tafadhali tuhakikishe kwamba we manage time. Let's not talk too lengthy. Saa kwa tulifungua na West Station, alafu bado unaendelea kukusanya hoja, so you will get the opportunity to air what you feel and think. So naomba when you get talking, please let's restrict ourselves to the 2 to 3 minutes. Now the studio is full, and so we need to get everybody to do that. And if you have made your submission and you feel you are through, you can leave so that another person gets a chance to come in and be able to air what they feel and think about the whole situation. So let's work simultaneously in doing everything. Do the contribution, do the subscription, and then, of course, keep inviting people to watch as we continue with the conversation. Asante sana. So please don't stay kwa studio wakati hoja zako zimeisha, ili wengine wapate nafasi ya kuja. Tusilete kizaazaa wakati tunaweka watu wengi kwa mkururo wa kungoja. All right, let's just watch this and then
tumewin t-shirt, wanakuentize, wanakufuata kabisa, na wako categorically kuchagua age. Wanaangalia wale mature women, mature old men, ama watoi, ma students wenye wako shule. Ama kama unaonekana we ni mgeni Nairobi, ni kama ujujui mjini vizuri, maybe umebeba mabag, ni kama umetoka ushago, wewe ndio target yao. Na kuchocha umeshinda simu, umeshinda tablet na kitu ingine hapo, lakini tisho ndio wako nayo kwa mkono na kukaribisha nayo. Hao watu wote wamesimama hapo on site, ujue wako kimoja. Kuna maspies, kuna mabodyguard, kuna mabullies, na kuna wase wanduthi on standby just in case kuharibike, wanapanda manduthi wanahepa. Pia kuna van kama hizi wanasimama nazo just in case msea zushe kabisa, lete noma, wanaingia ndani hii van, alafu it is driven away bila makanjo kusaidia, bila mtu yote kusimamisha. Na unaona mtu ameibiwa hapo anapiga manduru. Following faces nataka kuwa show. Kama huyu ni bro wako, kama ni sister yako, kama ni neighbor wako, kama ni mtu unajua, jua huyu mtu ana survive kwa kuiba, ni mwizi. Huyu pia ni mwizi. Huyu mwingine pia ni mwizi. Nakwambia huyu ni mwizi. Hai, hata huyu madhe ni mwizi. Huyu demva ya ni mrembo hivi ni mwizi pia. Yaani rende yote ni ya wezi, mathegi. Alafu akikuibia wanakucheka bana. Unachiki madhe ameanguka chini, mshosho analia, "Oi, pesa yangu 3,000." Hawa madem wanacheka. Hawa watu ni wezi. Kama unajua hawa, jua ni wezi tao, wezi wakubwa sana. Wanaiba na makanjo, wanaiba na patrol police, wezi mshtaki hapo. Kwa rada. Wakenya, share video please mpaka ifikie wazito. Part 2 of it na come. Wale victim wenye nimepata namba zao, nimepata ma receipts zenye wamekopewa pesa zenye hawataki, na wakikutukanwa pia it's on video, ina come next. Kwa na release mpaka ma receipt zile ma transactions zenye wanaingia mshwari wanakopa.
Okay, high-tech theft in broad daylight in the heart of the city of Nairobi. And these people are not new. They have been there for a long time. I think it dates back to 3 years or so. They are busy. They started by selling phones and then now evolved into this gang and is wreaking havoc. They are usually at archives, right between archives and the standard, it's called Standard Chartered Bank, Stan House. And then there is another group that gathers at the junction, I think at River Road, the junction of River Road and Luthuli. They park there and begin to wreak havoc as they rob people of their monies in the pretext that they want to, they have won this and they have won that. So be on the lookout. Hungry people are looking for any means to steal from you. And of course, there is the other video we played the other day of somebody who, I don't know whether we played it here. Somebody was running an Uber, then carries this client. Then the client turns out to be a robber who ends up robbing him by using his phone. So Kenya ni tuko kwa system ya machambazi. Watch out. Black, vipi?
Poa
Yes.
sana. Yeah.
Karibu mawili matatu.
Huh?
Go ahead. How are you today?
I'm doing really good, and I've been enjoying watching your shows for a while now. But I feel like I can contribute about some stuff, especially when it comes to Mambo ya Njaa Kenya. It will be really good if everyone is honest about it. I know the new government just came in, and they're a terrible lot. We all agree about that. However, the problem of Kenya na njaa ni kitu ilianza kitambo sana. And the successive governments since siku za independence hawajafanya anything to solve it. Kenyans wanna rely on only a very few types of foods on their menu. I think people need to diversify their menu. Wakule most traditional foods that we used to eat. Vitu kama irrigation should have been irrigation systems could have been irrigation projects could have been launched many years ago to help people with growing enough food to supply the entire country. Vitu kama infrastructure, hizo ni vitu si government tu ati yenye imekuja ndio inaweza fix. Even the previous government ya Uhuru, he's been in office for 10 years. I think he did very little to help when it comes to your story, agriculture and food production. To come Kibaki pia when he was in government. I know people usually act like Kibaki was such a saint when he was in government. He did a few good things, but for the most part, his government was also a failure. You know, if you look at all the opportunities he missed in making Kenya a better country than what it is right now. No. So, in as much as Ruto ako nao criminals wenye ameingia nao kwa serikali, I think this issue of things like drought, they are systemic problems. That is one. And then the other thing, mambo ya wizi. Me, I grew up in Ngara in Nairobi. I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with that place. Easy vitu za wizi hata naonyesha hapa kwa TV. I grew up getting used to it. Most of my friends were thieves growing up. No. And the reason why watu ni wezi hivyo is because Kenyan system of education, jobs has been broken for decades. Watu wanamaliza mashule, there's no source of employment. Successive governments are not trying to create employment opportunities. Industries are not being built. So E2C issue at Ruto and Gachagua and the new guys, this is a system that has been there in place for many, many years. And we need to be very honest when we are talking about this kind of issues for us to be objective. So it's not ati Kenya Kwanza's people and their government, they're the ones to blame. Everybody, like other Kenya ukienda, like corruption and nepotism and tribalism, these are systemic issues in Kenya. So I would like for us to deal with this issue, quite topic, in that line of thought. Because that's the reality, that's the truth. Wizi Nairobi has been there since I was born. It is not just a new thing. Maybe it's being captured more because I bought on cell phones and stuff, but that has always been the norm. I remember growing up, Malikama, a place called Ziwani. I don't know if you guys know the place. Flying squad used to kill young men there, like kama inzi. You know what I mean? Even during Michuki's time in office, there was a time he issued a shoot to kill order for thugs. But that is not a solution. Solution is the government needs to create employment and expand the economy so that everybody can participate and be able to raise their families and feed themselves. This issue of them or issuing orders of killing people while at the same time they're not providing any opportunities, it's a terrible combination. So I think that's my 2 cents. I'll let you guys, somebody pick up from there, and yeah.
Okay, before I let you go, who is a stranger to government in the Kenya Kwanza government?
I don't know. I don't know what I can answer with that, but even in the other side, nobody was a stranger
you're
to
holding
government.
brief. You're
You know what I'm
holding
saying?
brief for people who created the problem, and then you want to normalize what is not normal. You're not the
No,
only one that grew up in Nairobi.
I'm not
We have,
normalizing anything.
hold on. We have had crime in the city. We had gangs when we were growing up, but those gangs were not doing what is happening right now. You've just said very well. The young people had been engaged with kazi mtaani. Okay, that kazi mtaani has been withdrawn by the Kenya Kwanza government. The escalation into crime right now is a response, okay, to the Kenya Kwanza government for mismanaging. One, they took away subsidy for petrol, then subsidy for foodstuffs, and then now withdrew kazi mtaani. So 3 things that are hitting on the Kenyan population. And then there you come and say that is because it's not the Kenya Kwanza government. Don't compare the past simple crime kucheza karata hapa na pale, a few
Bernard,
people. This one is different.
Let me respond to you real quick before niache Walto. It's true, I admitted that Kenya Kwanza, they are making the situation worse. They are making instead of fixing the problem, they are making it worse. But the way the discourse has been for a while now, it's like they're the ones who have created this problem. The problem has been in existence for many, many years. You know?
Bwana Black, I've just given you 3 instances that are contributing to the escalation. We are not talking about crime being eliminated. We are talking about the escalation in crime, whereby I'm leaving my house, somebody grabs my bag. That has not been taking place. It's maybe in the deep of the night, or you're in a corner where you are all alone, not in the midst of people where you get mugged on the road in broad daylight. Where did you see that happening?
Unfortunately, I've seen it happening many times. But instead of going back and forth, I'll let Walter say something.
You are a participant, and I don't want to level that on you. Let's hear what Walter has to say first before you go.
All right.
Mr. Black, let me tell you something, my friend. Mimi unaniona hapa, wacha nikuambie sasa ukweli. And I'll talk Kiswahili because I know you can hear Kiswahili very well. Mimi nimelelewa mitaa zenye ziko na wale majambazi sugu. Na miaka naweza kuambia, we unasema maneno ya ngara naijua yote, kuanzia Vigitri kwenda wapi Pangani, kwenda hivyo mpaka huko chini, uende mpaka Isili huko huko kwa jeshi huko. Kwenda mpaka D, juu hiyo ndio njia unapita unaenda mpaka D. Ukirudi hivyo unarudi mpaka Mathare. My friend, nimelelewa Ungem. Mimi ni msee wa Islando. We unaongea about crime, we unajua venye madada zetu wanafanywa life. Ushaona, we unasema kumekuwa na crime kutoka kitambo na tukatai. We umeona wasee wakinyang'anywa na hii life mchana kama watu wamejaa hapo na makara wako. Mimi nasema kitu nimeona hivi na macho yangu. Hivi na macho yangu. Hii ndio kitu ina happen saa hii, which is something that should not happen. Mchana hata wewe hivyo, hata machamp wale walikuwa wanajitanga machamp, sisi tulikuanga kwa hizo base. Sisi tulikuwa unasema sisi maweri na nitabonga shen kidogo. Lakini round hii sisi tukienda huko sisi ni kama mafala. my friend, na ni rende ya mtu zaidi ambao mimi ni kitu nimeona na inaendelea hata saa hii. Si maneno ya usiku saa hii, by the way hakuna mtu anakuuliza. Tao ni ngori. Mimi naweza kukumakia places zote na nikutajie. Na mimi utembea. Mimi utembea sana. Na acha nikuambie before, hakuna mtu wote anapiga gava. This is all about Kenyans. It's not about ati Kenya Kwanza ama Azimio. Let me tell you, my friend.
Don't get that twisted. I'm not supporting the
No,
government.
it's the way you are talking. You are saying ati sijui nini. Let me tell you, number one, crime haiwezi isha 100%. Even USA ni country kombele na kuna crime. Ni ukweli. Do you agree on that?
Nobody say that he isha 100%.
Do you know now, right now, what I'm trying to tell you, my friend? Right now, crime iko juu, watu wananyang'anywa na vitu ziko mbaya. Na when something is bad, wacha tukubalingi vitu. Wacha nikwambie, afadhali unichukie, lakini mimi nikwambie tu kweli. Saa hii ni kubaya, my friend. Na unaona venye umejitia ati umejipiga kladi poa. Hebu ende utembee poa na hiyo kladi yako tao saa hii. Hata kama wewe ni bigi unatoshana aje. Uende kwanza archive, hata nitakupe street yenye utaenda. Enda archive, hata usiende mbali. Enda archive. Na uende kama umeshika na ngozi yako na mkono nione kama utarudi nayo. Walai. Nao watu walianza wakati wameanza kupiga, wanapiga mpaka traffic police pinche, wanawapinch ma traffic police. Sasa sisi ni nani? Sisemi mimi ni mwoga ama nini, lakini venye kuko kuna ule mse hata hawezi jitetea. So I want you to understand, Kenya imekuwa mbaya na tukubaliane hivyo. Mimi nitawacha time, sitaongea sana, lakini hii maneno ya crime lazima gava ipigane nayo, kwa sababu hakuna venye unaweza enda kusimamisha unit fulani alafu wache hivyo ground iko nini. Hata afadhali angewa interchange kama sahi before afanye nini. Na mimi sipigi gava hata kidogo, but ni kubaya. Number 2, watu wakiwa na njaa lazima waibe. Unaona mimi venye natoshana hivi, mimi niko poa, mimi nimemsea ametrain, by then nimetrain kabisa na niko poa, niko sijui na manini, hata sijui, huwezi nielewa. Lakini let me tell you, siwezi lala njaa, my friend. Tupatane na wewe hapo na nimesikia umepika kwako nyama, mimi nitakupiga nyongo longori sana. Anyway, wacha nimalizie hapo. Asante.
Walter, wewe kesi yako baadaye. So Bwana Black, we are not saying that there has never been crime in Kenya. There has, but not at this level. And not at the impunity. You know, kuna ile robbery ya wezi wanaogopa. This one, they are coming for it as if it's their right. Yani wamekutuma benki watole hela. There's a case hapa Donholm. Mtu anapigwa risasi anakufa kwa sababu alitoka kwa bank, amevaa dust coat na alikuwa ameweka manini. Now inasemekana it was not even money. Okay, the story goes, he was carrying plastic, he's a chef somewhere, so alikuwa amebeba zile plastic cups kwa nini, but he assumed it's money because it's coming from the bank, and he's dead. Na so saa 12 usiku, I mean it's not midnight, it is midday. You're mute. You're mute.
Oh yeah, I've just unmuted it. Well, I guess I agree with you guys that crime rate imepanda. Siwezi, I cannot dispute that. So maybe it's the Kenya Kwanza guys to blame. Maybe, and I'm not trying to be sarcastic or anything. It's cause me siko kwa ground saizi, no. So I just decided to give my 2 cents. Kwa sababu I've not experienced the Kenya Kwanza government personally. Now, not from a distance. However, the reason why I decided to give my 2 cents is because all the things that people are complaining about and saying, me personally, I've experienced them. I've seen them happening. There was a day I was walking with my friend in Moi Avenue, and right before nikitoka, I don't know kama your Tuskeys still exist. I know hizo ma supermarkets nashindangazo mfungwa. So a bunch of guys came to me and my friend. No, go back. So a bunch of guys came to me and my friend, like what call in Navy. No, actually there were like 6 of them from different directions wakinikujia hapo Moi Avenue. Moi Avenue ni ndani ya CBD. And when walikuwa wanaenda kutushika hivi, only to realize that they're our friends. So wakaniambia, hey, manzi mna bahati jo. Unajua? So and that's like more than 10 years ago in Moi Avenue. You know what I'm saying? Mchana ilikuwa karibu saa 8 hivi. So I guess things have become worse right now. So I'm not denying anything. Maybe it's the Kenya Kwanza guys turning things up a notch. But yeah, so you guys can continue with the debate. I gotta do something real quick. I'll be back in like a few minutes, like 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's move on forward. Street journalist, Karim.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, I'm so excited, and I've been following this show since I joined, and let me give my thought on the two issues that you guys have spoken about. I want to say that the issue of insecurity, the way the Kenya Kwanza government is dealing with it in a way that is very unacceptable. Because I remember, Mr. Bernard, yesterday you were talking about kicking out all the old folks and bringing in new guys who may be not aware of how these things work. Like, for example, just to mention a case in a while ago, I used to stay around Mathari area, the Mathari area, ile mtaa ya Mathari, and you know there were gangs. There were these young men who used to form gangs and snatch things from people. But I'm proud of the previous government because the way they used to deal with this issue of these guys, these small gangs of insecurity, there was this secret police officers who are tasked with the issue of specifically dealing with these guys who snatch things from people, steal from people, daylight, these small youth who normally disturb the peace of Kenyans on daylight. So there was this secret police officers who could deal with these guys secretly and eliminate them. And there was also, these guys used to fear, hakukuwa na hii mambo ya watu kunyang'anywa vitu mchana hivi tu. Ile serikali ilikuwa imejipanga kwa sababu you cannot tell me that by parading GSU officers on the street you are going to eliminate this issue of insecurity. It is not going to work. The way they could have dealt it, wangefanya vile serikali iliyopita ilikuwa inafanya. Mnachukua wale polisi ambao ni secret, let them not be in uniform, let them be highly trained. Hawa ni watu ambao wametrainiwa kwa kiwango ya juu sana kuweza kutambua wahalifu ni akina nani na wanaweza kudili na hao wahalifu kwa njia ambayo inafaa, na kumekuwa na utulivu katika hizo mitaa za mabanda. Kuja kuwa na hii mambo tunaona pale, kwa mfano ukiwa pale Thika Road just opposite Mudaika Police Station, kuna hii njia ina connect kutoka pale Mudaika Square ikiingia pale Mlango. Hiyo njia kuna wahalifu walikuwa wakiitumia, nasema kabla serikali hii kuja, lakini kulikuwa na walikuwa naogopa sana kwa sababu polisi wangekuwa hapa, wao secret agents walingepita hapo wakati wowote. Kwa hivyo hawangekuwa na ile njia ya kuweza ile ujaziri wa kuweza kunyang'anya watu mchana jinsi tunavyoona sahihi. Kwa hivyo mimi ningesema kwamba serikali iangalie sana hii maneno na ijaribu kutumia zile mbinu ambazo zinaeleweka, sio kutoa polisi mchana wanawatuma mitaa. Kwani wanatuma polisi mitaa watafuta Al-Shabaab wako huko? Hawa sio Al-Shabaab watu huko, unatoa polisi JSU wote unasukuma mitaa waende watafute? Hapana, they should deal with it intelligently. Alafu coming back to the issue of hunger, the only way we can do away with this issue of hunger and drought maybe is instead of giving people 50,000, maybe you don't know what these people are going to do with this money. They will have encouraged them to use this money like maybe to put in agriculture. When they give you this money, they encourage you to do agribusiness, you to increase food supply in this country. And number three, these people promised us so many things, including job creation. We are not seeing any effort that is aimed at creating jobs for the young people and then the huge population of unemployed Kenyans. So what we are seeing that just blame games around, oh, this and this and this. They're running away from their responsibilities and the pledges that they made to the Kenyans. So it is high time that as Kenyans, we don't put a lot of hope to these people because we are going to fail terribly. So it's high time that Kenyans take upon themselves to improve their lives through doing their own jobs. If you are a farmer, continue farming. If you are a business person, continue doing your business. But the government now has to create a favorable environment for us to do our business, for us to do our farming, for us to go about hustling every day. Because you cannot tell me that I'm going to hustle today and when I'm coming back home, somebody snatches whatever I have gotten from whatever place I was and goes with it free-handedly. This is not right and we cannot allow it. So the government has a mandate to protect the Kenyans and to protect the properties of each and every Kenyan. So as we go about hustling, as we go about doing our farming, as we go about looking for this money, then the government must ensure that there is enough security for each and every person so that we can enjoy the freedom of living in this country. But if this trend we are seeing now continues, even investors are going to be very afraid. We are going to be very afraid to set up businesses in this country. Like, for example, today, Bernard, if you were to set up, many people are afraid of setting up M-Pesa businesses in this country because you see what criminals are doing on broad daylight. So the government is failing, not unless they fix this issue of insecurity and make avail a conducive environment for the people of Kenya to invest, for the people of Kenya to work, to hustle freely, then this country is going to be, even Uganda is going to be better than Kenya because we are going down. If you hear what the opposition leader of Uganda was talking the other time in one of the media stations in this country, he said that if Kenyans, we are not going to cut our constitution, then before it is too weak to guard us, then we are going to recreate. So it's high time that we put the government on check so that it has to do its mandate for us to be okay. Because by the way, we are not fine and things are not going in the way they are supposed to go. So these people are just roaming around from this place to this place, opening their mouths, speaking things that are not relevant to the Kenyans. So they need to sit down, put down their energy and then strategize. Number one, on the issue of security. Number two, on the issue of job creation. And number three, on the issue of youth empowerment. And of course, health issues. There are so many things that should be strategizing to make sure that these things are working well for the people of Kenya, instead of blame games and whatever. What we are seeing a country which is unable even to bring security, internal security. What about if Al-Shabaab decides to attack this country? Are we going to make it? If these small criminal gangs, we are unable to handle them. We are bringing GSU on the street to deal with these small children who can be dealt with even the NYS guys who have been trained there. We are bringing GSU on board. This means that this country, in terms of security, we are threatened. If Al-Shabaab decides to hit Nairobi, or even the way the other guy said that he can take it in 2 hours, it may be true. So let the Kenya Kwanza government realize that we are not happy as Kenyans and we are not going to allow it unless it gets it onto its job. Sitaongea mengi sana mkubwa Bernard, ni hayo tu. Wacha nipe nafasi wengine pia waweze kuchangia.
Okay, asante sana street journalist. It is a reality that we are facing with concern. Please mute your mic, please. Okay, thank you. No doubt that the Kenya Kwanza is behaving like a toddler government. And the surprising thing is that all those people have been in government. The president has been deputy president for 10 years. So there is nothing matter security that it should be green over. He has been on the campaign trail claiming he gets briefings every morning from the intelligence. So, what beats all logic is now, is it that the briefing is no longer coming, or the people briefing him are the ones misleading him? Why is he unable to arrest a situation like this? That now he keeps now fumbling from this group to this group. Mara will stop state capture. Now he's capturing church and capturing other places. I think Kenya Kwanza government enjoys propaganda. They are specialists in propaganda, and there is nothing else they can do without propaganda. And so they will, like for example, KQ pilots go on strike, and the first statement you hear from Murkomen is that somebody is sabotaging the government through the pilots. So where is the government to be sabotaged? This one is being challenged by street boys. How can it be sabotaged by anybody? Let's just wake up and realize we are on our own as Kenyans. Tujitetee kumwomba Mungu atusaidie, lakini kama kuna serikali ambayo inafanya kazi, mimi sioni kama inafanya kazi. They are going through circles, trying to stamp authority where they don't have. I think tuanze kuambiana ukweli mapema. We are on our own, and let's begin to arrange. I think there was a time in Eastlands we came up with the issue of security for every mtaa. Okay, the vigilantes to keep our streets safe, and then the lighting up of our streets. It was a project we had to undertake, and that controlled the story security in our place. So I think we must begin to put up some measures on the same. But if we expect this government to come up with a solution to the problems, I don't think they are ready for it. And it is because they are a minority government, so they don't owe their being in power to Kenyans. They know they can make it without Kenyans. And so Kenyans can sing to the parts if they want to, but at the end of the day, they can lay their own machinery. They will stay in power as long as they want, and Kenyans should accept it and lie low.
Yeah, Bernard. Actually, yes. I wanted to ask you a question, and then you kind of mentioned it right now as you're doing your monologue. So, because did you watch Winnie Odinga's interview? And because personally, this is something I've been knowing for many years, that the Kenyan government, successive governments actually, have been being put in power not by the people of Kenya. And I've been knowing that it is the United States that have been influencing Kenyan elections negatively by installing their own people. Like this time, at first Raila mentioned it, and now Winnie Odinga also came and mentioned it in the interview that she did. And I don't see any kind of debate, people debating about that factor, because if it's true, they're the ones who installed Mr. Ruto in office. I know to a lot of Kenyans that sounds almost absurd, you know? If it's true they're the ones who installed Mr. Ruto in office, then how is it that we as Kenyans expect Ruto to deliver? You know what I'm saying? Because he was not put there by Kenyans. It sounds like a conspiracy theory, but it's been a fact that America has been interfering in elections all around the world over and over again. They even interfered in the Brazilian election, not this one that Lula came in, but the guy that just got removed by Lula, he came through the back door. You know what I'm saying? And there's America's fingerprints all over that. And they've just been messing around in everybody's business all around the world. But due to some strange reasons, even if that kind of fact is mentioned to Kenyans, there seems to be no discussion at all about it. People are just complaining about, oh, this government is not doing this, it's not doing that, it's not doing that. But how are they going to do all these things that we Kenyans want them to do while we did not put them in office? They're only going to do what their bosses put them there to do, who in this case, if it's true, it's America, of which now they started pushing stuff about GMOs, and then they're gonna probably bring a military base there to continue destabilizing Horn of Africa. And even that deployment that Ruto did in DRC, with all the problems happening in Kenya, it is crazy that a Kenyan president will deploy the military to DRC. Yeah, there's insecurity in Kenya, there's food shortage in Kenya, there's all sorts of problems in Kenya. Why would he be deploying the military to the DRC if it's not to continue destabilizing other African countries in the pretext of fighting some rebel group? Those rebels are not attacking Kenya. Then why don't he deploy people in Liberia too and all the other places that has conflict? Why just DRC? You know what I'm saying? But in my own opinion, I think it's because DRC is rich in minerals and especially lithium. Because now Western countries are trying to go green and use batteries in their cars instead of fossil fuel. DRC is very rich in lithium, and they also have cobalt. I don't know if you guys know about the cobalt, but those are some of the main ingredients used for building the batteries that will be used for the electric vehicles and whatever, you know. So those are some of the things Ruto is doing for his bosses. Because we as Kenyans, DRC is not affecting us in any way, shape, or form. I know we are not supposed to be having wars in Africa, but this is not the time to send troops, because all those troops go there. It costs us a lot of money. It costs Kenyans a lot of money to maintain them, sustain them, equip them, you know, while at the same time, there's insecurity in Kenya, there's famine in Kenya, there's all sorts of problems. Infrastructure is collapsing, you know, no jobs. So what do you think about that, Bernard?
Okay, thank you, Black. We'll dive into that. I want to give priority to those who have not spoken yet. Now, more Ruto serving his bosses using Kenya. The reason why he has to deliver for Kenyans is because he's on Kenyan payroll. I don't know whether he's on American payroll. He's using our resources, our taxes to do everything, whether he's serving America or not. So delivering for Kenyans is non-negotiable. As long as you get into that office and you get ratified to stay in that office, you must deliver for Kenyans. And if not, Kenyans should riot and chase the person out of office. It is that simple. Because whether we put you in office or you put yourself in office or the external forces put you in office, if you are not delivering, then we have no business retaining you. And one thing about Kenyan attitude is that they feel helpless. The moment somebody is sworn in office, they feel helpless. They say the constitution is the constitution. He has another 5 years. Probably will try to remove him during the elections. That has been the normal attitude of every Kenyan. But the constitution envisions that if the person is not performing, he can either be impeached, he can be, you know, a million signatures to be collected, a million man march to State House is enough to get rid of somebody. But those are options that are viewed to be evil. Mara, like in Kenya, you'll be told you're fighting God. It is God that did this. But I don't see why God is happy when people are looting like this and killing each other and, you know, fathers dying on the street. So let's hear from Chanuka Empire as we proceed with the conversation. Please, those who have not subscribed to Sound Candid Talk channel, I'll be sharing the link so that you subscribe. We need you to get there. That's a different channel, giving more detailed discussion between me and my team with key leaders in the country. It's more elaborate, in-depth conversations, none like this one where we engage briefly. So you subscribe to be notified when we put in a new video. We are talking to the elders of late. They are telling us how things used to be and how they view things will be if nothing is done. So tafadhali fanya hivyo. Na wale ambao mnaendelea kutuma your support for sustenance of Wi-Fi and tokens. Please keep doing the same. Thank you so much. Chanuka Empire, Karibu.
Asante, thank you so much, panelists. I've listened to each and every person here and very good ideas. The good thing about Kenya is that people talk. We don't like fighting. You know, they say if you stop talking, you start fighting. But we address our issues without fear, without turning back. I've listened to many people today, and I think what I've noticed is that all of a sudden, in a very short time, because I think it's 3 months, there's a feeling that has emboldened the thugs in this country. I don't know where it came from. All of a sudden, you find there's a police today there was I think in Beta a police post was attacked and some guns were stolen. In Eldoret, a supermarket, people went in and took all kind of things. In Nairobi, in Ngong today, somebody was attacked in front of people. I've never seen this unless there is a change of attitude from. I think the freedom that was being spoken about has come and has come to the thugs. They feel free, and I know why they feel free because, for example, there was a case of a governor in Nairobi, in Kiambu, which was dropped. Who people know that there were fraudulent issues that happened. There are also cases, numerous cases of murder by the cabinet appointees of some MPs, and even some cases of JKI land. I mean, all these things have been dropped. So I think these have seen it is freedom. And me, I think they are okay. I think it's okay when freedom has come for everybody. Because if Waitito is free, why should you not let these people do what they? Because kazi ni kazi pia. You know, remember they said kazi ni kazi. So we are creeping into that era. I'm expecting. I'm not a prophet of doom, but I'm expecting the emergence of Mongeke, China squad of Kisumu, Chinkororo of a place called Kisii, place of Kina Putin, Red Army, and there's another one for Mombasa. I think we're going to see this emergency, and they're going to happen because of one thing. People say when the rich think they can mistreat the poor, then the poor eat the rich. that is what happens, and that is what is happening in South Africa. You cannot mix these two. There must be something you have created for the poor to keep them busy. And I agree with Bernard when he said you cannot withdraw Kenya. I mean, kazi mitaani. I mean, and expect these people to watch you buy things in the supermarket and laugh and escort you home. What kind of leadership is this? So there is there was a time the president told the inspector general, the former, that he's so incompetent. And you know some things you don't just say them, because what if they come and hit you back? They hit you back because what is happening is just the government management for the last 3 months is full of incompetency. You can imagine sending loud police in to deal with petty criminals, to deal with muggers, people who know that person has worn a uniform. I cannot go that route. Today, when they were in Nairobi, the thugs had gone to Gong. Because what are these people doing with the vehicles patrolling? These are thieves who are very intellectual. Actually, ours wanakuanga na IQ very high. They do not just attack people; they study people, and that is why you gave us a video there of people who are pretending to sell T-shirts, because they have studied the behaviors of people. You need people who have this. You need policemen who have been trained to study the behaviors of also those thieves. That is how it works. If me, I understand that, and I live in Geshagi, What is the government not understanding that? Sending people with vehicles wakizunguka town. Now, what kind of police, what kind of fighting crime is that? I think that is low. I think that is lacking advisors. And I think that is what is going to cause a lot of problems. The other thing I want to talk about is the GMO things. This person called Bill Gates, I think he is so much obsessed by giving us GMO. And I'm thinking of two things. One, he wants maybe to fulfill an agenda. You know, he has always been obsessed by birth control, by populations. So I'm thinking that is also an issue because this food will be coming to Kenya. We don't know what it has been injected with because it is garbage in, garbage out. Whatever garbage they are going to give us is the garbage you're going to give out. Bernard and particularly Kenyan people and African people should be very careful with these wazungus. We might not produce the next generation. They might sterilize us because there's also an agenda in one of the secret books of Freemasonry where they want to control the world and control the policies and control all these things. So people should be very, very careful. Wacha tukule mihogo, tukule omukusuma, tukule hii vitu na vitu ni mingi. Hata wadai kule panya because ina taste kama rabbit. Rather than going to take something that has been exported to you, than because we need to come up to with because I'm looking at it loudly. Kenyans, yes, we have problems, but it is in this desperate moment that you're taken advantage of. It is this desperate moment somebody can give you poison because you don't have and government should be very careful because we don't have a deficit of ideas. There are many places, Bernard, we can grow things. There are ways. For example, I usually have a problem with these Thanksgivings of Kenya Kwanza because every Sunday they have Thanksgivings that cost millions of shillings. If those millions should go for boreholes, equipping boreholes, so that people can feed themselves, and therefore we need to be very careful. And I think hizo GMOs we should rise up in arms. Zikifika tu airport hivi tuko nazo hapo kuzirudisha huko because we cannot trust Americans and the British to bring food for us. Finally, I want to say government responsibility in any country, it is governance. Put the right policies for the people of Kenya. Don't involve yourself in business. Why are they giving us freezer of 50 and 50,000 and 5,000? Kenyans want policy because for the last few years, I think many companies of investors are running away from Kenya because the government seems to be so much interested in investment. Why don't you let the banks do the lending and you keep yourself in the offices providing leadership and political environment and economical environment for the people of Kenya to excel. Hii issue ya kutuletea shilingi 500 na shilingi 50,000 unasema unatukopesha, that is not the business of a government. That one will not help people. That is not, it has never helped anybody. I want you to show me, Bernard, and the people listening to me, list even 2 countries. I don't want 10. I want 2 countries that has ever done that hustler fund and succeeded. Where? Because it will be mad with corruption. The people that are going to be bringing and manning these things they have integrity issues. Yeah, we have a government that almost 3/4 of the ministers are known greedy people. You know, it is weird. Kwa hivyo Bernard, kwa hayo machache nasema let us be very careful as Kenyans. Na hiyo GMO msikule.
Thank you, Chanuka Empire. We appreciate that. I think the obsession of Mzungu with Africa is simple. The independence of Africa. They have done political whatever colonialism and is falling apart. If you see how France is performing in West Africa and Central Africa, things are falling apart and they are coming back with revenge, destroying what they built for Africa. So the manipulation of politics is not yielding the result that they expect. The West wants to, because the West can't survive without Africa, they must make Africa dependent. And one of the aspects that Africa has been independent mostly is food independent. Food independent, that they are able to regrow and regrow their crops for eternity, and it has sustained them. GMO is coming to take over. It is not that GMO food. If they were only bringing GMO food, okay, that is already processed and people will eat and that's all, that would be a different ball game. But they want to bring GMO seeds. The GMO seeds are coming to take over our forests. They're coming to take over because there is cross-pollination, and cross-pollination is able to inject the GMO status in all our plants. Then the moment our plants become GMO, they are not able to reproduce. So what happens? We are going to be desert everywhere. The forests are going to dry up, and then we will have to depend on them to supply us with all their seeds. And if they don't send the seed, you have nothing to grow because everything has been turned into what they want. So I think it's a calculated move to see to it that Africa continues to be on her knees. And as long as Africa is on her knees, it does good business for them. They can come and carry whatever they want to carry and use it for their own profiting, so that they can continue being big brother and you continue being small brother. So as Kenyans, you are free to follow whatever you want to follow, but I think it's about time we revolted against this madness. We don't have a lack of resources in this country. We have more than enough capacity to feed our people and feed the entirety of Africa. We have all season rivers running, floods in Yala, in Nyando, always, every day. Why should we be complaining about food security? It's just because nobody wants to do their work. And we have massive land that can be put to irrigation. We can overproduce food and control the prices of food by overproduction. Not this madness that now our crops are not growing fast enough. We need to bring the fast escalate and accelerate the speed at which the crops mature. Hii excuse mimi si iningi, na Kenya Kwanza mimi siwapendi. Kama hivi ndio wanataka kutuhatarisha maisha yetu kama Wakenya, they should just pack and go. They should just pack and go. And Kenyans of goodwill, please, let's not take this lying down. Let's do everything in power. If the West is protesting against GMO, why should we be receiving it with two hands? Na wabunge wetu ambao wamejiandaa vile watakula mshahara for the next 5 years, what are they saying about this? When the CS says there's no problem if people die. In Kenya, everybody has a date with death. It's a scriptural truth. Every man is appointed to die and thereafter judgment. But we shouldn't bring death to ourselves simply because we have an appointment with death, or accelerate our dying simply because, or make our dying painful. Because the moment we begin to develop those complications, cancer, nini, abnormal children, all this, hey, the country will slow down. Everything will be, you get free food, but you end paying through the hospital. Sioni hapo tukifikiria vizuri kama inji. Kwa hivyo tujihoji tafadhali. Now, naomba, there are 2 people who have not made their submission. Na masaa yangu ndio hiyo imeanza kukatika. Nitafutie Francis, those of you that are here, so that when I sign out and leave you people discussing. Lakini mimi nimeudhika na story ya Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza kama wajui cha kufanya waondoke. We don't need any incompetent government looking for excuses. Tumekufa njaa ndio. Afadhali kufa njaa kuliko kwenda kutafuta ugonjwa ukule ili ukufe. It's better tukufe njaa tukikula mikombero na those other roots. Let's chew them in the meantime until we are able to grow our crops enough to feed all of us. Lakini kwenda kujitafutia ugonjwa ambao no. With the level of corruption we have, and I'm sure this GMO is not even coming from America, it's coming from Congo. Watu wamepanda huko mahindi ya GMO ndio wanataka kuyaleta hapa ili wapata soko ya bure hapa Kenya. Dumping place. Derek, ulikuwa hapa ukatoroka, hebu dakika zako 3 ndio tulete Tony, sorry.
Bwana Ben.
Yes sir.
Habari zenyu?
Nimekasirika mimi.
Mnanipata kwa makini eh?
Yes, karibu.
Bwana Ben, unanipata? Sijui ni network yangu ndio shida ama ni?
Nakupata, endelea.
Okay, sawa. Mi nataka niseme hivi. Kuna huyu mgeni wetu anaitwa Black, sijui kama unaishi Kenya, uko majuu, uko wapi? Ungekuwa unaishi Kenya, I think ungejua hizi streets venye ziko. I don't think kama ni venye uliziacha. Watu wana grow, wale wabaya wenye uliwajua walikufa, wale wazuri wenye sasa ni wabaya hata zaidi ndio wanakuwa. I think ukiangalia hizo screens venye ziko, is not anything to smile about. Hizo streets zimekuwa mbaya and it is nothing to smile about. So maisha ya Wakenya is nothing to gamble with. We owe this government nothing to protect us. They have to. It is not all about ni kuwabembeleza. We owe them nothing. They have to protect Kenyans. Nairobi ni ndogo. What if ikiescalate kienda kwa hizo matowns zingine? Unajua uzuri ya Kenya ni moja ama ubaya ya Kenya ni moja. Towns zingine learn from Nairobi. Unaona hawezi wana travel. So wakiona Nairobi hizi vitu zitakuwa zina happen initially. Utakuwa nasikia Kisumu kesho, Mombasa kesho kutwa, hivyo ikienda. Now, what I want to mean is, siji hana ile commanding voice. How are we going to tackle? Unajua, kuna vitu zingine ziko tu encouraging, like CS tu akiwa serious. Hata wewe ukiwa mwizi lazima utashtuka, lakini CS mwenyewe anaongea kadi. Sasa sijui hata tutasaidia hizi situations namna gani.
Okay, Derek ameharibiwa na mitambo, pole, lakini I think you made your point. Iko kwa sauti, iko kwa strategy. Tony Mkenya, vipi?
Poa kabisa, can you hear me?
Yes, we can get you. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. It's nice to see you, Bernard. I was listening to your Christian program yesterday. It was very nice. I think Rhoda was also there. Nice to see you put in, put out, put in back again. Did you see the cartoon today? Nice to see you, the Kenyans. Nice to see you, the street journalist. The street journalists, are you brave enough to go and fight those, to report about those crimes that are happening in Kenya. Nigel Black, nice to see you. Nice to see all of you. Now, mine is not necessarily a submission, but it's sort of comment. There are comments, yeah? Now, maybe I'll start with you, Nigel. Nigel, you talked about the gangsterism that's happening, or the crime that's happening in Kenya, you know? And the last time I traveled to Kenya all the time, yeah, for the last 10 years. I'm not in America, first of all. I'm not in Minneapolis or Atlanta. But nonetheless, I'm up north. But when I travel to Kenya, every time I travel to Kenya, I'm always free. But the last time I nilipigwa ngeta, kulikuwa hapo nini, hapo Afya House, yeah? And that was between 2002 and 2003, when there was a transition of government, yeah? And nilikuwa nikienda kuuliza matatu za South Sea ziko wapi, nikaambiwa ziko pale, nikapigwa ngeta sana. Yeah, but nonetheless, I think there's a transition that we are going through right now, and there's tension. Every time there's tension when you're going through a change, yeah? And it's a political issue where you promise people that you're going to do this for them, and then you see, when I talk to rich people back home, they say, let's wait and see, yeah? Not necessarily that they're affiliated with this government or with this government, but whenever you're going through change, our people, it's an inflection point. I like to call it an inflection point. And that's the most stressful time. And that's why crime will go higher, yeah? Because I remember 2002 and 2003, that's when nilipigwa ngeta. But after that, sijaipigwa ngeta. Anyway, that was for you, Nigel. So just, it was between the time that Moi was leaving power and Kibaki was coming into power, yeah? That's when I traveled to Kenya. But I travel all the time. I took some notes. You talked about GMO. Now, with respect to GMO, and with this billionaire going to Kenya from Washington State, BG, you know, he's the largest landowner in America. Yeah? He owns like almost a whole state. I think it's down south. Maybe Alex would know. Put in, put out would know. Yeah? And I think there's a strategy. He first of all went to Makueni County. Yeah? There's the issue of hospitals that he wants to build, and he wants to study the model of how Makueni County has done it. But at the same time, I think there's a strategy there. He's not just going there just to visit. You know, he has some resorts in Malindi, but at the same time, he could be given 1 million acres in Kenya to farm. He can buy. Yeah? For this purpose that Bernard, you are talking about, with respect to a GMO, right? Or even to produce crops there and export them, because it's cheaper to do it in Africa and sell it elsewhere, or to grow it in Kenya and sell it elsewhere, right? So that was my point with respect to that. I don't have any conclusions with that, but that's just my hypothesis, yeah? Now, the other issue that I had in mind, sorry, my lighting is not good. I was watching Spice FM today, yeah, and Dr. Bessinger of Uganda, he has really gone through a lot. And the best advice he gave Kenyans, protect your democracy because it might be taken away from you. Yeah. I don't know what that means, but I know you know what that means. Protect your democracy, because he was being asked, do you think there's constitutional democracy in Uganda? And he was straight up. Yeah, I think I can look at that clip somewhere. Spice FM, they aired it, yeah, through KTN, yeah. But he cautioned Kenyans, please protect your democracy. Now, with respect to that, I go to what I saw happening today at the chambers, yeah. Of course, I come from Mount Kenya, but I am Azimio Damu, yeah. And from reliable sources, whatever was happening, and we are talking a little bit politics now, or politricks, I like to call them politricks. Whatever was happening, Mount Kenya people were being sidelined. Yeah. Whenever, I think there was a PG at State House. And this is a deep, yeah, I don't know whether I should be discussing this here. Maybe, maybe not. But I saw that Mount Kenya people who voted overwhelmingly, and then I looked at the results of the Senate. Yeah. Yes, we had, there's a lot of power games being played here. Yeah. But it was a do or die issue. Maybe that's a deeper political issue, which I cannot talk about on TV. Yeah. Now, the other thing that I saw is, one second. Kazim Tani. Yeah. That's a really huge issue. We need to be thinking about the Hustler Fund and how this money can be channeled. I think based on the level of compliance that they have put, I think a lot of people would be able to benefit if it's put into proper use. Otherwise, we in diaspora are the ones who are going to benefit from this money. Yeah. I mean, it's just another form of Fuliza. Yeah. I mean, if you give me 500 on my phone, yeah, it's just another form of Fuliza. But nonetheless, my last point is on yeah, I think that was my last point, Kazim Tani. I mentioned, I like to mention in bullet points so that I can provoke your mind to think further, but not necessarily a submission. Yeah. But I appreciate.
Okay, sawa sawa Tony Mkenya, asante sana kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. And pole for kupigwa ngeta, hiyo ni njia moja ya kukaribishwa Nairobi. Kama ujui kule magari yapo utaonyeshwa. Ukiona blink blink. That's why we had a senator and a governor blink blink. So but all in all, thank you for your points. Story of Fuliza and the Kenya Kwanza, from where I sit, it is sheer jealousy, one. Two, bringing unnecessary competition in an already flooded market. Because if there is any way of a government making sure that Kenyans get money and are able to use it for their profitability, it is invest that money into an industry. Let that industry hire Kenyans. Let Kenyans earn their money. Loan zimepeanwa miaka mingi. Loan bila mpango ni adui wa maendeleo. Kuna mtu aliimba namna hiyo. Hiyo bitu
Well,
tutafuliza. So
allow me to say something.
unafungulia biashara ya mayai ama biashara ya nini?
Well, allow me to raise a point, yeah?
Yes.
Please. In the Bible, you know the oldest industry. Now, the second oldest industry is lending. Just a comment.
Okay, thank you. Now, I don't want to divert into much of the same, but lending from government, with the history we have, you're old enough to know National Bank of Kenya. National Bank of Kenya during KANU's time, as long as you're politically correct, you walked in the bank and walked out with any money you needed, no security, no nothing. That's how that bank collapsed. And now it has been on its knees trying to be salvaged. Are we not opening another national bank of Fuliza, where people are going to collect money and you will never see them again? Now, do we have an economy that can sustain that kind of robbery? Hi. Before Putney, Najwa Putney is loaded with bullets. Let Derek finish what he was submitting before he was thrown out. I'll have to let Putney. Derek, inaonekana network yako hujaambia watu wa Kenya.
Ajana na I hope sasa wameniruhusu nimalizie. Sasa Kenya nilikuwa najaribu kuambia, and I wanted this point for nani Black asikie vizuri. Unajua, if you are failing you will fail. And ukiangalia what is going on in the current government, my friend, unajua mtu tuliweka ma CS mahali hawafai. Juu ukiangalia CS wa security, my friend, huyu jamaa akiongea hata sijui utasema nini. I'm so disappointed to see like Kindiki venye kwanza anaongea, leave alone the points, your sound venye inatoka, hata mwizi mwenyewe atasema sasa ni dema ananiongelesha ama.
Let's be serious a little bit. The sound of someone's voice is irrelevant to the maintenance of security. So that's a moot point right there. Just say something serious, man.
Okay, fine. But I'm telling you the truth. We need a commanding voice in that docket. That's for a fact. We need a commanding voice in that docket. Sawa, naona hiyo imekuguza. Wacha niachane na hayo. Let me now come back to reality. Kuna kitu inaitwa, ukiona mwenzako akinyolewa, chako tia maji. You see, when Uhuru was going through such kind of things, our current president used to say like, these people need security. Hata na watu wa chini, sijui nini, sahi ni tani yake. What is he doing about it? This thing is hitting, and it's hitting, and it's going to hit. So Kenya najaribu kusema ni hivi. Ile Kenya tulikuwa tunaambiwa Uhuru should do, we need it right now. Somebody is right now feeling what other person was feeling. When Uhuru was telling you, serikali sio kitu ya kutengeneza juu ya magari. You thought he was lying. He was telling you the truth, and now you are seeing that. Unaona? The issue of Eldoret, whatever, I saw it and sikupendelea what happened there. Sikubambika. Hiyo wizi imezidi. Na tuseme aje, Mungu atusamehe. I saw the tear gas and the thing, haikunibamba. There are many ways of solving issues like that. The issue of tear gas, hapo hao watu wameumizwa, sio poa. I have nothing much to say, but I just wanted to tell Black something. If you know you are not in Kenya, please. Me I'm in Nairobi and situation kama hiyo imenipata juzi hapa Nairobi. This thing is bad. It is bad. Wale vijana ulioacha sio wenye wako hapa sasa, hao ni wabaya.
Okay, so thank you, Derek. And the issue of voice, it is not in how deep the voice is the authority in what you're saying. Kindiki looks misplaced because he's used to address the judge, okay, humbly. He's yet to realize that outside the courtroom is a new world altogether. And so probably given time, he will begin to understand that there is how to talk out of the court and in court. So we are not talking about his soprano. Even in soprano, there is authority. There is the authoritative nature of an internal security CS. That is missing in his conversation. He's still talking, your lordship. and that is not helping the situation. That is what you're talking. Put me.
I think, unfortunately, today you have geared off into something that I'm going to attack you. There's nothing authoritative in a soprano voice. And I don't think we are going to agree on that. And when people say soprano, they don't mean as a tune or the pitch or anything. They mean that there is a way that he speaks that is not serious. When people say soprano, it's not about the pitch. And I think Kenyans need to understand that. It's not about the pitch. Unfortunately, I did music in class 7 and class 8 during the Moi times. And I know a little bit about that, innuendos and so on and so forth. And I don't want to get into it. But the reality is that voice matters. And even when you are telling anthologies, which are short stories, I remember when we were young and grandmothers would put us next to the firewood and they would tell us the stories. And in those stories, they will sing as a song. There is a way that those songs, whether they will be lullabies, whatever they will be, to put us into sleep, because I mean, that was the nature of our relationship and our proximity to our grandmothers and our grandfathers. There is a way they spoke to allow us to sleep. There is a way they made us to know that this was a story to give us a life lesson. But Kindiki needs to go back to his ancestors, Juri Cheke, and understand that he is no longer a senator. You know, that is on a serious note. He needs to go back to the ancestors and learn a few things. And that is the mistake like Kaimenyi made when he was a minister for education. He had to go back to the ancestors, and we have never heard about him ever since about that. And he needs to go back and look the historicity of that. That is the truth. There is authority in a voice. There is finality in a voice. When Matiang'i spoke, he spoke for the country. He understood what the country needed. And he was not speaking with arrogance or with pettiness. He knew that the seriousness of which he was given that job. And it's not because he's my country boy or he's my tribe mate, more to say. But I think he looked at the country more in a manner that was more of a solvative, and you are solving a problem. Now, Bernard, today was a good day. But let me do first of all, the cleanup. First of all, I like what is happening to Eldoret. I don't care what people will say. I like it because, and I've said this before here, Bernard, we have a collective problem that needs a collective solution. I've said it, Bernard. I've been very adamant to that. We have a problem in our country, and that problem needs a collective solution. Insecurity, education, healthcare is not a partisan issue.
leadership. I've said it over and over. We cannot joke with it. When you see this young man called Cheragay making noise and start saying things that do not even make sense in the Senate, and you sit down and you wonder, how do the people of Nandi feel when he's making those noise, abusing Raila, and Raila is not even in power? You should even think about, we elected these people. They are not delivering. Tuko na njaa, mafuta iko na shida. I mean, all these problems that you are going through. And then you elevate your problems into a person that does not even have any power. That's the problem that we have in Kenya. All of us who are in this panel, insecurity is a national issue. It is not Kenya Kwanza. It is not Azimio. It is not Mukisi kama mimi. It's not Jaluo. It's not Kikuyu. It's a national issue. So we can't play politics with it. The moment we play politics with it, we get politics out of it. And that is why I said from the very beginning, the vetting of the so-called, the IG, the security and internal security and so on, that was a big joke, a cruel joke to the country. We cannot allow this to go on. If we have to start dealing with the issue of insecurity, we must ask ourselves, do we have brothers and sisters who are in the utumishi kwa wote? How did we get them in? Did we get them in so that they can go there and pay madeni yetu and pay school fees? If that is the case, then at a very early age, my firstborn son one time told me he wants to be a firefighter. And every time I bought him any toy, he could refuse it. But if I bought something like a firefighter or anything, he was very mesmerized. You can see somebody who wants to serve his country from the passion they have from childhood. But if somebody wants to be a doctor, akupata, all of a sudden they want to be a policeman. That's not supposed somebody who wants to be in the service. We must start from the core of the issues. Are the people serving in utumishi wa kwote wants to be in utumishi wa wote? And those are the core issues. We can't play politics with that. Now,
just a moment, put me 1 minute housekeeping. All the people behind the curtain, please, you are messing up the video. You either leave or you keep your camera on, please. Thank you.
Yeah, and Bernard, today we had one of the most cogent interviews with one Kize Bisinje. If you know, Kize Bisinje is a medical doctor, but a person who has decided to go into politics. According to the Guinness Book of Records, he's the most arrested political individual in the world. The guy has been arrested several times. We can't even count. But today he had a very cogent, persuasive, and you know, we like the spice. Spice is very sober and elaborate thing that you listen to our people and they give us a few things that we can listen to. And I want us to go through this so that some of our people can understand. Speaking on Spice 7, Bisinje, while Kenya had made significant steps in the realization of the democratic governance, the gains could be reversed if citizens allowed negative political trends to thrive. He did not quote the politician. He said, if citizens allowed, which means that the citizens of Uganda have allowed the negative political influence into it. But the Kenyans, for a very long time, the citizens have been in the helm to refute it. He went to say, he expressed about what the MP Sela said about the term limits. You are very in a slippery ground. The steps that Kenya has made has achieved through struggle. But you relax a little, they will be reversed because the achievements have not been consolidated. You blink and your gains are gone. He warned us. And he went on to say, civil society has a huge role to play in the continuing to broaden citizenship. If you can't influence what happens in your country, you will end up in the kind of trouble Uganda is in now, irreversible problems. And he went on to say, do not spend your time pushing for selfish and self-serving legislation. like changing the constitution to reveal the time limit. Focus in service to the people, and the people will refuse unlimited time limit. And he said, all these years, no leader has ever handed over power peacefully. Similarly, of course, whoever has occupied the highest office in Kenya was because the people decided so, even when Moi was in power. Every human being aspires to have freedom. It is an intricate need for humans to have justice and to be treated fairly. The people of Uganda believe in political dispensation, but Kenyans have done much better. Kenyans, you are our big brothers. When you negate the political freedom, you affect Uganda, Tanzania, and everywhere. You must up your freedom. We are looking on you, and that is why I'm in Spice FM. That is our role as our big brother. We may take it for granted. A couple of years ago, in 2007, I was in Tanzania. And in a small village, because I had gone there, I'm a Seventh-day Adventist, and I had gone there for some church thing. And at 7 p.m., all Tanzanians TV were watching either Citizen, NTV, or what? Nation, because they love Kenyan politics. They enjoy Kenyan politics. They look onto Kenyan politics because of the way we fight. And I mean, when Kissinger came, Bisa Kissinger came to Spice FM, it is because of what he has looked as Kenyans with. We are degenerating. And he is wondering, if we degenerate, you know, our boss today, I don't know how he did that, Mr. James Mutembe. He had an interview with some guy from Uganda who actually, I don't know if it was a coincidence or not a coincidence. And he was interviewing a guy in terms of how this Museveni son wants to take over. It's hurting them because we Kenyans, if we negate, Uganda is going to be ruled by an Inacom, a minion, a person who did not even pass class 5, according to him. So, I mean, what we are being told here is Kenyans, let us up. But how do we up? I think Kenya today, Bernard, we did a very good thing. I want to thank some of my Luya Kenya Kwanza legislatures, more so Boni Alwale. These are people who stood up, and today they voted for very formidable people in the Ayala. They did not look at the parties. They looked at the people. Bernard, I may not agree that I have not seen what Kalonzo's son has done in the last 5 years. I did not see what Oburu Dinga did for the 5 years. I did not see what this Oyondi from Kisi did. But I'm so optimistic. For the first time, I am going to be watching the Ayala Parliament because Winnie Odinga, KANINI KEGA, and other young people are in that parliament, Bernard. You see, the other day I was here, Bernard, complaining, and take it to the record. And I complained bitterly. I wrote letters and I did what I could, as personally. And I asked, where is KANINI KEGA? He sacrificed. He was one of the most performing Jubilee member of parliament. He could have been elected if he went to UDA, but he sacrificed and looked beyond tribal. And I kept asking, where is KANINI KEGA? Today, I was happy to see KANINI KEGA being chosen into the Ayala parliament. Bernard, it was a thriving thing. And that is how we must go. And bravo to the people who negated tribalism, party lines, and chose a people who can represent us internationally. Bernard, there is no need to send somebody like Bufoli, somebody like, I don't know what to say, Bernard, but since you come from Kakamega, I can say Bufoli. You can't send Bufoli to... Bernard, that is, and it's not because he's a primary school teacher. Bernard, I love my primary school teachers. But looking at Winnie, looking at KANINI KEGA, looking at the people that were chosen today, Kenya should be proud. When South Africa chose Malema and a few others to the African Parliament, Malema made South Africa very proud, though he is in the EFF. But even the people in the ANC was proud of him. Sometimes we must negate political issues and party issues, and we go national, and we allow ourselves to understand, can this person represent us? But with Winnie Mandela, the last few interviews that he had, you see, Bernard, let me read for you. And I want to make it very clear. This was the interview that Winnie Mandela had the other day in NTV. Kenyans' take on Winnie Mandela interview.
Winnie Mandela.
Winnie Odinga.
Thank you.
Yes, Winnie Odinga, and this is what was written in there. Many who followed the interview were surprised by understanding on topical issues and how she handles questions touching on her family without feeling provoked. Most of those who commented on the interview said she was sharp, articulate, and intelligent than they initially thought. And this is some of the things that they said. Mohamed Wahilia, I enjoyed that Winnie Mandela interview with Wahiga Mwaura. She was strong, articulate, and smart. David Osiani, that's what Winnie Mandela have always known. Knowledgeable, articulate, balanced. What many also don't know is that Winnie is fair and courteous to all. Robinson Kosgei, a Kalenjin, a UDA diehard, listening to Winnie Mandela interview. Winnie Odinga, I must say that she's intelligent woman, a leader in the making. She indeed deserves the Ayala seat as Winnie the leader, and not as Odinga's son, daughter. She's charismatic leader. Go Winnie, you deserve it. And then lastly, Michelle Ruaila, if I were in parliament, I will vote Winnie Odinga for the Ayala, a youth, sharp, focused, articulate, eloquent, cutting on image and identity. Ibrahim Daniel, Winnie sounds very smart, witty, well reserved, well versed, knowledgeable. She does not belong in the campaign trail. She needs to be cabinet or parliament. Kudos, Nyarbondo. Lastly, listening to Winnie interview, she's sharp, eloquent, articulate, knowledgeable. She deserves the position. That is Charity Mwarimu. Look, what we need is not tribal politics, Bernard. Winnie surprised me. A couple of years ago, Winnie had an interview with one of the leading ladies journalists. And she was asked, are you going to get in politics? This is what he said. You don't get into politics because you want to. When the people aspire to fill a position that is of big shoes, and people do not get somebody, they will look for you, and you will be able to fill that seat. And this is what has happened. We know very well, Bernard, Baba is retiring. However much we want to hold on to Baba Bernard, however much we want to, Baba is retiring. Baba has done his work. Baba is going, Bernard. But Baba is leaving as a legacy, as somebody that knows the root cause of our democracy. So I'm not here to say that Winnie is better than Kalonzo's son. But the reality is that you can't compare Kalonzo's son with Winnie. Winnie has come out as his own individual, and we are not here to compare. But what we are saying is that the future of young people is this. If we cut across the political line, the tribal line, educational line, the economic line, and we choose leaders that honestly speak our language, then we have a better Kenya. So Bernard, today was a very good day for Kenyans. Bonnie Aluale, you did very well for us. I remember when Rosemary Odinga wanted to become the member of parliament before it became Kibran Langata. The person who introduced them before she became blind was Boni Alwale. I think Boni Alwale has interacted with these people. Maybe he was their doctor, because Boni Alwale the other day, when the elections were going on in Kakamega, Bernard, somebody said a very, very volatile statement. He said, you like Boni Alwale or not, you can't put him away. 90% of all politicians have taken their children to be treated by Boni Alwale. Boni Alwale knows our children more than us. So it is hard not to vote for him. And you know, I was shocked. And that is when I said, hey, kumbe Boni anashinda hii kitu. Because Boni as a doctor is a different entity. But Boni as a politician is also a different thing. But Bernard, wakati mtoto wake amekuwa mgonjwa kabisa and you are desperate, and you took him to Boni Alwale, he treated him, utamunyima kura? Saitan, hawezi fanya hivyo. So Boni Alwale Boni Alwale knows how to play his politics. But at the same time, Winnie also played his politics very well. So I think Kenya today won. And I think in the future, we are going to win. Now, Bernard, now, this is what I'm going to tell my party. My party is ODM, Bernard. Not Kenya Kwanza. And not Azimio. My party is ODM. We have a chance, and 100% chance of winning the senatorial seat in Bungoma. That is the best toss-up we are having. America was having its midterm election this time, and we thought it's going to be a red wave. But fortunately, we saw the blue came out, and blue is the color for Azimio, and I like it. It's not the yellow color, Bernard. Let's go blue, blue. But what I'm saying is this: blue is capable of winning that seat. And you have seen from the insinuations of people like Dismas Barasa, they have said no. The influence of UDA, the way it wants to swallow other parties, it's a no-no. You can see the division, but we have not seen the ODM go cutthroat the way it's supposed to be. It is disappointing, Bernard. It is time for us now to start speaking and say, that is our seat. And we must go like midterm election, Bernard, and start cutting off William Samoei Ruto. That is how to elevate our hype and putting our base into normality, that the revolution is normal. Otherwise, if we lose that seat, we are putting the arrogant Wetangula into a position whereby Wetangula is going to think that he's somebody. We must win that seat by all necessary means, Bernard. And you must start making noise here. Not just bad noise, good noise, Bernard. Now, lastly, Bernard, power is sweet at home. And in the next few days in Nyamira, you may see me start campaigning for Kenya Kwanza na msishangae. My uncle, my father's brother, Nyambati, and the petition in Nyamira looks like it's going to be cancelled, and we are going to the election, Bernard. Bernard, this power is so sweet. Hii saluti inakuanga tamu sana. So when you see me campaigning for my uncle, usione vibaya, Bernard. So,
damu ni nzito kuliko maji.
Hata sio damu, Bernard. It's more than that, Bernard. I think Kisses have a saying, which is more powerful, but you may not be able to translate it. But I think Nyamira gubernatorial is going back to the electorate. There's 90% chances that we are going back. And it looks like Timothy Bosire is not strong. There is no candidate within Azimio that is very strong. And it looks like Kenya Kwanza might take it. But it's a toss-up. If Baba makes a revolutionary decision and gets and tells Okongo Mogeni, resign from the Senate and seek this seat, Okongo Mogeni will take it at 6 a.m. But I don't think Baba has that courage. But there is some courage that you need sometimes, revolutionary courage. Bernard. And that is what we need. But I don't think the Azimio have that courage right now. We need a candidate, and a candidate that can win. What the Democratic Party did this time, they did not play. They put candidates, real candidates, Bernard. Even when they were saying it's a red wave, Bernard, the Democratic gave them a red stop, a red light. And that is what we need to give the Kenya Kwanza. Any by-elections, there is a way we can give them a red light. It has always been a positive for those who are in the opposition to win the by-elections. And ODM with Baba's popularity, the oil, the energy, the food problem, the insecurity, gives us a way forward, Bernard. But we are not organized, Bernard, I'm afraid. But if we make enough noise, and good noise, Bernard, I think we can take all our by-elections. But Bernard, are we capable of doing that? Yes, we can. Thank you, Bernard.
Asante Putni, thank you so much. We are capable and we are the gurus of by-elections. We lost only where rigging was made legal. But serious by-elections campaign, we really have an upper hand against Kenya Kwanza. Even now that the mountain is revolving, even the by-elections in the mountain, it will no longer be music as usual. And like I've always held, this government is going to be the most unpopular government as time goes. And so let everything be put to work, because the Kenya Kwanza depends on the handouts. Handouts is where they beat us. But on strategy and putting up the energy for really campaign, they need to come for lessons. And then, of course, they are limping right now. It's a good time. So the by-election in Bungoma coming when? Our candidate is Wamunyinyi, Ama?
Yes, Wamunyinyi, and you have seen even Dismas Maraza has started playing politics, and it looks like he wants to sabotage the seat. You saw the interview about Dismas Baraza when he talked about Waluke. He said they have done everything, and when it comes to kuchangia Waluke, watachangia Waluke, and they want Waluke to come out. The election, the by-election about Bungoma, it's going to be about Waluke. And unfortunately, it's not going to be about issues, Bernard. It's going to be about Waluke.
It is already about Waluke, and
Yes.
with that in the air, Nikubaya. Let Kenya Kwanza think again, because it was a blunder, a very huge blunder for William Ruto to play what he's trying to play.
I don't think it was William Ruto. It was a larger plan for Wetangula. Wetangula has made many blunders. Today he told he told Babu Wino, this is not Kibera. And I asked myself, why is he saying this? He's our speaker. Why is he saying this?
I don't think votes he made in Kibera.
Yeah, in as much as I can say this, Bernard, there was a reason, and I have always condemned ODM for getting Wetangula out of minority leadership. But let me tell you, Wetangula is not going to survive as a speaker. I have seen how he conducts himself. Unfortunately, he's not like the wise Meruyan, the Meru guy who has just become our Attorney General. He needs to understand. Ile kiburi ya Bukusu kama ya Wakisii na Wameru, he needs to get out of it. He needs to understand being a speaker is a national responsibility. It is not like being a senator. And I don't think he has understood. He still has bitterness. Thank you, Bernard.
So thank you very much. It's let's see how it develops. But I was saying that it was William Ruto's blunder because he's the overall leader of Kenya Kwanza, and having seen that whatever overs or superintended over the walking free of Mama Kiuno, the walking free of Waititu, the walking free of all these people from parliament. And then the case for Aluke ends at his doorstep. So if he wanted to cover up, he would have just forgotten about the party difference and secured Waluke's release. It would have saved his face. But now that he deliberately shown discrimination, the Bukusu people are my relatives. They are not very forgiving, especially when it comes to their own son. And then when you remember that it was the place where they lynched the UDA office in Trans Nzoia. So it becomes a very personal issue. And when it's a personal issue against a particular regime, they come out very resounding. And that's why there are even issues about investigating the UDA votes from Bungoma. They are not, when they in the near future will need to revisit that. Some of those 600,000 votes that William Ruto got from from Bungoma must be some computer generated things. Those people are not as they are being portrayed to be. And even Moses Wetangula is not as strong as he portrays himself to be. He was on this for survival, and he was trailing. So it's a matter of the truth coming out, and the Waluke could be just the trigger that is going to expose everything. Thank you. Anyway, now back to Wu. Street journalist. What have you gathered from the street so far?
Okay. I want to echo what my brother put in the Red Army has said, and I'm very glad that he has a very good knowledge of the Kenyan politics. And what he has told us actually is the truth, and Kenyans need to understand that. What I can say is that the William Samoei Ruto-led government is going to be a very passive government, even if it is going to rule for the next 20 years. Because until now, the William Samoei Ruto-led government, many people, even including the members of parliament, are yet to recognize that Ruto is the president of Kenya. And this is because of the way he is leading the government. Initially, when he was in the campaign trails, we saw a person who had a vision for the country. But right now, what we are seeing a man who has turned his back against Kenyans, and he's doing his own things that are aimed at maybe giving favors to his colleagues, his allies. And going forward, I think even in the pre-elections that we are talking about, we are going to see we are not going to see the trend that we saw maybe in those areas. We are saying, like for example, in Bungoma. We are not going to see members of UDA-related parties winning in those areas, of course, because of what is happening, the case of Waluke and so on, and the state of the nation, and a lot of things. So I would like to say that the William Samoei Ruto-led government needs actually to sit down and think on the issues of Kenyans. Because if they don't put Kenyans before anything else, then they are going to lose it. And I'm 100% sure that if they are not going to perform, especially in this first term of their regime, then they may not even get it come 2027. And talking about Baba Raila Odinga, we know that this is a man who has been in politics for a long period of time, but I just don't understand why until now he hasn't clinched on this top seat on this presidency. I don't understand why, but I think I just don't understand. But I think there are a lot of things that maybe have contributed to him not clinching this seat. And of course, looking at somebody like William Samoei Ruto, he's a very brave man. And we must agree that William Samoei is a very brave man, and he's a hardworking man, yes. But now the problem with him is that he doesn't have the interest of Kenyans at his heart. He's not putting the interest of Kenyans before any other things. And many Kenyans out here actually are suffering. They have begun to see that this is not the people that they thought they are going to be. And if you see the kiburi that Wetangula is having, what Putin Army is talking about, it's because you see in this government of William Samoei Ruto, these people think that they are very powerful and nothing can be done against them. They know that William Samoei Ruto is not going to sack them or is not going to say any negative thing against them. So they think that they can say anything, they can do anything. You see, when Wetangula tells Papa Wino that this is not Kibra, actually what he's telling him is that this is not a Simio-led government. This is our government, and you are not part of it, and you need to sit back. And he's saying this, he's showing all this arrogance because they know that nobody is going to do anything against them. You see them running on the streets talking about freedom has come, and they have forgotten to deliver on the Kenyan mandate. And as we move forward, even the members of parliament who have been brought to support the William Samoei agendas are going to turn their backs against him also. And we are going to see many transformation and many changes in this government. But we call upon Raila Odinga and the larger opposition in this country to stand firm. Despite the fact that they did not make it to the presidency, they should not sleep, because now they are the mouthpiece of many Kenyans who are also suffering. Because if they don't come out and speak, Kenyans alone may not make it. Our voices may not be heard, but if the opposition will stand strong and come out and speak for the people of Kenya, then the government is going to be put in check and they are going to do what they're supposed to do. But if the opposition keeps quiet, then this country is doomed. It's going to be now, we are going to have what they used to describe as state capture, a very fresh state capture, where the top leaders in the government are the ones to decide what is going to be done in Kenya. You see them imposing things on us. You see them taking things away from Kenyans without consultation. And therefore, we need the opposition to be strong. Raila Amolo Odinga must stand strong and continue putting the William Samoei Ruto government into check. But also about Waluke, I would like to say that it is very sad that William Samoei Ruto or his government, they have thrown away cases, corruption cases, including billions of money for their allies, and they have left this fellow to suffer in prison. This is not good. And William Ruto should actually be ashamed of himself for doing that. And what I would like also to, as I finish, I would like to urge the people of Bungoma in this coming re-election that they should consider the pledge of they should consider their son who is in prison and come out very large numbers and tell William Samoei Ruto that what you are doing to us is not what we expected you to do to us. Otherwise, I don't have much to say, Bwana Bernard. But I think we need to speak out, and especially the opposition need to come out and speak out and put the government into check. Thank you.
Okay. Asante Street Journalist for that. And just before we proceed, I know Putni wants to respond. Let's get these videos, please. Na Putni nitafutie Francis ama wewe ndio nitaachia hii maneno.
Niko na watoto hapa bwana. Sasa unajua hivyo vifaranga tunazaa mwisho zinaleta shida.
I will report you to God.
Impediment in fighting corruption. Chairperson at Bishop Eliud Wabukala seemingly displeased with the move by the DPP. Political interference is the biggest impediment in fighting corruption. Chairperson at Bishop Eliud Wabukala seemingly displeased with the move by the DPP to withdraw high-profile corruption cases. Chichi Josephine with more.
The war on corruption seems to be one of the Kenya's biggest elephants in the room, with the biggest headache being the getting convictions on corruption cases brought before the courts. The EACC saying they still face a huge burden in getting information. Recently, the Director of Public Prosecution made applications to drop corruption cases of some of allies of the incoming government, a move that raised heated debate. EACC Chair Archbishop Eliud Wabukala seemingly calling out the DPP for dropping the war on corruption ball. According to Wabukala, political interference and witness threatening remain the biggest impediment in ridding the country of the vice.
There are challenges we meet in terms of dealing with corrupt people at a high level. It may be interference with the witnesses. It may be because of the influence that people have. It may be political intimidation. But all the same, we have the law behind us, and the law is professionally being undertaken to deal with whatever cases.
At the moment, the Commission has concluded over 500 corruption-related cases.
All the cases, whether small or big, are able, ACC is able to deal with them.
Meanwhile, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission EACC has trained senior officials of agricultural-based cooperative societies on integrity and good governance in a bid to tame corruption.
The objectives of the cooperative sector have a strong linkage with the mandate of the EACC, particularly in promotion of good governance and ethical practices through prevention of instances of corruption.
In the past, there have been concerns over corruption and weak management structures of a number of cooperatives, which leads to misappropriation of funds, poor business planning, unrealistic and conflicting goals and targets.
In the last 2 years, the Commission has received
William Ruto of dictatorship following what she terms as the unlawful cases involving powerful individuals. Karua was speaking at the Uganda Human Rights Accountability Conference at Fungamano House here in Nairobi. The conference coincides with the commemoration of the killing of over 100 young Ugandan protesters. Ugandan opposition leaders Dr. Kizza Besigye and Bobi Wine emphasized and urged Kenyans to guard their democracy.
We have had in the recent few months cases being withdrawn, cases of fraud being withdrawn, rape, whatever murder, being withdrawn, where the suspects are people in power. We have seen land grabbing cases, affidavits being sworn saying there was no land grabbing. How come all these cases about people in power, not the ordinary people? Something is cooking in Kenya, and this is the making of dictatorship.
To the international community, we use every opportunity to call up the international community, and I want to do the same right now. You are the people that are propping up monsters in Africa. Idi Amin was supported by you majorly until you got tired of him. Mugabe was supported by you until you got tired of him. My question is, haven't you gotten tired of Museveni yet? When Mugabe did to the people of Zimbabwe what Museveni is doing to the people of Uganda, you sanctioned him. When Taylor did the same, you sanctioned him. When Saddam did the same, you sanctioned him. Why are you still hobnobbing with the dictator called Museveni?
Okay, I deliberately brought that before Putini can come in. Now, Putini, take it.
Bernard, you're putting me in a very hard spot. That young man, I've met him several times. And you see, he's very eloquent, he's very humble, very intelligent, but at the same time, he's a beautiful soul when you meet him face to face. You sit down, he has the heart of listening, and not only listening, being very patiently listening. And that is one of the prerequisites of a leader. In leadership, you see, people think being a leader is something that is very fun. I don't know if you have ever been a guest of honor somewhere, Bernard. Watu wanaongea, we uko tu hapo unaongojea kwa sababu unajua wewe ni guest of honor. Kila mtu anaongea anamaliza, alafu baadaye unaambiwa, wakati kila mtu amemaliza kuongea yote, ndio unaambiwa uongee Bernard. Hata unashindwa useme nini. Alafu unafanya you know, obviously lazima Bernard ujifanye kama mheshimiwa, otherwise unajua hii kiti ni ngumu, lakini in the end the humility that that boy has is very high. For him to have risen to a point whereby he's able to combat some of the most vicious attacks from Museveni, you must know that he's capable to the task. And even Bisa Kissinger has given him an accolade whereby he has agreed that he's the official opposition leader of Uganda. So when he speaks what he speaks, I listen. I'm one of the person that says there's value in listening, there's civilization in listening, and both are compounded into one thing. They give you wisdom. So when Bobby Wine advises us as Kenyans that we must guard our democracy, it is because he understands where we have come from and where we are headed to. So nimeambia ndugu yangu Ndeto, nataka nimuingilie kidogo kwa sababu iko vitu zingine mimi ushangaa sana. Leo I was very happy when Winnie Odinga was finally confirmed. This is what she wrote in her Twitter. 5 years ago, exactly today, as we left JKIA, 49 lives were lost. I'm still here by God's grace. She was part of the people that should have perished 1 year ago. Fast forward for today, I am elected to be a member of IELA. I am humbled, I am grateful, I am ready. This is for all the ones who lost on the way. There is no me without you. So she dedicated what she got today to the 49 lives that were lost today when they were all going to Tanzania. And I like what his brother said. This is what Raila Jr. said. Congratulations to my sister, Honorable. And I like that name, H-O-N, dot. Bernard, very few people I can write, but Ndeto is an honorable man. Bernard, I don't know you yet, but Ndeto nakanga hapa, and Ndeto is a very honorable man. I hope someday you are going to be a member of parliament from Ukambani. H-O-N dot. Unajua kuna wengine ni honorable, lakini hakuna hiyo dot. So he said, congratulations to my sister, Honorable Winnie Odinga, as the new IELA MP representing Kenya. Hongera. But Bernard,
najua unaenda kwa Kalonzo Junior.
Awachana maneno ya Kalonzo Junior. Bernard, iko mtu mwingine hapa alitaka kuwa MP wa Mathare. Badala bibi yake atuambie kwa nini bwana yake alilose seat, anatuambia how many men, multiple men he has dated for money. Nataka Ndeta atuambie hiyo story. Diana Marua addresses Kenyans on a viral video confessing to have dated multiple men for money. Sasa Ndeto, in a day like this, hiyo ndio kitu Wakamba wanaweza tuambia, na umevaa yellow. Hebu tuambie hiyo maneno.
We're putting I'm going to arrest.
Please give me a chance to talk, please. I want to say something about Putin Red. You know, my niece, she loves Kisi so much. Her friend Kisi, she went in Jomo Kenyatta University and she used to hang out with the Kisi. She told me that Kisi people, they are popular in diaspora. I was like, wow, so you are men in diaspora. You are really blessed people. By the way, you know, in my village where I come from, there was a lot of Kisi people. They are very hardworking. When they wakianza duka, my grandmother used to tell, go and buy a sugar there to Kisii shops. So me, I know how Kisii people they are. I'm not a tribal. So when you talk about, I'm not a tribal. I know Kisii people. Okay? So that's what I want to say. Let me go to the point. If it could be Raila Odinga, he's the one who win election for 2022. Right now in Kenya, we could have a very nice environment. Right now, when we are here in whatever, we could say, oh, everything is going well. Everything, hata mimi ningekuwa nafurahi, everybody could be happy. But now, everybody's sad because due to that problem, he's not happy himself. You see all the time he looked to be confused. He's not happy. Why? He's looking happy. He's looking joy. Where he can get joy and peace. Until when is that to love his own country? And he love own people. And he start to realize we are all Kenyan. That time he will get peace. But if kuanganyisha watu, hawezi pata peace. Na kuabuse people, he cannot get peace. We get peace when we forgive others. Even the Bible says, when we forgive one another, we get peace. But when we don't forgive others, we don't get peace. Hasira zikitoka, unajua hakuna everybody. Kila mtu tunakuanga tunafanya vitu vibaya. Lakini, wewe una forgive watu. Kwa sababu kama mimi, it was 1 week ago, I was very treated somewhere. Na nilikuwa na hasira. Na nikamforgive tu, nikapata amani kwangu. Sasa Kenya hiyo ni yetu sisi wote. Makabila wote, we must love one another. Unaona kama Kenya sasa kuko na bad security right now. Na nilisikia polisi wote anaenda nini huko Kenyatta. Kiambu Road. Ati wanasimama hapo. Can you imagine? See, that is to abuse our police officer. That's not the way the democracy work. The police officer is to protect us. They need to have a call. Kukifanyika kitu wanapigiwa, lakini si kuambia ati waende wasimame street moja ati wakae hapo. That is not democracy. Absolutely, that's not democracy. We want a president who protect our police officer, who will protect everything. When there is that problem with the security, tuko na very strong DCI, tuko na very strong police officer, tuko na very strong. You know, I love this lawyer called Omari. I think he's a lawyer. I really like that man. He's a man of integrity. He's the first lawyer I really respect. We want people like him. You know, the things I can advise of Kenya, let us love one another. That is the only key. Whatever who we are, we love one another. Like the way that the former president, he was speaking in Congo. It doesn't matter lagi, kabila, unaona, tusitikie kuanganyisha, na situtikie ati watu wanatoka sijui maiti gani, wazungu wanakuja nini kutusaidia. Why? We want to learn things to them. We need to learn each other. You know, there's something we can learn to Africa, and then we can learn to America or Britain, but not they come at it, they want to do something. We can learn each other. And if we accept ourselves, we be real who we are. Real, we accept ourselves who we are. Our country can be delivered. But if we try to pretend who we are not, to be somebody else, our country will never move forward. We must be acceptable. That's who I am. Don't pretend to be somebody else. You will never move. That is not who we are. To accept that's the way we are, our country will be delivered. Now, I am like this. If you nobody perfect, you cannot do like this. You can't. You cannot try to pretend things you cannot do. You know, absolutely not. So we have to build our country together. We love one another. And we make a very good environment everywhere in Nairobi County, every county, with the harmony, peaceful harmony. And our country will never be the same again. Thank you. That's what I want to address. I feel in my heart.
Okay, thank you, Rhoda. Nabi, you are making a response. Should I provoke you further?
Unajua nilikuchokoza ukianza show ukaniambia pia wewe unaningoja na Alex amenifanya mpaka nikapaka. Ajue mko na vita na mimi. Leteni yote, mwaga toa roho.
He said I'm not a honorable member. When I have been a honorable speaker for this channel for a whole year, that one is going to be fined.
Bena, this is what I'm going to say. Listen, Mato, we have a put in, a put out, and a put in back again.
Nilicheka hiyo time karibu niingie ukiambia ukisema put in put out karibu niingie na niko job. Karibu niingie ukiambia ukisema put in put out karibu niingie na niko job. Karibu niingie ukiambia
No, you guys, let's Mato, make good use of your time now. Thank you.
All right. Alex is very smart, eh? The guy is not even asking about that tweet anasema. Ananichokoza kutoka kwa umbali. Na alinichokoza kitambo sana. That shot was fired a long time ago. In the middle, show ikiendelea. He started reading what was told of Winnie Odinga. Na sasa Alex, wetu tunakutuma ukakae na nani anaitwaje na Malema ukae huko South Africa because you keep on referring Winnie Odinga as Winnie Mandela. You're still in appetite mode. But yeah, no, I saw that, Alex, and it's very real what you're saying. First of all, what I was scared about, and you're right what you're saying, I was scared about because I think some people started saying that Winnie Odinga should not go just because her name. She's eloquent. She knows what to do. And by the way, if you realize for people who haven't, for the people who are watching us now, most of the decisions that have been made, even the handshakes that have been there, she was there. So she's very knowledgeable with whatever is going on in our country. Alex alikuwa ananichokoza because aliuliza swali ya mtoto wa Kalonzo alifanya nini. Ni mjanja, anakuja na nini? Anakuja backwards. But Alex, I'm in a limbo with you on that one too. Okay? The tweet that you're talking about, he has Nini Wakamba, whatever. I have told you, Alex, and I have told you, and you talk a lot about kisses, but I have told you, this election in repeated ya Wakamba to show that we are forced to be reckoned with. And that's why we brought tulikuja mzima.
Hebu angalia hapo link, mtu anataka link. Iko mtu anaitwa The Bus, Mr. The Bus.
So yeah, so it was about the Kamba nation being known. Now, do we have all Kambas that do everything right? No. So Kambas zingine pia, unajua pia sisi tuko Mombasa nusu bwana. Tunapenda starehe kidogo na kwa sababu unajua tuko katikati yenu na Mombasa. Mkipita lazima mtupitie. Let me just nikwamcheshi kidogo to answer your question without answering. But yeah, those links, those are specific links. That's a specific person that does that. But the Kamba nation is united to this country. What is happening right now, and there's something you said, Bernard, because I just parked because Alex ameniambia ningie. Nilikuwa ningie nikifika kwa nyumba. But alikuwa ataka kunigonga. What is happening, unfortunately, in my country, imagine Nafurai. Because it's gonna teach people to look at the country and not look at the person, to look at the country and not be called hustler. Ndio ile nilimekio joke nani Banadi niliona hapo nikasema mnatusumbulia nini bwana? We're doing what we were given by the people and by Chebukati and by Madakome and whatever Venezuela was. We said we are hustlers hatukuficha. We came to you guys na wao na tukanda tukawaambia sisi wote ni mahasla. Tulianza na kuku na saizi sisi ni mabilionea. Na hizo kuku hatujui kule ziko. Hiyo farma hatujaielewa kule iko. Sasa tukikuja kuiba mnatusumbulia nini na sisi na hiyo ndio kazi yetu. Kwani hamko mnajua definition ya hustler? Tunaanzia huko juu, wacheni kulia Waluke ameshikwa. Waluke alikuwa anatusumbua kwa sababu yeye aliiba lakini yako saidi yetu. Hiyo ndio ile Raila anasemanga, unaenda unaiba, unaona mtu akikimbia huko alafu unaanza kusema mwizi, unamkimbiza ukisema mwizi. Mnatusumbulia nini? Let the government do its job hustling. And we are going to hustle you. Unfortunately, Bernard, today, because I lead a little bit of a community where I am, diaspora community, Maliniko. And there's been a problem of this Christmas. People want to travel back home. But again, you guys are phasing out the passports on the 30th of November. I was on the phone with the American embassy today. Walikuwa wakiniambia tuzui ambia watu basi watumezuia what do you call this? Watume an emergency exception travel document. Alex, my friend, if I have a Kenyan passport, yes. Given Alex, you know people don't travel every time. If you have a valid Kenyan passport, and even including an ID, why should you be applying for other things? Yes, si kila mtu atenda because walikuwa sema kuja Washington DC upate hiyo. And I'm like, why would people go do that? I believe, and I think the reason I wanted to bring this so much, even though it's out of topic, so that people can understand there's people here who really sometimes you don't have the time to go to Washington, you don't have to do anything, but you're holding. And I want our leaders to understand that because it's a big thing. And Alex, pass it to your people. They need to let people travel with their Kenyan documents. Maybe coming out is not what it is, but I mean, coming out, you must have renewed. I mean, gotten the other one from Nyayo. But here's the thing, one thing I came to realize. This government, and I've said it this show, is all about money making. And that's why the Mamamboga is having a problem. That's why everybody, the taxes are coming up. It's all about money making because what I came out from that call with a consulate about people is that even for you to get that exemption, you have to pay $20 and still pay for shipping for that thing to come to your house. What is that? That is money making. People have paid taxes at home. You shouldn't have to to go get your document, you shouldn't have to pay anything. I remember when I went to get my ID when in 18, Jogo Road, right there, Bahati, somewhere there. I never paid anything. Unless unalipa ile ya kuharakisha, which is the corruption that you're trying to negate. But now imagine all the Kenyans that are in the US did not get a chance to go to Washington. And that's why they're holding on to that. Unless I saw another way that these guys are using it, and I saw it firsthand, because I was telling them that, Alex, you've been here, you know the community here, how big it is. Most of them don't have the time to go to the name, but they hold valid passports. Can you tell me that this government is not all about money making? Because it's making money all over. That's why Bill Gates is over there, like somebody was saying. And the GMO is just about money making. Na kuna mtu alisema tu kitu like hiyo mahindi inaenda kutoka Congo. Why are we in Congo? I've been asking this. Hakuna mtu amenijibu. Alex, I have a little bit of time. I know you want to rebut on that. I think nimekujibu. Kama kuna mahali ya kujibu utaniambia, I have a little bit of time. Nimepark tu kwa gas station, then I will come and
Yeah,
come
and
back.
that is, and I think you haven't answered me, and I think I need some help from some of the panelists here, because sometimes it's not good to occupy this seat and have a monopoly on it. I have a problem with somebody who has become an AELA member of parliament for 5 years. There is no historicity, there is no quote, there is no agenda, there is no bill, there is nothing significant that is tied to him. And now he's being chosen out of Sakas because of the so-called Azimio. Let me be very clear to you. Winnie came out blazing. And I listened to Winnie. This is what Winnie said. When my father contracted COVID, everybody was told not to go to that room. I decided to go to that room. I was either to live with my father or die with my father. I found my father in the floor, unconsciously, he was going to die. I fought for her life, for his life. And she came out blazing and said, it was the end of democracy, because what I've known my father was fighting, that people were using him to get into parliament. Now, I want you to tell me with all honesty, what has Kennedy Kalonzo done in the IL? I just want us to have a new conversation. I don't want us to take it tribal. I don't want us to take in party lines. I don't want us to. I have seen what Winnie has done. Winnie is not my tribe mate. Winnie is not my friend. In fact, I have clashed with Winnie several times in Kansara, in some bars in Nairobi. I want you to tell us, on what merits did Kennedy Kalonzo get chosen to the seat of Ayala, apart from being a Kalonzo? Because, I mean, it puts a bad image of the Kamba people, because there were people within the Kamba community who are qualified, who can represent Kenya, because it's not about a tribe anymore. It's about a country. Do you think as an individual that Kennedy Musyoka was the best person within the Kambaland to represent us? Not even Johnson Mudama?
Alex, I will have to fight with you on that one a little bit. Let me ask you a question. Give me the list of the people that were in East African, Yala. Give me the people that were there and tell me, give me one and give me their reputation of what they did.
Okay, I can give you just one. I can give you one that was qualified, and I've spoken here for many times, KANINI KEGA. And I want anybody here, including Tony, hold on. There is value in listening, my friend. Hiyo yellow itakusumbua. Yellow fever ni mbaya. I want Tony to tell me, what do you know about KANINI KEGA? And I want Nigel Black, in regardless of where you are, formation you are. What do you know about KANINI KEGA?
Well, I have been following his Twitter handle, and he stood up for, he was being ridiculed a lot because of standing with Jubilee, right? Because he was with Azimio, he was with Jubilee, and everybody told him, you'll never get back into power, as an MP. You'll never get re-elected again unless you quit Jubilee, right? And he is one of the best performing MPs in his Kieni constituency. I think it's Kieni, I forget, but I think it's Kieni.
It's Kieni, for the record. Thank you for remembering that.
Yeah, thank you. So I think from what I read from his statements on Twitter, he said that, you see, regarding Gachagua and Dini Nyoro, they used to complain all the time that they are not reaching the president, Uhuru Kenyatta. And he used to say, KANINI KEGA used to say, guys, be patient, be patient. We are doing you know, we are developing some strategies because Mount Kenya has been really developed with respect to infrastructure, big time, yeah. But Didi Nyoro, yeah, and I call him Didi Nyondo, and Rigiji, they were just complaining, yeah. But he stuck with Uhuru, yeah, and he was being ridiculed a lot, yeah, in the Mount Kenya region, and he was told, "You stick with Jubilee, you'll never get in." Yeah. Today I saw his statement.
My brother Tony, can you afford me your time to niseme kitu and then I get off nifike nyumbani and then I'll come back. I just please.
Well, I have a question for you. I have a question for you, and that's with respect to the passport issue. Okay. Well, I am fortunate I use 2 passports when I go to Kenya and when I come back. But when I reapplied for my Kenyan passport, they told me I have to get fingerprints. So maybe that's a question we have to address. I don't know where to get my fingerprints so that, yeah. And Ottawa is very far from Toronto. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. I really appreciate you giving me that opportunity. I really am thankful. Ni venye nimepark mahali too because Alex told me to come in. Nitafika nyumbani nitarudi. Yeah, but for the passport thing, they're saying that you have to do your fingerprints where you're going to get your passport. So if you're in Toronto, and I don't know the embassy, your embassy is it in Toronto or is in Vancouver?
It's in Ottawa. It's 5 hours away.
Okay. Yeah, so you have to do your fingerprints there. And once you do your fingerprints there, that passport, you cannot go receive it back in Nairobi. Now, the reason I was asking this guy is this question.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm listening.
No, the reason I was asking this embassy when I was talking to them, the reason I was asking them is because, okay, there's a lot of people. I mean, there's different ways of coming to the United States. And me personally, I was talking for the crew that I have in Kansas, because it's something we sit down as a community and we have to talk to the government through that. And I'm one of the leaders through, doing that. So most of them were like, okay, look, Mato, how about if I have a green card and I'm not a U.S. citizen? So now what does it mean? I cannot travel to go see my mom. I cannot travel for the Christmas holidays because they are facing this thing out, even though I have a valid passport. So I had a very big lengthy with a lady called Jemima. She's one of the consulates over there. And we had a very lengthy call, and she was just like, you guys just write a letter, we'll give it to the higher end, but we'll start talking to them to understand that this is still a valid passport. Because you have 2 passports, so you can still travel. But there's people who have a green card, but the old passport, or have a student visa with their Kenyan passport because they have not been able to go, change that. That makes sense? So kuna watu wanakatwa hapa that should I go to Washington DC? No, but I mean, not everybody can afford to go to Washington DC. So that was the whole conversation. Right. And the reason I brought it here is because our leaders, they listen to this thing. They need to listen to that. I've already spoken to the, consulate about that. And I believe that's just a U.S. problem. Maybe even you guys in Canada are having the same issue. It might not be you. It might be somebody else. And Bernard, with the people that you talk to, you need to tell people that it's a problem that is affecting diasporas. They don't know whether they are going to travel because they have not.
And that's why I needed. And that's why I needed to talk to. Yeah. I needed to talk to Putin. Yeah, because he promised us before the elections that he was going to fight for our rights and whether he was going to stand as a MP for Diaspora. And I wanted to ask him that question specifically, because these are issues we need to address. We have properties here, for example, vehicles or whatever. We are supposed to be exporting them duty-free, right? For example, right? you have a nice car, you're supposed to export it, or you go and exchange it for a similar value duty-free. Did you know that? Those are things I wanted Putin to address. Yeah, because those are very pertinent issues that concern we immigrants when we want to move back. There's the issue of passports. There's the issue of you want to move back. How is this new government going to follow up with the policies? Because if you are a student or if you're a resident of the US, you can export your car to Kenya duty-free, right? I know it's left-handed, but you can trade for an equivalent right-handed car and you import it to Kenya duty-free. Yeah, I don't know if those policies still exist.
Tony, I think this discussion is a tough discussion. I've just opened a window of a big door, but out of kidogo. I think you need to come kwa ile kipindi yetu ya jioni when not so many people are listening. I think it's going to happen if Kina Richie comes, because sometimes we do go deeper into that. Yeah. But to answer Mr. Putin, hiyo jina inanilemea. Kulemea. So zingine unataka kusema jina ingine. To answer him is that Bernard, the people that went to Yala, their MPs, they go make hakuna mtu special kuliko mwingine. It's a parliament. There is no funds, there is no nothing, but you're bringing the community together. And there's a thing that I have been speaking here, kutoka kitambo, what we are being robbed away from. And Bernard, you've heard me talk this conversation for a very long time, saying that Nairobi and Kenya was supposed to be the East African central or capital, if you want to call it capital. That's why you have the UN, you have everything just conversing, coming into Kenya. Now, that is not something easy. Ni kama neighbor yako ananunua gari pale, na wewe umekaa hapa, kuna mtu alisema yeye atachapa mtu nyongolo kama unapika nyama na huyu mwingine naye ana. Unaona? It's not that easy. So remember, people knowing that, and presidents knowing that, especially one president called Museveni, knowing that. I've been saying this, Bernard, pre-election, not post-election. We were supposed to be the East African nation. Why are we talking even about passports right now as we're talking? We're talking about the reason that me as a Kenyan with the old passport, I probably by 30th of November, I cannot use my own passport, which is valid, and I have a Kenyan ID. Why? Because it was meant to be an East African nation. And that's why people were fighting to get in. And what could not to study, there's some people in this country, that in our country, that we love so much, that study outside countries more than they study ours. So when you realize, even NATO, which wamebreaki wanasiz, NATO, they protect their own. There was a missile because of this for Kina Russia, iliangukia, I think is not Norway, I don't know, iliangukia country gani. There was almost about to go out. Huh? Poland, yeah. Poland. Iliangukia. Because countries are trying to come together and make it. And this thing has been there for a long time. That's why we have African Union, East African Union, and all that. The geopolitical, what I normally talk, is the geopolitical thing. Now, Museveni will come and catch a thief, a killer, and because he knows how it is, and Bernard, I always told you, Uganda cannot be the capital of that because they are landlocked. Kenya has 500 miles of coastline, white sandy beaches, 2 ports. Yes. Tanzania has 1. So who do you think would be the best place to be the capital of that start of union? And remember, there's been gold, Tanzanite, and everything in Congo, and now Congo is on the East Africa part. I need people to start looking bigger and how much the politics is going, and stop blaming countries that actually have to do what they have to do because of the jealousy of what is going to happen. If you have a weak leader, you have a weak leader. And if you have a money-making leader, he's going to look at where money comes from. He doesn't care about Mamamboga. He wants to see the taxes come to the government. He wants to see the money. I read that, I think it was Nyamira. I don't know. No, I don't think it was Nyamira. I don't know what county it was. Somebody sent me from home. A very distinguished person. You know, somebody asking the Speaker of a county to facilitate them to go to Nairobi to debate about their own speaker. And guess where they were going? Western Hotel. Uhuru Kenyatta told you, hata hii land ilikuwa hapa nyuma ilikuwa imeibiwa. Who did that? But then na ujeuri ya Kenya na Wakenya wengine wenye wanalia sana saa hizi, like James Orengo always said, the government will come to eat you more than it will eat us. Sasa mnalalamika tukiwa na what do you call this, margin and everything. There was something better than Liandika. I thought you would address it for comment when I was on my comment section time. Kulikuwa kitu ilikuwa inaitwa haize, sijui ni heze ama haize or something, wa Dandora, wa Kayole, wa nini, kulikuwa haize wa kila mali. It was on Facebook. Mlikuwa mnaeko hapo tunakutafuta. I'm telling you, thugs walikuwa wanahama, wanarudi ushago. Cause ukipatikana, my friend, stand as hard as Stone PK goes. Wacha nikuwe mpole. I don't believe in violence. I don't believe in killing. I believe you should take me to jail. Lakini kama unaenda kuua mtu, kuna watu walikuwa wanaenda mpaka wanaambiwa wewe tushakujua na tunakukujia. And I'm telling you, watu walikuwa na hepa. This goes back to what Mishuki said. You rattle a snake, expect to be bitten. And Mishuki aliambia them the most notorious people in the country is the matatu guys. Akia Mungu hakuna matatu ingetembea kama ujeka belt kama hii nimevaa. Seat belt. Na walijaribu kustrike. Mpaka walianza kuweka moja. Goes back to saying Kindiki does not have the authoritative language that Matiang'i had of saying ni hivi ama si vile. Kuna watu walitolewa kwa land huko kwa mlima, walikuwa wanaangushiwa bomu ile utoke na uachilie weapon yako, ama mtagongwa. Helicopter inapita juu, wewe na tugantu wako unagongwa, utatoka my friend. We need especially security, like Alex says. Security is not something to play with, especially national security and even internal security. But we have to have leaders who are good-minded, thinking what they're doing and knowing where they are, not to what to kupewa to viti because I'm a friend of Bernard and nipatie moderation na siwezi moderate. You see, so Kenyans need to come to a place and accept, first of all, that we are proud of our diversity. We're proud to see a Kikuyu. When you're out here in the world, you're proud to see a Kikuyu, even though you're a Kamba, you're proud to see a Kisii and everything. Because what? You guys share one thing that is called Kenya. Once we appreciate that, then we need to come up with a government that appreciates that diversity. This government that you have, I'm sorry to say, it's a mafia government. Go read the Pablo Escobars. I've said this here so many times. John Gotti, There's books, there's videos you can read. This is a mafia where people die and you want power so that you don't get hit. If the law does not come on you. I'm telling you today, if Ruto was not the president, if these guys were not did not have power, and we had somebody that actually follows the law, the way kila mtu anakuwa afraid to be extradited to the United States because huku hakuna mchezo. That's why Akasha brothers watashikwa. The moment we get there, hawa watu wote wenye wako kwa nini saizi, hata wenye wanasamehewa makesi wangekuwa jela. Bernard, let me finish that. Wacha nifike kwa nyumba. I will come. I hope nime answer Putin question. Anajua anasikiza. I know he's behind there. Alikuwa amenichokoza. But I will come back and I appreciate. Na nasikiza kama kuna mtu anataka kurebind on me. People na
nakuja Kansas.
When wako kwa pale.
Nakuja Kansas. I'm bringing my
okay, when you're on panel naweza sikiza kitu. Kuja, you're welcome. Hata uko na place ya kulala, it's fine. If I'm around.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. Bernard, I think there's no reminder. Let me go na your comment section huko imewaka moto na nini. You know how it is. But I'm coming back as soon as I get to the house. Nice to see you, brother.
Thank you, Mato. Let me get this video before Wana Black can rebut, if there is any rebutting to be done. I want to exhaust all the videos I'm supposed to play today. And where it is.
He is the eloquent orator who danced his way into the hearts of Kenyans across the political divide. Gerald Otieno Kajwang, a prolific debater and astute politician known for his humor and wit, and a true Orange Democratic Movement marshal. Otieno Kajwang was born in 1959, and this informed his seat at Senate.
We've lost a very dear colleague, Senator Otieno Kajwang, who used to sit until yesterday on seat number 59, where he sat continuously.
After attending primary school and advanced secondary school between 1974 and 1976, Kajwang went on to attain a law degree for University of Makerere in Uganda. He was, however, earlier a vibrant student leader at the University of Nairobi.
He was then a very eloquent student leader. He was the Secretary General of SONU at our time. And when he stood at the Great Court to speak, as a speaker, he moved everybody.
Kajwang was first elected to Parliament in 1997 as the Member of Parliament from Mbita constituency. He served in the 8th Parliament as the Chairman of the Parliamentary Committee on Administration and Justice. As a first-time MP, he also served his then political party, Ford Kenya, as the Secretary of Legal Affairs. He was later re-elected to Parliament in 2002 and served as a secretary for the parliamentary group in the ruling coalition NARC.
Your Excellency, kura iko hapa.
In 2008, he was made Minister of State for Immigration and Registration of Persons in the Grand Coalition government.
Naapa kwamba nitakuwa mwaminifu kwa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Oh, mapambano, mapambano. Mapambano.
It is this dancing that has been his trademark along with the Mapambano fame. Kajwang would use his wit and comedy both in the house and out of the house to articulate issues with precision.
Baba, while you are away, Rubuta akafukuzwa kazi na SMS. Watu wa Rift Valley walalia. Angalia hiyo mambo.
That they have no passion. A passion of a woman is never seen during the day, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this has been brought here today. Passion for the job. There is no passionometer. We are not cooling down any soon. In fact, it might get hotter. Jikoni itakuwa hot. Uhuru kama, if you don't want to cook, get out of the kitchen.
Kajwang was a close ally of core leader Raila Odinga and was very vocal about the party.
Because ODM is the most popular party in the Republic of Kenya. Pamure wachino. Na hiyo sio Tieno Kajwang, hiyo ni Stedman. ODM! Na inasema tena that consultation means concurrence. Sema concurrence. Hiyo ni kisungu kubwa, which means agreement.
He is described as a statesman, a jovial man, loved by all who worked with him.
Najaribu tu kama wewe iko kazi. Thank you. God bless you.
His last post was representing the people of Homa Bay as their senator. His trademark fly whisk and dance will live on in the hearts of many, and his contributions to democracy and good governance will doubtless also live on. Willis Naburu, Citizen Business Center.
Yes, one black.
And let me unmute. Oh, okay. So, unfortunately, there's very little I can say about that video. Hello? Oh, sorry.
Yes, you don't know Tieno Kajwang. Where have you been?
No, I know him. I know him very well. But they're just talking, they're saying good things about him, and most of the stuff they're saying is accurate according to what the video is saying, you know. But I don't know, what are we supposed to say about it? Like,
no, we're just commemorating him. This was, I think, the day he passed on.
Oh, now I get the relevance.
Yes.
Oh, let me just.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. So I didn't realize that's what was going on. So I'm sorry about that.
So you're not restricted to comment on the video. It's just the joking the memory of those who may be forgetting.
Oh, okay.
The struggle has been long, just to see how far we have come. And the Mapambano song has been on, and it seems it's not going away any soon. Yeah.
Indeed. Well, unfortunately, I think I'll have to leave right now. And I'll be able to come back maybe some other time. I don't know if that's okay with you.
So, no problem. We are at liberty.
All right.
We are at liberty, and I'm waiting for my other colleagues to come and take over. Even my time is up here, but I can't leave unless I have gotten somebody to take over.
Okay.
But all is well. Thank you. It was nice spending the time together.
All right, no problem. I'll be back maybe in the next session.
It's sawa. Karibu sana.
Okay.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for continuing to support Mtembei TV and to participate in our programming. I'm sure you are finding our programming good and profitable for you. As I wanted to use this last part of the broadcast today to commemorate the legend Mapambano Gerald Otieno Kajwang himself, a man who has proven a record of prowess, legislation, and great spirit of Kenya, whereby is stuck by what should be, regardless of how much opposition and hindrance toward what was envisioned and believed in. One of the things that stand out is his loyalty and commitment to the ODM fraternity, especially at that time when somebody was plotting to run away with ODM. Remember that as a famous statement of fidelity, faithfulness, the first consideration for any person that must ascend to the leadership of the party. He said, if we doubt you, if we suspect you're going to bed with the opposition, then there is no way you're going to be a leader in our party. Well, this kind of loyalty and the commitment to the cause of Kenya that really makes people stand out and remembered for. And as young participants in politics, I wonder what you will be remembered for when all is said and done, and you have said your part, you have done your part. What will be said of you when you're long gone? Were you part of what oppressed Kenyans, or you're part of what made Kenya better? Your conversation, your contributions, and your participation, was it geared towards improving on the country or running the country down? These are some of the soul-searching realities that each one of us needs to confront with themselves and be able to tell whether we have been part of what made Kenya great or what made Kenya worse. And so as we proceed with the conversation, I would that we all celebrate the life of one Gerald Otieno Kajwang in the latter part of this broadcast. May his soul rest in perfect peace for the great things he made happen for Kenya. The politics of Kenya have never been the same since his departure. And I believe it's one of the great punctures that Right Honorable Raila Odinga suffered by his loss in terms of having a reliable right man hand that you can count on when everything goes as it goes. But all in all, let's keep talking, and let's keep participating into our conversation. Nick Odhiambo, I don't know what's up with him. Is this the Nick Odhiambo or the fake one? Whichever you are, our honoring of people has nothing to do with Azimio or Kenya Kwanza. It has everything to do with people who made Kenya what it is today. In fact, whatever you're doing would not be possible if the old KANU and their terminology were led to do what they wanted to do. And that is the gains that we have made so far that are being, being fought right now. We if we went back there, you would not be able even to make that comment. So let us msema mkala muue lakini haki umpe. Kuna yale ambayo hatungekuwa tunayaona ama tunayapitia sasa hivi kusingekuwa na watu waliojitolea kama huyu Otieno Kajwang na wengine wengi tu ambao walisimama kidete kuhakikisha kwamba ukoloni mamboleo na sheria ambazo hazifai za kugandamiza Wakenya hazikupata nafasi ya kukita mizizi. Kwa hivyo ni muhimu kuambiana ukweli. Tumedanganyana, siasa ndio hiyo imekuja ikapita, lakini sasa hivi tunaona matokeo. Maonyo yote ambayo tulitoa sasa ndio haya yanatokea. Alafu kuna huyu ZN Freight anasema it is Azimio that is causing unrest in order to make Ruto look bad. The government has nothing to gain by unleashing gangs to the street. Now, who said the government is unleashing gangs on the street? We are seeing insecurity has escalated since Kenya Kwanza came to power. And like Black and the other people have noted, it's nothing strange when there was a transition. Every time there is a transition, it is usually has escalation of insecurity. But this one for Kenya Kwanza is alarming. It is appearing that Kenya Kwanza seems not to know what to do to arrest the situation. And if you claim it is Azimio causing havoc, then let the Kenya Kwanza government arrest Azimio and get the Azimio culprits behind bars, arrest the situation. It is that simple. It's not a matter of apportioning blame here and there. It's a matter of, if it's Azimio the one that is causing unrest, Kenya Kwanza is the one in power, let them do what they can do to arrest the situation, not the complaining and the apportioning of blame. And that is what I can say on all this. But more than that, tuache mchezo, okay? Kama wewe ni serikali ama wewe ni kiongozi wa serikali, unawajibika kuhakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya ako safe. Sio wewe kwenda kulialia hapa na kusema ni fulani anafanya hiki, ni fulani amesababisha hiki, na wewe umefanya nini? Okay? Kama fulani ndiye amefanya hiki, fulani amefanya hiki, na wewe umefanya nini? Cha muhimu ni kila mmoja ajue jukumu lake na litekeleze ipasavyo. I'm glad those who want to join, please use that link in the comment section and get in the studio so that you can participate into the program. I'm really working hard to get my guys to take over. My time is gone, but I didn't want to end the feed. Let me see, where is Francis? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, thank you. Nani huyu? Mato is still on the wheels, eh? Toroi teacher, habari ala?
Poa sana, mambo?
Fiti, sema maneno.
Niko salama kabisa. Tunachapa kazi. In fact, I was requesting.
Kwa sababu kwa job.
Yeah, niko na uniform, sitaki kuonekana. There's a time nilikuja live na nika mtu akachukua screenshot na akanipeana mbele. It wasn't good.
Pole basi. Haya, mama.
Yeah, so can I do this?
No, not that. Better the other one. Just hide your face.
All right. Then in that case, you'll be there on the tray. Habari ya Mato na Bernard na wengine. Black ametoka, I hope ako huko hivyo kwa backstage. Mimi niko salama. Wazi bro. I hope pia Alex yuko huko hivyo kwa background. Otherwise maisha inaendelea poa. Nina hao watu wa UDO wananichekesha, ama tusijui niseme ni watu gani hao wenye wanataka kuendelea kutublame kwa sababu ya insecurities. Hakuna siku yenye blame imewaisaidia, and I think Uhuru na Kibaki walikuwa kielelezo tosha. When things zilikuwa zinaenda mbaya, you try the best way you can. Hata ni better uanguke than kuanza kublame watu, because at the end of the 5 years, ama tuseme hii 100 days ikiisha, when we are going to question this government, promises and everything. Are they going to tell us now that because of, I don't know, Azimio did this and that, nini nini ndio hatukuweza kudeliver? That's not good. That's not leadership. And that's not what we expected. They were from the government and they entered the government, and everybody that voted them in knew them to be from the government. So them coming in, they were not coming in to give us again excuses that sijui ni watu wa Azimio ndo wanaleta insecurities. Yeah, go as you said it, Bernard. They should arrest hiyo Azimio yote na iwekwe huko ndani tuone kama hiyo insecurity itaisha. But that being said, is it not true that maisha imekuwa ni ngumu sana? And I think the only people to be blamed ni hii serikali tu, na si hata serikali ya Ruto peke yake, ni serikali zote kurudi nyuma, because leadership in Kenya imekuwa ni kama ni campaign from the get go. Mtu akishapata tu, akisha win seat, next thing ni kupiga hesabu ya how is going to secure the seat next election day, so that they are becoming friendly. They are allowing for bodaboda. Unapata town ndogo like Kitale iko na more than 500,000 bodabodas. So unashindwa nani atabeba nani, so that at the end of the day hao watoto wa bodaboda wako na pesa substantial ya kusema I'm making a living out of this. Unapata kama pale line moja maduka ni mingi, zote zinauza similar things. Nani atakuwa ako na biashara yenye inauza kitu yoyote better? And I'm not only talking about Kitale. It's same thing ina happen Nairobi town, everywhere. Kila mtu ni hoka. Kila mtu akitoka kwa kazini na anaenda kuwa hoka. We are not regulating the numbers of businesses that we should be having in a particular space, so that wale wenye wanafanya hiyo biashara wanajulikana first. The second thing is that they are contributing kwa taxes na everything, so that tuna make sure biashara yenyewe ni biashara yenyewe ukitaja kabisa unaona ni mtu mwenye anaishi, si mtu mwenye ana exist, ana survive actually. So ni serikali at least saizi watu wajaribu tu, serikali yenye iko saizi anyway, wacha nisiseme ni mbaya sana hiyo. Ningesema kama Stone PK angekuwa around, but serikali iamue wakanyagie vitu zingine kama hizi. Tusikuwe friendly sana mpaka inakuwa at the end of the day we are running down the country. We are running the country aground. This is a very huge ship to play around with people's lives, because when situation ikifika hapo hivyo na ikiendelea kuwa extended, unajua saizi vitu mingi zimeculminate kuleta hii situation ya insecurities in the town, and if iki extend for a longer period of time, gangs sasa zitarudi zile mbaya mbaya, na itakuwa ni mbaya zaidi. In fact there will come a time wenye police youth watafikiria the police is against them, because watu wa kuarestiwa watakuwa ni wengi, and then it will look like the police is targeting the youth, and then itakuwa sasa ni watu wanaanza kuform gangs, and then ile kitu kama ya walikuwa naitwa nani wale Mungiki watarudi. So the government needs to come out decisively about it. Lakini mimi I'm not in for hii idea ya kutoa polisi sana, ni kuleta alternative ya life. Tuwezi kuwa na shule zinaendelea kuchurn out graduates from high school, from universities, from everywhere, and there is nothing for them to do, and there is no prospects for their future. Seriously, it's like now we are just churning out inakuwa ni kama fallback ya every other person mwenye anakosa anything else to do ni kufanya hizi vices. So ukileta guns wana improvise, wanaleta bigger guns. Ukileta yenu mkianza kuziunda hapa kwa country, hata hao wanaanza kuunda. Siku hizi with the click of a button, kama uko tu na data kidogo, unaweza enda tutorials na ukajua kujiundia homemade guns. I hope I'm not letting out the cat out of the bag. But truth be said, saizi penye tumefika, we are so enlightened, and there are so many ways to get enlightened if we are not. So that si ngumu ukiamua kuwa jambazi ama ukiamua kutokuwa mwema kwa hii nchi. You have all the reasons and all the tools ready for you to help you become bad. But now the buck stops with the government. They need to step up. They need to make sure that what are cushioned so that we don't fall back to this. Now, regarding to the issue ya Otieno Kajwang, sijui kama uko na ile clip yake yenye alikuwa anaongelea siku nyingine akisema tumefaitia sana hii Kenya, situache tukae kama hawa MPs wengine pia juu, to say the least, he is one of the guys wenye wame champion for all the good things that we're enjoying politically na development wise, because for the longest and I think the trend is creeping back where MPs wetu wamekuwa ni kama celebrities. We are electing them for them, not electing them for us. They were trying to do away with that, but now by the look of things, kama ule MP alikuwa anaitwa nani, kuna huyu mwenye amekuwa siku hizi ni amekuwa celebrity huyu, amedonate mabasi, anatafuta bibi. What are we doing seriously? Okay, God forbid, but let's say in the end of 5 years and then we don't have him again in the parliament. What are we going to remember him for? Looking for a wife? Seriously? And it's not only him, many of them are coming clueless and they're idealists and they don't have nothing. They were just given the seat. Na hata ukiangalia na ujaribu kuangalia huko mbele vile kunaenda, it's like they're not going to change. Actually, they've come with a trait that them ndo wanajaribu kubend things iende na character yao vile wako kwa sasa. Like this guy now, we're just going to know him with this stance zenye anazifanya kwa social media. Amekuwa socialite mkubwa sana kushinda kina Vera Sidika, kina nani, and it's not good. So me, I'm celebrating, and every day I like Otieno Kajwang. What he did, his contribution na ilikuwa contribution yake ilikuwa ni kubwa, so that his personal life ilikuwa shielded from us, unlike other people wenye wamekuja kwa scene na unapata personal life yao ndio imekuwa ni way bigger than their service to the nation. So I want many of those that we elected them for the first time this time in the 13th parliament try to emulate who he was, because whatever he did, he made sure it presents him. He made sure that it's going to live on. He has put himself right into the history of our nation in the good books, not the bad history. And that's going to last for a long, long time. So thank you. I'm happy to be here. Whatever was happening in Eldoret, we really discouraged that. We discouraged that. And it was not good. And maybe, who knows, maybe ilikuwa ni kujaribu kuonyesha watu, you're pointing fingers and calling people name kuwa ni lords of violence, and then now it's happening to you in your own home. I don't know what you're going to call yourselves. Are you turning out to be lords of violence, or have you been the lords of violence all this while but just hiding in prayers na nini? So we hope vile serikali imechukuliwa si eti inamaanisha sasa violence inakuja kwetu, ama tumeanza kuwa na dictatorship and now we want to run things wrong. No. So yangu ni hayo. Otherwise I'm happy again kwa Winnie. Winnie kuchaguliwa, I'm happy for only her. Au wengine kidogo hapana. What is Kennedy Musyoka? Kennedy Musyoka, who is he? Amekuwa imagine huko for the longest, but who is he? We still don't know him. I don't know the face. Hata saizi akikuja kwa hii panel, I cannot tell him now this is Mr. Kennedy. I know. I mean, when you go somewhere, make an impact. Even die for something, like Kennedy died for something, and now we know him for doing something. What have you been doing there, bana Iniala? No, kama vile Alex amesema, no quote, no agenda yenye amewai push. Hakuna kitu yote, he's just been there. This guy needs to return our money or style up for the next 5 years. Thank you.
So thank you to Rotich. We appreciate that. And What is Kenya for you? Kenya has a way of securing certain people in certain spaces just for the sake of filling the space, not necessarily causing positive transformation in the place. And with that in place, we have a lot of mark timing that doesn't help the country move forward. Kuna watu tunawalipa mshahara, tunawapatia house allowance, every allowance is to them, but they are doing zero as far as moving the country to the next level is concerned. And that seems to be the greatest baggage that we are carrying. And as a nation, if we continue in that trend, we must as well just sign in to remain or get worse than we are already. Listening to Abuhala today about the greatest hurdle in fighting graft. He says there is nothing hard about fighting graft like political interference. And look at that. That is retired Reverend. Telling you that it is not the investigation, it is not the cases, it is political interference. So there are some political posts or posts that we reserve for specific people, not envisioning or looking forward for who can help this. Just to probably bring you, remind you about Jaramogi and Kibaki. It is said that Jaramogi went to Uganda and then he was presented by a paper of the economic blueprint. And his question was, who has prepared this? He says a particular student. He say, who is he? He say, this, in fact, is a Kenyan. They say, I want to see a person who has prepared this paper. This paper, if it's good for Uganda, it is very good for Kenya. And that is how Jaramogi had to convince Kibaki from Makerere to come and help his country. Now, I want you to see that he's so competent, he's so excellent, he's so somebody that can help the country at that colonial time. What do we look for when we are proposing specific people to take specific offices today? Nobody's thinking about Kenya. They're thinking of my family. They're thinking of my person should be there. If other people are there, why can't they be there? So, with that as a way or as a premise upon which we consider in making certain decision on who feels which seat anywhere, naona hapo tumenaswa kabisa, na kama tungatuki hapo sioni nchi ikibadilika, tutaendelea hivyo hivyo. I come from Navakholo constituency. And Navakholo
But I think,
constituency,
Bernard,
yes.
I think, sorry to cut you short, but I think now, we've not been paying attention in what is happening in Yala so much. We should be shining a very bright spotlight also, because if we don't pay interest, nobody will step up their games. They'll just be there. They'll just be sitting ducks, waiting for their 5 years to lapse, and then maybe they'll come back now to what they consider as main politics in Kenya.
But there is...
And my brother Bernard, to just add on to that, if you allow me.
Hold on. You are now about to create confusion for my audience. We conclude one item, then we move to another. But if we mix all of them together, we create confusion, and that works very well for the Kenya Kwanza government to take advantage of Kenyans. So let's go step by step. Sawa. Yeah, so I was saying that there isn't much that take place in Yala except the legislation and the debates about East Africa, of which it does not in any way affect the day-to-day life of Kenya. And Kenya vile mambo ni mbio, so even concentrating on that debating, and also that debating also comes up like once in a blue moon. So it's very difficult to lay whatever a prey of following each and every activity that takes place. But considering competence and putting it as a priority of who fills which seat helps the country move forward, rather than hii maneno ya huyu ni mtoto wangu, sukumia huyu, chukua huyu, na hiyo wao wanakwenda huko, wanakwenda tu kula na kulala na kuamka. We need better than that, and we can do better than that. So Mato, ulikuwa unasemaje? Ushafika?
Nimefika, lakini umeansa kila kitu, umeni preempt. Sasa nimebaki debe tupu. Najua, that's exactly what you just said.
Wewe na B, mimi ni kapasta tu.
Mimi niko na swali.
Yes, Toroitich, una swali, wacha Mato malize kucheka.
Nasema
Yes.
actually si swali, mwenye amesema ako na swali ni Tony, but thank you kwa kunimention, no problem. Enye nilikuwa nasema ni hivi, if you remember ama umewahi soma story ya Rockefeller the family, unapata these guys walianzisha ile Standard Oil when there was no cooperation wakati hizo time before, yani they were ahead of their time. Waliona game vile inaenda kuchange, and then wakajua if they just everybody operates on their own, they're going to be run out. Now what they had to do is to form a corporation so that they can hide under it and become the big umbrella that can shield their businesses. And that's how they survive to date. Now, mi niko naongelea kuhusu East Africa because strategically we are positioned, and by look of things and even by our disposition, we are the leaders of East Africa. Now, if we don't take this EALA seriously, even like the issue of making this pipeline from Uganda, Tanzania, if we were keen enough, maybe we would have secured it or delayed it on their part, so that in the near future we take it. Because since we are not stepping up to the bigger brother that we are in East Africa, we're going to lose this. And you know, Kenya, we are now making babies more than ever. Soon, in the next like 5 or so years, we'll be like 57 million people or 60 million people. Where are we going to employ all our people? What are we going to do when we don't take leadership of East Africa, my friend? So we need to look ahead. We need to plan ahead. We need to widen our scope. Thank you.
Asante. Tony, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Well, he's just mentioned something. Well, if I can refer to the Holy Book, because I know you know it, it says about casting your nets wide. That's what he was talking about. Yeah, we need to cast our nets wide. Yeah, you know, when the good people went out to fish and they never got anything, and they went back to the good man, and he told them, "What have you been doing? You need to cast your nets wide." That's what exactly he was talking about. Yeah, I know you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, but nonetheless, there's a question that he asked about leadership. I think, well, I wanted to mention about, you need to read a book by John Maxwell. Yeah, you spoke about leadership. John Maxwell is a great teacher. Yeah, you can write it down. It talks about leadership is about influence, nothing more, nothing less. Yeah, it's a very great book. Yeah, for like you, Bernard, you really benefit from that. I think so. Yeah, but he talks about leadership is all about influence. So, for example, I could mention that you have good leaders and you have bad leaders. Hitler was a leader. Nelson Mandela was a leader too. But it depends on what kind of a leader you are. And that's a book that can really help you identify your leadership styles. Thank you.
Kindly repeat the name of the book and the writer.
The name of the book, I forget the name of the book, but the name, it's about leadership. It's about John Maxwell. John
Okay.
Maxwell.
Thank you. I know about John Maxwell. I've read a lot about him, and
Yeah.
there are some, so they are available. There are different books, but his main area of teaching is leadership. So he has written a lot on the different dimension of leadership. They are even available audiobooks on YouTube. You just look for John Maxwell or audiobooks, you will get on leadership. Is understanding leadership, the principles of leadership.
The 21 laws of leadership.
21 laws of leadership, yes. There is another one, is it the 10 principles of leadership from Jesus Christ. Iko tu mafundisho mengi on that. All the same. My concern is not having bad or good leaders. My problem is Kenya Kwanza government is not providing leadership. He's looking for dealership. Even the night pipe, a pipeline you're talking about, they will be looking for what to eat from the same. You know, the difference between Uhuru Kenyatta's leadership and William Ruto's leadership is Uhuru Kenyatta.
I want you to, Ben, sorry to interrupt.
Hold on. Uhuru Kenyatta looks into the future, say, in the near future, we need Nairobi Expressway. It is unattainable, it is beyond us, but it is necessary. What sacrifices do we make so that we put it up? And it will pay itself when it is finished. So he does what? Cut down on this, get this loan. Let's finish this because it will be here for 50 years. Now, that is providing leadership because you're willing to sacrifice and you're not even making it for yourself. Because look at the hurry by which Nairobi Express was finished. He was leaving office, but he worked so hard to see to it that it is done. Why? It's going to speak for 50 years and it will help children and children's children. Who in the East African leadership, okay, is thinking that if we put the East African community together, we're expanding our markets. And when we will have, instead of us talking about 50 million people, we are talking plus 61 million of Tanzanians, and then these other millions of Ugandans, and that one of DRC and all that put together, they form a market. Whereby, how do we share in this market? Remember what we used to have East African industries, okay? So what do we share in the market? Let Kenya produce tea, okay? And let Uganda produce sugar. And then this one, so that all of us, we are taking Ugandan sugar and we are not competing with Uganda. Uganda does sugar, we do milk. The other country does something else so that our community is mutual. But this one for eating from each other, parasitic, it will end up eating ourselves, finish ourselves, and there will be nothing left for our children. That's why I don't support the kind of mentality that Kenya Kwanza provides in terms of leadership. Mutanilaumu tu lakini I'm not convinced. Yes, Tony.
You've mentioned something extremely powerful right there, yeah? First of all, you've explained about leadership, which is very, very important. Yeah, leadership is about influence, and I think you articulated that quite well. Now, you've also hit a really hot button with respect to East Africa community. Yeah, because I don't know how this is going to work with respect to we want the currency conversion. We want to have a common currency, right? You remember the issue of Greece, yeah? When they introduced the euro, you know, we need to have experts, you know, like me, sorry, like me. We need to have experts who can study because the economies are different. Greece and Spain, when we had the euro issue, yeah, we need to study those issues because Uganda uses 1 million shillings to buy a bread. We use 100 shillings, right? True or false? Yeah, and for it will be a seismic shift for them to know that it's 100 shillings. We are talking about having an East Africa community. Yeah, it would take a seismic shift for them. And for Rwanda, who uses franc, how have we addressed those issues of having a common currency? Are we going to dominate as Kenyans just because our currency is stronger? I don't know. Yeah, maybe that's something that you have experts who can address on. But I would love to contribute on such a debate.
You see, let me help you on that a little bit. In the European Union,
yeah, putting you in the dark.
Yeah, I'm in the dark because it's dark here. So in the European Union, if you realize, the German economy kind of controlled the European Union. More especially, the reason why we had pretext is because of the German economy being very strong. You realize that the German economy, because of the Bundesbank, my background is in economics anyway, so you can forgive me for that. Because of the Bundesbank, you realize that the German economy was extremely strong. After the Second World War, the German economy has been protected mostly by the Americans and the bases they have. So they concentrated mostly on industrialization. The second revolution, which was industrialization. So they end up having very strong, formidable companies like Mercedes-Benz, Audi, and so on and so forth. After the Detroit and the GM and so on and so forth, we realized that America was first, then the Japanese Revolution came in, but the people that actually paved the way and took over mostly in the car industry was the German industry, with the Mercedes, the Audi, which was the Volkswagen, and the revolutionary idea by Hitler, though hated because of his of the Jewish, kind of dogma that he had. But in terms of industrial revolution, this man called Hitler really created an industrial revolution for that country. So we don't have to fear that. If you remember something called East African Industries, which is now called Unilever, East African Industries, which was in the industrial area, Blue Band, Omo, so on and so forth, was basically a Kenyan company that if you go today in the border of Kenya and Tanzania, and the border of Kenya and Malava, and Bernard can tell you that Omo sells less in Uganda, but more in Kenya. Blue Band sells more in Kenya, and yet Blue Band is made and manufactured. So the issue of how we normalize and stabilize that is not a problem. In fact, if there is anything, let me tell you one thing I can show you. Kenya has more human and capacity development than even industrial countries than the US. In fact, Kenya imports and outsources. The word that we use in terms of economics is outsourcing human resource capacity. US outsource Kenya human capacity more than any other places. So in terms of how we can deal with that, we have the human capacity development. The problem is that we are still dealing with neoliberal gangsters, which is neo-colonization. And that's what Ben has been saying. And we need to concentrate on that. When we are making trade deals, when we are making international impacts in terms of East Africa community, in terms of Africa as a continent, in terms of trade deals that are very essential. What do we get out of it? You find that, for instance, even Nigerians themselves, who are the highest producers of the best oil in the world, because Shell and BP produces what do you call the kind of oil that is most refined, introvigate amanigani. You can always go to the gas station and see. You go today, you'll find so many people lining in gas stations in Nigeria, more than even the first world countries, who actually do not even produce the oil themselves. So the whole issue is not about if we have the capacity of the people who can have the human capacity development to tell us what we can do. The problem that we have in Africa is, do we have the goodwill to actually be able as a people to move forward with what we know and experiment it ourselves and work it out without the experts, the so-called experts from the Western countries. We have come to believe that, and for a very long time in South Africa, until Zuma became the president, or even after post-apartheid era, all the minister for finances were either Indians or white people, until Zuma made it a normality and said, hey, let us try a black person. So the whole issue is, even the issue of Safaricom, we still had people who are Western countries, until right now we had a person who was from, a black person was from the British origin, who died, and then we put on now our own Kikuyu person who is from African heritage. We need to trust ourselves and start experimenting on our own ways of dealing. African economy is totally different from the Western economy. If we can deliberately understand how economy works and deal with our economy in a way it should work, I think it works better. But the more we hire experts from the West, they exhort us, they deliberately exhaust us, and what happens? We end up being in the conundrum of neoliberalism and gangsterism or colonization. So, in short, we keep on going through slavery. So, the East Africa community is a noble idea, because what we need is the market. What we have been talking about is the market for our goods. I have seen like passion fruits from Kitale. The Ugandans, the moment they eat, they have to drink passion fruit. We are not like that. We are more like a mango nation. Maybe people want to drink mango, or maybe we are more of a Tusker nation. Mtu akisha kula, maybe Bernard doesn't do that. Wengine tunakunywa Tusker mbili. But we have to give our economy what we deserve and what we know can work best for us. But otherwise, if we keep on giving our economy to a so-called experts who kind of negate what we truly need, so we keep on gearing to the wrong direction. Americans, as you know, they have division of labor. Labor is the greatest consummate of what we call growing of an economy. So we don't have a limitation of the people who can advise us. The problem is that we hire foreigners who dictate our economy in a wrong way, and so we keep on becoming slaves to the economy. Our economy is not as the same as the US. We have a unique economy, and that's why M-Pesa can work in Kenya, but it cannot work in the US. Of all things, let me tell you, M-Pesa has become something that even India wants to use, but it cannot use. Why? Kenyans are smart, but sometimes we think we are not smart. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Putni. I agree with you 100%. The trusting of so-called international experts is too much in Africa, and is one of the things that contribute to the disadvantage of the so-called experts coming to take over. But East Africa integration, there is Nico Thiambo in the comment section talking about, and I think Tony also talked about the synchronization of the currents. That is shooting too far. The integration program is in different phases. Okay. One of it is economic in the sense of expanding the market. That's removing the boundaries for the market. And then there is political integration. So the single single current that is on the far end, and that it will require a lot of giving and taking, of which I don't think is necessary. What we need is leadership. Do we have leaders who have a nerve to push for this integration until it works? Or we have faint-hearted people who will go and try, and when it gets some hiccups, they drop back to the usual cocoon where they are used to revolve around their own small country. We need leadership like Kwame Nkrumah, who believed in the entirety of Africa and championed the independence of Africa. So I believe Baba would have provided that leadership very well, and that could be one of the reasons why the West could not stand his leadership, because he would make this thing succeed. And if East Africa succeeds, the rest of Africa would have succeeded in coming together, and therefore being able to have a say on the table where markets are discussing business and economics. So we have a long way to go, but it can be done. My doubt is on the kind of leaders we have. Do we have people who have a nerve to push for this until it works? Will they be able to pay the sacrifice, the price and the sacrifices necessary? Yes, Mato.
Nilikuwa nimeandika vitu mingi, lakini kuna kitu imenishika sana hapa hivi na Bernard. Nikitumia utakaga kusemanga even in this show, and I want my African brothers to know, including you Bernard. Listen, I think kuna kitu inaitwa PTSD, and I believe Africa is in a PTSD mode bado, because the last country that ilikuwa colonized na ikapata independence was 1994. We're in a PTSD. We don't believe in ourselves. And that's why when you find this people like when Obama came, or these other countries come, Mama Nini, they bring their presence there, the presidents there. People take so much to think about this thing, and we don't think about of what is ours. Where are they coming? If we can just, on a serious note, sit down as Africa and think about ourselves and say, be mean like the rest of them, and say that Africa, this is what we're going to do. Let me tell you, the whole world will shut down. So I kind of sometimes feel bad about it, because you find people that even go out there. We're in a PTSD kind of way. We've been colonized for so long. There's this colony, there was French colony, there was, what do you call it? The other colony, the Queen's Lady and whatever colony and all those things. I feel we are still in a post-traumatic disorder kind of way of a society, that even the things that we do, it has to be accepted by other countries. And I think that's what we are going to do. That's what some of the leaders that have tried and have died, actually. Like Mr. Tony, I'll tell you, the only thing Gaddafi died was trying to bring one currency of Africa. We have how many countries? What is one country? I mean, currency that we use. I mean, I can tell you here, there's 54 states. They use the same currency. And those states, by the way, they are equivalent to a country. You go to Minnesota, that's a country by itself. Come to Kansas, it's a country by itself. And why are your brothers outside and living out there? What made them to go there? Why did they not come in? So there's some questions that we have to ask.
And once we're asking that, then we can solve some problems. Otherwise, at the end of the day, you will always find these other countries, and even the kids and the people that we bring up telling you US is the best place to be, telling you know UK will be the best place to be and everything. Yet what they don't understand is that everything they use comes from Africa. But then once we do that, even if we had our own currency, yes, and we've been beat a lot. Gaddafi, example, was killed because of trying to bring an African currency. Right now, we're trying to have the East Africa, and people are joining in, just like NATO. So can we, at some point, as Africans and Kenyans, because this is mostly Kenyans, but I heard a Tanzanian tell me that I watch you guys. I even heard a Ugandan tell me that I watch you guys. Can we, as Africa, not be too greedy and understand if Nairobi becomes a part of it, it does not negate Ugandans? Can Ugandans support us and see that we are the people who are best placed to be the capital of East Africa, and people start coming in? So can we start talking to them and say that the time of colonialism is gone, and we appreciate our value and our culture, and it's appreciated everywhere in the universe as Africa? Can we come like the United States? They went through the civil war and everything, and they became one thing that people never, as watu wengi waangaliagio kitu nasemanga, the United States of America. What does that tell you? United, number one. States, different states, different kabisa. The laws that apply to me don't apply to Alex Kulanaishi. States of what? America. Of course, hatuwezi jiita the United States of Africa. So we will have to come up with something. But the United, however you want to call it, countries of Africa. But that's Kenya, mkona rules zenyu. Uganda, rules zenyu. South Africa, whatever you do. States. But kuna ile inaweka federal, which is called the federal. And that is what Gaddafi was trying to do. But then it has come to a point that even today, and I'm so sorry to say this, Bernard, you will find a country like Russia, who we thought was a superpower, wanagongona drones. Drones. Wanna lose every city that they had. Today, nobody can, ukiuliza mtu mwenye amekuwa kifuata anything of military, hakuna mtu anaweza kuambia, kila mtu ana doubt, hai, kumbe hiki kitu haikuwaga superpower. Because saa zingine ukiwa on top of something, you don't push it too much, utaweza lose. No, lose, you lose your respect in everything. And I'm saying, one philosopher once told me, you don't board an aircraft while it's up in the sky. You load it, you board it before it taxis. Ndio iende kufly. I talk to a lot of US people, and saa zingine naambianga, you guys are stupid. I'm so sorry to use that language. Ambianga, you're stupid. If I were you, I would be looking at Africa as something that somewhere I want to stay. Unfortunately, when I'm telling them that they're stupid, I come to find, I still figure out that we're the most stupidest even before I'm telling them they're stupid. Because I'm telling them to take advantage of a continent that is gonna fly. But the people that we have in our country don't want to fly. They want to stay down. They're the hustlers who want to bring up a government that is going to hit them and everything, and they don't understand it. When we sit here and talk and tell them, they don't see it. And Bernard, that's the thing that hurts me the most. Because out here we're telling people, go board the flight before it flies. That's the most best. Kila mtu anaweza kuambia shika hii kitu, chukua hii kiwanja, itakuwa kitu kubwa, ingia hapo, fanya kila kitu. Lakini nyinyi kuna wenye waliona huko watu wa kuko hivyo, you still want to still be retrogressive. Bernard, it hurts my heart, and I'm sorry to say it, because if I can make someone that lives, that is a US person, go back to Kenya and say that, I'm done with the US. I'm going to make my companies here. 3 of them. But you cannot talk to your brother that is in UDA or believes in Ruto and convince them that this is a guy that has a track record that we can look at. He's been in court. Si ati ni kitu namwekelea. He's been in court. Akiwa amepigwa pingu. Gachagua akiwa amepigwa pingu. In some places that we live, that would have been called a felon. A felon, you're not even supposed to vote. You've been found guilty. And I will never cease to say Muteshiland. He was found guilty. What kind of law are we running back at home, Bernard? Na nyinyi watu wa kanisa, Bernard, I'm gonna hit you today. I've never hit you. Watu wa kanisa pia mtuambie ni nini munafanya na serikali.
Hata wewe ni mtumishi, kwani unataka kujifanya?
Na mimi ni nabii.
Manabizi nyinyi mlianza kutoa prophecy. Mkasema Mungu ashachagua, sisi hatuwezi chagua. Tukaenda tukakusanya, tukaweka kura zote pamoja, mkasema kile Mungu amesema ndio kimesimama. Nabii neno litakwenda kupita. Sababu manabii mmetuweka mahatarini, tena mnaruka sasa mnasema ni watu wa kanisa.
No, I'll say something, Bernard. I think I have listened to your word, and I think you're one different pastor. I don't want to swear, but I say that with a lot of passion in my heart. You're one very different. Yeah, I just don't follow any pastor. And thank you for doing that. God bless.
Okay. Thank you, Tony. Thank you. Now, Mato, the church in Kenya is a very unique church. Unique in the sense that we have a political wing, we have a spiritual wing, we have a religious wing, we have combative wing. Then kuna ingine tu ya kichawi kabisa.
And we have a sexual wing. And we have a sexual wing.
Putni wewe. So unataka niweke
Bernard, huyu anahitaji Ukraine. Tumtumie Ukraine because then Putin.
Let's do this. Let's get the conversation under control, please. Thank you. We really want the 206 people who are watching to benefit from what we are doing. So tukishacheka kidogo tafadhali, let's get back on the track and be able to make sense of what is happening. Now, this my relief teachers ni kama wote nitafuta kazi. Putni sio unakuanga na controlling power. Mbona mnaniweka hapa mpaka saa hii 4:16?
No, but nimekuambia leo nina babysit. Today is my son's birthday. I mean, hata natoroka kidogo. It's my son's birthday. Natoroka kidogo ni kuingia kwa show.
We should sing happy birthday to him.
But Bernard, I really needed to rebut what Ndeto said. On an economic,
let's establish an agreement here. Okay.
Okay.
because I have a shooting at 9 a.m. It is 4. It's 4:15, and I'm still here, and I need to be very sober to be able to do the shooting rightly because I believe in being sober. Why can't we agree if you have administrative power, the people in the panel will make their submission, public participation, a guru has come, and then after that, you just end the show unless you get Julia to proceed further. Badala ya nyinyi kuniweka
Bernard,
hapa sorry. Yes?
Bernard, I can run the show as long as I have somebody in the backstage. Because
I'm
the
in the
problem ni
backstage.
mimi nikirun
I'm
show
in, I'm in the
inakuwaga nyuma,
backstage.
watu wa nyuma wananiachaga.
No, I'm in the backstage. Trust me.
Good.
I
So
promise that.
put me will be
So
adding
nikiamua kufunga ifungike.
No, I'm
wakati
in
wa
the backstage.
kufunge msiache ina run tafadhali.
Yeah.
Thank you. And if
Okay.
that's the case, then Mato, you take the chairmanship of the show, but make sure that you give priority to the people who have not made submission, and watch out for the interceptors. Hao kina Tony na Putni sana sana Putni huyo na Oteanga na kuanga ile number 11 at the unmarked one. If you don't see it, he has scored the ball. So hakikisha yeye unachunga yeye sana.
Yeah,
Public
I'll do
participation.
an hour. I'll do an hour and then at that time we'll funga. I think Putni utafunga at 1 hour nikisema it's time.
Go as long as you can do that, and then wale watu mjanitumia sadaka, tafadhali mtume sadaka. Neti ikikatika leo ni lini? Anda nimepewa grace period ya 3 days. If it gets cut ndio hivyo tutapatikana. Ati
Hiyo tutaongea kando.
Okay.
The private chat has the number hapa. Changia tokens na wifi. Will share it again nikiondokanga.
Okay, we nipatie format cause siko naangalia sana. Format ni nani?
Ni public participation kwanza, priority. And then
Okay.
of course Mr. Guru has returned. And then after that jipangeni vile mnaona.
Aya, sawa na mwenye yako nyuma Tony, haufai kwa nyuma, you breaking the rules.
Noted, new chair.
Hey, Bernard, have a good night. We'll take it from here. Public participation, Bernard akijua venye atajitoa amechanganikiwa, ni kama watu wa UDA pia yeye amechanganikiwa venye ya kujitoa, but the floor is yours.
Ukipewa tu kakiti kidogo ushaanza kuhave kama Kalonzo. Wacha tu.
That was my form of telling you good night. Public participation, the floor is yours.
Hi, Bernard. Bye. Hi, Mato. Hi, Tony. Hi, Toreti. Hi, Guru. Hi, Putin. I want to talk about the Eldoret incident. In line with what we were discussing yesterday about insecurity. You see what is happening, even in Nairobi, is that focus, and this happens every electoral season, they come into the towns. So the city is overrun with hawkers. The people who are in the shop, they can barely sell because you are paying for a business license, you're paying for rent, so your prices are going to be higher. Then somebody is selling the same thing comes outside your business, start selling at maybe a quarter or a half of the price. So that's what is happening, and I think what is happening in Nairobi, I think Sakaja is taking a back seat. He doesn't want to antagonize the hawkers, so he has just let them continue. But I think in the Eldoret, probably the governor wants to now get the hawkers to leave the CBD So that is where the problem is coming in, because now the Kanjo is coming and trying to chase away the hawkers. So the hawkers are retaliating by being violent, going and shooting, and then also understand last week a street boy was killed. So the street kids also have united to do whatever they are doing, the looting and the chaos, which is the running battles which are going on. But there's a very important factor here that maybe has not come across. You know, there's something called the Gini coefficient or the Gini quotient, which is the income inequalities measure. So what is happening for example, Nairobi, is that the Gini coefficient is going to about 0.59, which is very high. It is equivalent to what was there in South Africa right after apartheid, like very high levels of poverty, high levels of income inequality. As I was saying yesterday, 65% of Nairobi residents live in informal settlements or slums. So there is a lot of income inequalities, but devolution is helping the rural areas. The rural areas are at 0.3 Gini coefficient, which is equal to, I think, Portugal, and some of the states in US have higher Gini coefficients than what is happening in the rural areas. What we have in the rural areas, the income inequalities we have in the rural areas, meaning that devolution seems to be working in the rural areas. So we have now a kind of a crisis in that there's too much income inequality. So there are very many poor people who are in the urban centers. So the more areas which are becoming urbanized, including the CBDs. Okay, Nairobi is the main one, but the CBDs or the urban areas in, for example, Nakuru, Eldoret. But Nairobi is the one which I have research data on. So it's bringing a lot of insecurity. Of course, we have a problem of unemployment in Kenya, whereby it's estimated 14 million people are unemployed or underemployed. And this economy or the country, we're having about 75% of the country is youth 18 to 35, I should say. So we have a problem which the government needs to address before things get out of control, because even these problems we're having with focus is simply a sign of the large number of people we have who don't have a way of making a livelihood. So they go on the streets and they start selling. Of course, there are nuisances, because like if you're in the city, you can barely walk around. The place is becoming very dirty. It's chaotic. But now what can be done? The government is not able to employ this. Even the little social protection they had in the Kazi for Vijana has been scrapped. So what do you want these people to do? Do you want them now to go into, because if you eject them, what happens? They now go into crime. Yeah. So we have the problem that we're having right now of surging crime rate. So this issue has to be addressed at the root level, because what we have been doing in different governments is that we are addressing the symptoms or the product of the problem, whereby we are trying now to chase away the hawkers from the CBD. We are trying to, get rid of the insecurity. But you see, these people are here. So what do you want them to do? And you can see the government refuses to subsidize basic commodities, especially food. They refuse completely. They were like, we want to subsidize production. So we are not going to subsidize consumption. But you see, 230 for Unga is too much for majority of Kenyans, especially majority of Nairobians can't afford that kind of money, because even on daily basis, the amount of money they are making, sometimes and it's said in the informal settlement scheme that people are using 3/4 of their earnings on food. So, and some of them are what we call food poor. I think 43% are food poor, meaning that even if they use 100% of what they earn, they still not be able to get sufficient food quantity and quality. So we are having a ticking time bomb over here, but unfortunately, our government never wants to deal with the root of anything. They just want to deal with the symptoms or the product of a problem. So we're having a problem of unemployment. We're having a problem of extreme poverty, particularly in the urban areas. The rural areas seems to be improving quite well. So I'd attribute that to evolution. So I would think that instead of probably investing in I don't know, this government investing in fertilizer, we can, they can think about how they can help decrease this poverty, extreme poverty that we're having, particularly in the urban areas, because the rural to urban migration is what people think that there's more opportunities in the urban areas, so everyone is migrating towards the urban areas, and then there are so many graduates who are jobless. So a lot of these people end up in crime, and even not only violent crime like what we've been having, but organized crime of wash, cyber crime, and all these sophisticated types of crime, because they are learned people. The other issue was the issue of the East Africa community. So, Africans, they have a problem in that I don't know whether it's driven by scarcity mentality or what it is, but we never think as a community. We never think as a people. We always think individually. So if today I become the president, I'm not going to think about how Kenya can benefit, how East Africa can benefit. It's all about me. And that's why you can see that most of the people who are running are not really, you can't really say they're running because they're competent in those matters or anything. They're running because maybe they are dynasties, others are political rejects. So this is a job, for them to do instead of being, out in the cold for the next 5 years. But I always say that look at Mzungu. Mzungu, when they came to Africa during colonialism, they came here. They didn't come here for themselves. They came here. There was there were advertisements in their country that the explorers have found places which have fertile, arable lands. So they came over, and what they were doing is that when they farm and they get the free labor from the Africans, they send back the money to their country to develop their country. And that's how their civilization grew. And of course, it continues up to this day that through neocolonialism, these people are able to get resources to be able to continue building their civilizations, which we all want to go to. But you see now, if Africans don't have that kind of a mindset, and if you don't have that kind of a mindset, there's no way you're going to go as a civilization or as a country, as a continent, as an East African or Comesa. You'll not go anywhere with the individualistic mindset that most Black people tend to have. You have to make a lot of sacrifices, because like you can imagine those white people who came from Europe to come and colonize us. They left their comfort in Europe, their comfort zone. They came here where there's malaria and all manner of things which they don't know about. And they came and they started farming, and as they were doing well, the same thing, not just in Kenya, the same thing in, let's say, DRC. The Belgians were sending money to King Leopold to build their civilization. And even the world powers, the superpowers, even like China, their citizens and the leaders make a lot of sacrifices so that they can come up as a group, as an entity, as a country, as a civilization. So I don't know what happened to us because since the time of slavery, you can even, what used to happen is that, because, people blame white people for slavery, but me, I always say that hakuna Mwarabu aliingia in the hinterland, because Mzungu and Mwarabu, they used to just come to the shores. There is no Mwarabu or Mzungu who used to go into the hinterland to go and catch people or catch slaves. They were always brought to them by fellow black people. And some of it was so bad that some people are even telling their own family members. Like there's a story which I read of someone who sells the daughter and lie that she was eaten by crocodiles. So this thing is coming from far. This thing of individualistic kind of capitalism, as opposed to that patriotism, sacrifice for your country, kind of a thing. So I don't know. But it's been there for the last 400 or so years, and I don't know how we'll come out of it, because everyone knows, by the way, and it's a mentality we have very much in Kenya, that ukiingia kwa ofisi, let's say you get a big office and you had a certain people know your what is it called, network, alafu utoke kwa hiyo ofisi and you're having the same network, it's like ujaiba, you'll become a laughing stock. Like, what were you doing in that office? You were just mark timing you were sleeping in the office. How come ujatoka ukiwa mdosi and that office has money? That is a mentality that we have as Africans, and that's why you see, even when it comes to public office, Kenyans don't want to know what, even if you are a prostitute or you are Illuminati or whatever, as long as you have the money, what they care about is just, they don't look at you in terms of what you can provide in terms of leadership. They always look at, how much you have, regardless of your background. And that's how somebody like Hasla maybe become president. He has a very filthy background. But all what Kenyans are looking at is that, hey, this man has money to be beating out. And you see, Baba doesn't dish out money. He doesn't give people money to vote for him. He wants you to vote for him based on principle. And that's how this guy took this thing. Because Africans, that's we don't care. And that's why even this issue of socialites and, girls prostituting themselves on the internet and all that is now being glorified. Because so long as you make the money, who cares how you make it? It is very wrong, and which I don't see white people having that, because if you run for office as an American, upatikane hata you have cheated on your wife, just sitting on your wife hiyo hata kitu kubwa hiyo, it does enough to knock you off that you lack integrity. So I don't know, Mungu atusaidie if at one point we'll come to that point of where Europeans and Americans and these other great civilizations have always been, to make sacrifice for our country, to think of when you get when you get into office, you are thinking about how to take your people to the next level, not how you can be able to steal and to ensure that your posterity, continues in that line. Because now in Kenya, what it has become is that if you are involved in anything which is not legal, you have to struggle to be in politics. To be in the government, not even in politics, in the government, so that your loot can be secured. Yeah. Once you are in, for example, let's say Kiroche, the one is a senator now of Nakuru. You see, she has problems with KRA, so she probably sat down and thought that, how can I be able to get over this problem? And she thought, get into politics, get into the government, and you'll be protected. And you can see, actually, all the people in the government, from the Rigidi to anybody else who Aisha Jomoa and Linturi, whoever has a problem and is in government is protected. And those who are not, like Atuoli, Akina Morade, who was the other, Barasa, if you are not in government, and the ones who are in prison for something, 200 and for something, is it a Mace scandal? So if you are not in the government, you are not protected. Yeah. So you'll have a problem. So everyone, if you know, especially you have made money, which 3/4 by the Kenyans who have money have made it through illegitimate means and through criminal activities. You have to be in government to protect yourself and to protect your loot and to protect your interests. So it's very unfortunate that that's where we are. That now criminals are all clamoring how they can get into government so that they can be protected and so that they're able to steal more. It's very unfortunate. Thank you, Marshall. That's my submission.
That was really strong. I really appreciate that. Public participation, I appreciate that because you're talking the truth. And ladies and gentlemen, the people that are watching us when you're huko nyuma and everybody mwenye anataka kuchangia, you can still come in. The link is out there. You can still come in. We still have time. Come in, say what you say. I mean, what you feel you have to say about your country, because this country is ours. Regardless who's the president, who's not the president, this country is for me, you, and the kids that we are going to live in this country, whether outside or inside. So at the end of the day, we associate with that country, and we have to be very proud with what country we live in or has come from, or even if you've never lived in it, but you have associates that came from that, something that you can deal with it. This is a open forum. Click on the link. The link is out there. Click on it. If you kama mtu amesema kitu hapo hivi, somebody said something and you want to be a part of it, it's a very open forum. Just click on the link on Mutembe. These are people who come here and contribute on what they feel about their country. Is nothing against you, is nothing against anybody. If you are a UDA and you think we are not saying the right things, come in and tell us why we are not saying the right things. If you are an Azimio and you love your country, please feel free to join in. We still have at least an hour, if not two, to keep on moving. So I would advocate, even the comment section, people just come in and let's discuss about our country, because the moment we stop talking, then we start fighting. Okay. Mr. Guru, kazi kwako.
How are you?
We are very good, sir. Thank you.
Yes, I was here in the early hours of this forum, and I sent my bet on what happened in Eldoret, and it's just a manifestation of the kind of frustration that the population is going through. And that shows you that the people are waiting for any excuse, any opportunity to vent. What happened in Eldoret started as just a misunderstanding or some push and pull between the hawkers and the administration in that country. And then you can see it degenerated into riots and looting of property. So when you look at it in a critical sense, you would wonder how the properties of Edomat have to do with that dispute. It shows you the mindset of the population that they will take advantage of a situation to express themselves in whatever way, good or bad. We are in a state of confusion. Like public participation has said, it is now becoming very clear that the slogans that were used during the last elections, that freedom is here, freedom is coming, meant something deeper than just freeing people from the so-called dynasties. It was an opportunity of the politicians who had the cases in the courts of law to get themselves off the hook. Already some have had cases that they were facing going their way in a most suspicious manner. So now there's something called despondency. People at this rate will start wondering, and they have started wondering, what then is the right thing? What is the right thing? So you get the government to get yourself what you want as an individual. And you know what? This has nothing to do with the small people who have cases. They will still face the law as it were. On the other hand, the government had promised, or the UDA party had promised so much, and praised the blame for the situation that was there of high food prices, high fuel prices on individuals. The narrative was that the leadership of Uhuru Kenyatta was insensitive because apparently they are a dynasty, and that he was born in a state house. Then, by extension, they even brought in Raila Amolo Odinga, who was not part of the government, simply because he was working in harmony with Uhuru from the outside. The truth of the matter being that that government belonged to Uhuru and Ruto. But you see now, what is happening is that the people, and particularly the youth, have come to understand that deception was used. The arrived circumstances are not changing. If anything, they are getting worse. They have come to know that it is not Uhuru who was the cause of their misery and high cost of living. They have come to understand that they are operating in two different worlds with the people who are asking for votes. Why? Because the MPs are still insisting on high salaries and perks. But on the other hand, nothing tangible has been put on the table to improve the material circumstances of the so-called hustlers. Therefore, there's frustration, deep-seated frustration, and worse, the government does not seem to have anything that is inspiring that things will get better into the future. And therefore, this can only bring about despondency, fear, frustration, and so on and so forth. What to do? It is most likely that this government will do very little. First of all, the circumstance in which the country is right now is such that it's heavily indebted. The food situation is not getting any better. In fact, a warning has already been sounded that food prices could not come down anytime soon. And that is the reason why Moses Kuria has already announced that he will be opening up the floodgates for GMOs to apparently to solve the food security problem. So basically what it is that a seed was planted in the last elections. The first seed was that there was some sort of revolution that was beginning, that the elections were revolutionary. They were overthrowing somewhat insensitive dynastic regime that had ruled the country since independence, so that life circumstances of the poor, the so-called hustlers, could dramatically change. But that is not true. That is not what is happening. And therefore, the regime is breeding frustration, and the frustration is going directly to the youth who are unemployed, the youth who thought that they were putting in a young man who has come through the hand rife and therefore selling chicken and eggs by the roadside, and therefore who understands their circumstances. But what is observable right now is that all that was hogwash. It's nothing but it was nothing but food harvesting gimmick. I do not know how far this friendship between the current regime and the so-called hustlers will last. You are aware that the hustler fund is even worse than already the existing WESO fund. WESO fund had no interest rates, and the amounts you could access were higher. But this one has restricted the funds to 50,000 and then put in an interest rate of 8%. So when you look at it from the holistic point, the youth are wondering what hit them, because they expected things get better, but they seem to get worse for them. And when you have a huge population of youth who are desperate, who do not have inspiration or inspirational leadership, then you are actually quoting something that is quite bad. And that what happened in Eldoret is just a tip of the iceberg. Look at what is now happened with our border people. They've become criminals simply because these groups talk. They converse when they are in those groups waiting for passengers. I am sure they are deeply frustrated. They have analyzed this government, and they know that they were tricked in voting people whose interest was to serve their interest only as leaders. Because what you hear is just that so and so has been relieved of the case that he was facing on fraud and grand grabbing and so on and so forth. But their material circumstances have not changed. The high food prices are still there. The fuel prices are still high. And generally, there is nothing to hold on and hope for that next year, the year after, is going to be better. So that is the circumstances in our country. And I add here that it's not that countries don't have problems. Problems do exist in countries. But you see, what makes countries stay stable and prosper is inspirational leadership, like the one that was provided by Emilio Mwai Kibaki when he came into leadership. He did specific things that made people bear the pain of that time and wait to see their lives transformed. But that is not what's happening with this government. There is nothing to hold on. There is nothing to hope for, except that what you hear is chest thumping on how some of them came from rural life of walking to school without shoes, how they were molested by the last government, and so on and so forth, how freedom has come for them. And today, you cannot say there is anything concrete that the youth can hold and say that we can wait for 1 year or 2 years and see our lives transform. That is the kind of frustration and despondency that is existing in the youthful population that we have, and which could be waiting for just a spark, and then, God forbid, what could happen. And that is why I always say that sometimes it's good for the youth to listen. These are things we talked here over and over and over again before the elections. But you see, sometimes the youth learn the hard way. They are learning the hard way right now. It's like having a father who just comes home in the evening. He's been doing nothing except roaming around, and food is not enough, and there are other needs, and he's not doing any farming that you can wait for a season or 2 seasons, and you are inspired that maybe in the next 2 or 3 seasons you'll be eating better. So basically that is the situation we are in. Another thing that happened is that the lawlessness that was advocated in the last elections has now caught up with this regime. When you tell a whole population that they will be around to trade anywhere where there is space, you actually foment chaos. Those are the chaos that you are going to find in Nairobi and other urban centers. And already, if you have been following the news in Kakamega, in Kiambu, and elsewhere, the promise given is running counter to the expectations of the so-called hustlers. They are now wondering why the same people who promised them that they would have a laissez-faire environment of trading are now chasing them away from those spaces. This is a recipe for chaos, and it's going to catch up with those who promised some of these things that they knew were not attainable, or they do not go consistent with a modern, well-organized society. Thank you, Mr. Deto.
Mr. Guru, thank you so much. Unajua ni baba yetu hapa, you come and your word is very well received, received over here. I see Mr. Duke is here. Duke, before ukuje, my sister na Guru, I have a theory that I have. It's a theory of what has happened and what is happening. Personally, I still will not ever believe that Ruto was elected. But even if you're not elected, I think you should have your country on your, feel it first. I mean, however you got the seat, you're there. But I have a theory, and anyone can challenge me. I have a theory or a feeling that the country is being run as a business. Personally, I believe the moment you start running a country as a business, you start wanting to make profits, because every business makes profit. And I believe this is the reason why we are having more taxes, everything. And there's a lot of reasons why I'm saying what I am saying. Some which I will not share, but I know. But when you start running a business, what do you get? What are you looking for? You're looking for profits. So you will try to see where you can get all that money. I'm telling you the truth. All of us tuko na kijiji. I don't believe kwa hiyo kijiji yetu mtu akienda akitoa tu mahindi yake ilikuwa pale hivyo, mwenye anatembeanga pale, hata watu wa Chang'aa, watu wa nini, I don't believe you need to tax some, vitu watu kama hao ati they need ati kibanda yote you need ati iko registered. What are you trying to do? That's not an empire that you're doing. So I feel like some of the politicians that are in power today have been talking about dynasties, but what they're trying to do, they're trying to actually run the country as a dynastical kind of way of running things. I believe it's supposed to be public servants. And I've stated in this channel for a long time that we should never look at these people and call them waheshimiwa. In fact, if you were for me, I believe that they should be the least paid people, so that you go there with your heart. Public participant. You go there with your heart. Unapenda watu. Unapenda kufanya kitu. You go there with your heart, and it's not a public, it's not a money-making thing, and you're not stressing the people of the country because they're already giving you the taxes is the reason you get paid. You already have that. What else are you forcing? Before I bring Duke, I wanted to just say that, and also say that people in the back, kuna watu wame-complain on the comment that they are coming, wanafika kwa backstage, and they cannot get in. So the persons in the back stage, wenye wanafanya kazi yao huko, the people who are working there, kina Alex and those people, if you can add those people, we want these people complaining that they cannot get in. Duke, it's your term.
I want to start from where you have stopped. Actually, a country should be run as a business, because when you are doing a business, you have to monitor the expenses, and also you have to monitor the revenues. So you ensure that you are getting sufficient revenues which will exceed the expenses and you get profit. So the question should be, is the profit from the government business misused? So that should be the question. But the government should work as a business to ensure that it is getting more profit, and that profit is distributed to Kenyans to solve the issues which they have. I want to start by saying that we usually come here day in, day out, but most of us try to repeat what we already know. For example, we watch news and we see unfortunate situations happening. There is insecurity that's increased. Then we come here to report that again. But you have already seen that. So we should be focused more on what's the way out, or what should be done to better Kenya, rather than trying to sing that it is bad, it is worse, it is going to corrupt, something of that kind. So that's not helpful at all. So most of the things which we are seeing, we should try to think on how to come up with solutions. For instance, most of things, from my own personal analysis, the insecurity instances we are seeing, everything we are seeing, it's actually mainly from economic desperation. People are unable to meet their basic needs. Therefore, they are resorting to illegal issues. And why are the people not unable to meet their basic needs? Is because most of them, they are not engaged in any economic activities. So I thought, what should the government do, maybe to ensure that we create more employment opportunities? I'm proposing that maybe the government has like an employment board. You know, in Kenya, when it comes to education sector, those who are trained as teachers, they don't serve unemployment much, because you find that maybe you can wait for 2 to 3 years and then you are placed somewhere, you find unemployment. It's because there is a system. There is a Teachers Service Commission. So those who study education, they know they will register there, and then over time, 2 to 3 years, even 5, and then they get working opportunities somewhere. So I feel that the government should expand that to all sectors, all professions, or all careers, so that when maybe students... Yes, go ahead. What's the question?
So I can see where you're trying to say that you're trying to run the country. The country should be run as a business. Where is the capital coming from?
You know, what are you even saying? Because what's the capital coming from? First of all, you should define what's a business.
Where is the capital coming from?
This is like it's a business which is already established. Because
no. I'm asking you a very simple question. You're running a company. Where are you getting the capital from to run that company?
You see, we are not talking about starting a new company. It's a company which is already there, which is functioning. So maybe you say, how is the company operating?
Money, the capital.
Which capital? The company is already there. The company already has the assets. It has the capital.
It's easier for you.
You see, the function, what's a company? A company is like an institution.
Why are you so scared to say people's taxes? Why are you so scared to say that?
Why should I be scared? Scared of what?
Because the capital is coming from the people. You don't pay anything. You want to run a business that you've never even... the capital is not there. The capital is coming from the people. Unless you want to prove me wrong, I will keep quiet right now. But where does the capital of this business that you want to run, being called a company, a country, where is that capital coming from? Did you make it? Who made it?
You see, if, for example, a company, actually there are several sources of a capital for a company, but the main source is from what we call shareholding. So investors have shares in a company. So in this country, Kenya, no, give me time, because if you interrupt me, you cannot even understand each other. So what I was saying is this: a country should be like a business. So there are expenses, there are revenues, there are goods which should be provided, there are services which should be offered. So the issue should be, how is the profit used? For example, is the profit diverted to personal or to the management and not the shareholders who have invested? So I was saying that it's good to run a country as a business if it's run prudently, and the profits from the company or the business now, which is the country, is benefiting the shareholders. And in this context, the shareholders in the Kenyan business context are all Kenyan citizens. So that's simply what I was saying. Unless
do you understand that once you become a president, or you're running even a county, do you understand that it's not about the money making part of it? It's about also the civil and legal rights of every person that you live in. And do you understand what actually makes you be able to be in that office is what people have paid and what people have given without getting anything back. they've sacrificed so that you can be in that higher office, to make them be safe, number one, to make them have a good way of living, the basics, to make them at least have clothing, because they actually also pay you for you to be there. You're a public servant person, at least, because not everyone can be ile kitu inaitagwa kidole kimoja kiui chawa, but they come together to give you those finances so that you can go out there and not start looking at them as a thing that they've given you money to do what you have to do, and then now you become a problem to them, because now you're making laws that are actually now making them contribute more than what they actually took you there for. So you cannot run a county, not even a country, as a business. The surplus, yes, you can. And if I'm wrong, I think there's enough people here. My sister is still here. Na Tony Mkenya pia amekuja, will tell you that you do that with the surplus. Even a bank, once you give them your money, they use the surplus, but your money is still there. So work for the people. I mean, that's what I'm trying to go. And if I'm wrong, I stand corrected.
Let me help
you know.
Let me help you, Macho. Let me help you. A government is what we call not for profit organization or non-profit organization. A government, whether it's
Talk
county
a little
government or
louder,
national.
sweetie. A little louder.
Okay. I'm saying that a government, whether it's a county government or national government, is not a business. It is a non-profit. Non-profit, we call them non-profit organization or not-for-profit organization. So why I say this is because through the taxes, you are supposed to provide services, yeah, at cost, yeah. For example, let's talk about something like food security. So you're supposed to be providing, for example, seeds at cost to farmers, yeah, not at profit, at cost. So if you are spending, I don't know, $1 million to produce the seeds, you're supposed to sell them at maximum that 1 million. You're supposed to make profit from it. The same goes to for example, now this issue of GMOs. This issue of GMOs, the issue of GMO, why, in fact, there's a lobby group which has been signing some, getting Kenyans to sign. They'll be going to court because it's not even about the GMO, although we know what happens with the GMO is that it spoils the soil, and then you'll need to use more fertilizer and more pesticides, meaning more business for Monsanto and more business for whoever the fertilizer companies and the pesticide herbicide companies. But it spoils the soil. The issue is that they want to criminalize the use of indigenous seeds, and that you cannot use indigenous seeds unless they're registered and permitted by the government. So what actually in essence is happening is that now instead of government providing, letting subsistence farmers use what they've been using, which is indigenous seed and the normal animal manure, because they can't afford the normal fertilizers. You know, subsistence farmers like wale watu wako na 1 acre of shamba where they just grow for their own subsistence and some small selling. Those people, they don't buy seed, they don't buy fertilizers. They just use indigenous seeds na manure ya ng'ombe. They don't have that much. So from what our UDA Kinara here is telling us, that it should be run as a business, is why now they're doing GMO and criminalizing indigenous seeds, because they want everybody to be forced to go to GMO and be forced to buy the fertilizer, because the GMO only works for a short time. The next some consecutive seasons, now it begins spoiling. It has spoiled the soil. You need more fertilizer. You need more herbicide and pesticide. So it becomes now a profit-making organization. Government is not a business. It's not a profit-making organization.
Chair, can you give Can you please give the perspective here? Because I came in late, a bit late. Can you please give the perspective here, please?
Can you let our sister finish first, and then I'll just follow her. If you didn't get it after she finishes, because she's on track on what we're talking about, then I will
No problem.
elaborate more.
No problem,
Yeah.
Chair.
Duke mindset, as many UDA supporters, is that government or the country is supposed to be run as a business, which is completely and totally wrong. Government is a not-for-profit or non-profit organization. That's why they fund universities, so that public universities or whichever, they can be able to provide education at cost. Yeah, at cost means zero profit. Just the amount of money that you put in, just like either it can even go at a loss, but it doesn't have to be whatever. So and you see now is why you are seeing just pronouncements like what the education CS was saying, that we are going to pull out funding from the university, because now this group is thinking university should be like a business, yeah, and other services they provide, that if I'm providing this service to the public, you should be making money for me, which you can't do. I mean, that's not government. Government is completely non-profit. It's completely non-profit. It's supposed to be there to facilitate people, facilitate its citizens, be they farmers, be they students, be they patients in a hospital. You see, you cannot. That's why you see a private hospital like Aga Khan or Nairobi. The difference with Kenyatta is what Kenyatta is not there to make profit or anything. They're supposed to be there to provide the service to the citizens, at cost or even whatever. So they are funded by government, yeah. And so many parastatals and so many sagas, they are funded by government. Why? If it's profit, if you are thinking of government as a profit, but you need to completely get rid of like almost 3/4 of the parastatals, because those parastatals are there to provide services to Mwananchi at no profit. So even by a profit that now this is a business, there's nothing like that. Government is a non-profit organization. Thank you.
Please allow me to answer that, please, before I
Order.
that, yeah?
Thank you so much.
You cut me. Was giving my submission.
Hold on, Duke. Hold on, Duke. You will finish, and Nakagampole. But thank you for that elaboration. Tony, first of all, you're breaking the rules of the show, because this is show two to Naongea too. It's a show that is gonna be watched, so you need to come out of the curtain. Number moja. Number two, I hope umeelewa. Kama hujaelewa, uliza swali, because Duke is gonna come next. I think he has a rebinder, and then you will be next to that. Tony, can you get out of the curtain, please? Show your camera. Tony, are you there? Okay. Yeah, okay. I think he'll be back. But okay, Duke, I think our sisters told you. I think I stand with what she says. I don't know where you stand, but I think I know you're about to come back with a big rebinder. I mean, utakuja kutugonga sasa tena. But you do your thing. Tuambie sasa, what do you disagree with what we've said?
Na utupatie example ndio tuelewe.
Okay. I'm not disagreeing with what you are saying. However, you are taking the word business and equating it to profit. So if we start from defining what's a business can be defined as an enterprise or an organization which offers professional services, offers specific products, offers specific services. So Then we come to types of businesses. We have businesses which are for profit, businesses which are for non-profit. So for me, first of all, the government operates as a business. It's a business because it's an organization and it offers professional services. It offers products to Kenyans. It offers services to Kenyans at large. So it is both a profit enterprise and a non-profit enterprise into, for example, there are areas where the government should offer services at a cheaper price, or the focus should not be profit if you talk about maybe transportation, because it builds roads and we use them for free. It builds schools and we use them at a subsidized price. But now the government has parastatals. Parastatals work like businesses for profit. So for example, KCP Bank, we talk about the National Bank. Those are business for profit. They purely make profits, billions per year. So the government can be both for profit and non-profit. So what we should be focused on is when the government does specific business to get profit, does it use that profit the right way? That profit should be used to benefit all Kenyans. It should not be used for one person, or it should not be used to, it should not be embezzled. The profits from the profit should not be embezzled. So that's what I'm saying. So it's true, the government can be bought for profit and bought for non-profit. So I have no, so unless you are narrowing the meaning of the word business. So are you trying to say that KCP is a charity institution or national bank? Because those are government parastatals. So it cuts across. So I want maybe you agree with me or you rebut to that. Your mic has an issue. We are not getting you at all.
Your mic is not okay. Not yet. Not yet.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, it's just my settings. I don't know what happens. Sometimes it does that because I'm using my phone. But Duke, I wanted to really go hard on, not really hard, but Duke, I think you're a very intelligent person. But also, when you're being intelligent and being on a different kind of place with people, sometimes it's good. You know, they always say only a stupid man never changes their mind. And sometimes you have to sit down and listen to people and work with, and just be realistic. At times, the things that make you change your mind is not where you stand. Is the things that you say, okay, on this one, we have a common ground. I have no idea how you've ever thought that KCB, and actually KCB is not nowadays, is not, we rarely have any parastatals nowadays. Uchumi is the one inakuja kukufa. I was in Kenya, I know Uchumi, there's only two zimebaki, Langata, and I think the other one, I can't remember where it is. Hata za kina Mtindo huko zilifungwa, hizo ziliisha. Those were the only parastatals. That's when you had pen paper. The parastatals you're talking about are the ones that used to be Sony Sugar. The ones that had kids when they were in school going for a field trip. to go see parastatals the government. Now, do I disagree with you wholly? Hell no. The reason also we give them money to the government is also so that they can make money. But they're not supposed to make money out of our expense after we've already done an expense. The first expense is our tax. And that's why I get so scared and I get fidgety, like I get goosebumps when you hear, leaders trying to say, oh, tuongezewe mshahara and all those things. Oh, we need, what is this called? The last one that they're doing now, the one that was cut by the MP. Like they need money to cover, what is this called, my sister? Tell me, I know you know where I'm going. For this, to give kids, to take them to school and everything.
They help or what?
Not the help. They were talking about the. I know it will come on the comment section, but when you hear people talking about that, you gotta be very worried, because first of all, if you're elected to go make laws, go make laws. You don't need any money other than your salary. Now, when we have devolved things today, we have devolved governments, we have everything. Duke, and please, today don't look at me as the person that hits you so much here and we argue. I want you to look at yourself as a Kenyan. And don't look at Azimio or UDA. I'm not fighting your president. He is the president. I mean, he's still my president. However I go, where I go, the elections are over. It's done. He will be the president for the next 5 years, unless he messes up and what we are thinking might happen, some of us, a revolution happens. If it doesn't happen, he will be the president for the next 5 years. And he will be my president. When I talk to about Kenya, and somebody asks me, who's the president of your country? I will say, William Samoei Ruto. He is the president of Kenya. But again, can we stop the competition and think about our country without thinking that we are attacking anyone? That's my plea, that we think this thing is not all about money making. And by the way, Mr. Duke, when you think, ukiona hizi vitu zinafanyika kama Eldoret today, ukiona the crime rate is going up, that could be you mwenye ungeshikwa na hiyo kitu. I mean, mtu angekuja kunyang'anya. But do you know why? Because something is happening wrong. Duka kunanga, you're an engineer. I hear you're an engineer, whatever. You know very well. There's no energy left. There's no energy that does not have a reverse energy. No energy is ever lost. Ukilegeza hapa, hiyo energy lazima ikuchape ile side ingine. So you tell us, that would be my question after my sister ongea. That would be my question. You tell us, why do you think the crime rate is coming up again? Don't you think there's a problem? Do you want to go home? Ama ile siku utaibiwa ndio utakuja hapo utuambie you guys were right? Where do you think you've been following these things? I mean, these elections and everything, you've been following these things very well. Where do you think there's a problem? Because I want you to know that. I want you to answer that. Why do you think by the time Uhuru alikuwa anaenda to retirement, hizo vitu hazikuwa? Why do you think they're coming right now? Is it, I'll give you a clue, is it because there's the police wamekaliwa mahali, kuna kitu ilifanyika, or whatever. I won't tell you what it is. So I think I had, on that statement, I had two. Na kuna mtu amekuja, I think, sisi ukinikubali nitaacha Tony aongee tena. I think ilimtoa. I think it took him off. But Duke, I want you to start thinking not as a UDA guy, not as a, just think as a Kenyan. And I think that will help you even have your debates better and really help us, all of us, have a good country. I'm being nice. Tony, what did you have to do before? And then it's going to go Tony, Duke, I'm sorry. It's going to go Tony, and then this our sister, and then Duke, maybe, I know you're writing, and then you tell us what you think after everything. Tony, you have the floor.
Unmute the mic.
Sorry, I am not a politician, so I always write a lot of notes, yeah, like a lawyer, yeah. Now, public participation, you talked a lot about a lot of things, yeah. Culturalization, yeah. And I wanted to ask, that's when I wanted to interrupt. What is your context? What's your background? Where are you from? So that we can understand this, yeah. You talked about dynasties versus something else. You talked about colonization. Am I talking about the right things, or yes, no?
No, you're good, yes. Tony. You're good. The only one thing that I would ask you is, I don't know if it's just on my side. I feel like ukombali sana, but also I wanted to tell you that also we were talking about a country being run as a business. Over, on your topics, if you can put, if is a country supposed to be run as a business, or is the people running the country supposed to run it as a according to my sister, a non-profitable business, but use the surplus to
fair enough,
maybe
Chair.
make something.
I appreciate that,
Can you
Chair,
add your volume a little bit?
Okay, fair enough. Well, because I had a lot of questions based on what she had told me, but let's forget about that. So you've asked me about business and?
No, you're welcome to use whatever you wanted to ask and everything that you wanted to say. We just wanted you to jump in on that, the business part.
You made the rules. You've made the rules, Chair. The question we're answering is about, I have written everything about
Can everyone hear Tony well, or is it just me?
Well, I was going through what we started off with, public participation, but you said we are talking about something else. Yeah?
No, Tony, you didn't get me right. What I said it's, I'm having a hard time to hear you. You're not as loud as the other members, but I think it's fine. I can struggle with that. I was saying that you can contribute on what you had. What you had is fine. Keep it on the topic, but also because you had asked before Utoke, what we were talking about when we came to business. We were also, I just wanted you to add that on your contribution, that is a country supposed to be run as a business or a public service thing that everything is already paid for. So no, I'll struggle because I can hear you very well. I'll struggle and I'll listen as much as I can.
Okay, fair enough, Chair. And I apologize about that, Chair. Now, you see, because she had addressed a lot of questions, so I had a lot of questions, but nonetheless, is a country supposed to be run as a for-profit or a non-profit? Now, what was the proposal? Because I've worked for both government and non-profits. I've worked for the largest non-profit in the world. Can you hear me, please?
No, I think what he's asking, he's asking you is to a larger extent. Okay, Duke has explained to us that it can be profit, it can be non-profit. But okay, me, I was saying that the majority, or to me, overall, on an overall, I see government as a non-profit. Yeah, but he has brought out the issue of, for example, banks which are under the government, which are for profit. But me, I was of the opinion that government is more of a non-profit than profit. So you can give us your
Well, based on my theory, yeah, I have an MBA and I'm doing a financial law. And I don't mean to brag that, yeah. Government is the most profitable institution that you'll ever meet. It's not a non-profit. It's the most profitable organization that you'll ever meet. Yeah. It's very, very profitable. That's why it's able to afford to pay thousands of workers. No other organization is able to pay that. Yeah. And I talk that with a lot of humility. Yeah. Because I've worked for the government and I have worked for non-profit. Both of them, they don't pay you a lot of money. Go for profit. Yeah. That's a well, you raise a very interesting issue. Yeah, because that could be an issue of governance. It could be an issue of, ethics, could be an issue of, because governance, government makes the most money, more than any enterprise. Yeah. It employs the most people. So if you say it's a non-profit, I don't know how to explain that. But it could be the most profitable organization because it owns all the assets. It owns the land. Yeah, like you see, for example, in a country like Canada, yeah, the land is owned by the government. By the Queen, by now the King, or Australia or New Zealand, would the government ever go broke? No, because it will always have assets. Yeah. But now, when we're coming to the topic of is the government for profit or non-profit, it is for profit so that they can sustain the citizens. That's my answer.
And there comes my question. You explained it well, but there comes my question. Now, should that profit, even though the citizenry, where your capital is coming from as a government, even though the citizenry has already paid you, should it be more burden to them because as you want to make it a profit? Yes. My point was the government should use the surplus after they've helped the citizenry to do whatever they need to do because they already paid the capital, if you want to do the business part of it. But then, should the citizenry be added more?
Yeah, that's a very smart question, by the way. But that's a political question. Yeah. We have, in Canada, for example, we have a parliamentary system. Everything is owned by the Queen, or now by the King. Yeah. In the US, for example, is very, very different. It's a capitalistic, very capitalistic. Also here, we are very capitalistic. Yeah. Australia is also very capitalistic. But you also have to think about the political climate. Where are you? Where are you operating in? So that you can say that, in Nairobi, for example, I can make a killing because I don't care. Yeah. It also depends on the political climate. There's geopolitical, yeah, that matters a lot. Yeah. Economics matter a lot. What is the economic climate? What is the currency of the, you see here, we get bond by the US dollar. Yeah. Well, we're almost at par now, but yeah, Biden is, yeah, Canadian dollar. You have to think about, if you're in Kenya shillings. I do international business, by the way. I do international business. So I have to think about currency issues. Think about Eurobond. What did Eurobond do for us? They borrowed in euros, and the Kenyan shilling has dipped. That's why we are paying high interest, because we have to pay in euros. So when we are making policies in Kenya, we have to think about what currency are we borrowing. If we go to Japan, or where were they the other day? We have to think about what currency are we borrowing. Because if you borrow against the Japanese yen, then the next time the Kenyan shilling might dip against the Japanese yen, and then the interest goes high because of the imbalance in currency, because China is trying to control the currency world, right? And I don't want to talk too much, yeah? Because I know I'm an MBA from here. Sorry.
My brother, I'm so sorry. I normally, when I moderate, I don't really get into people's way. And when they're talking, I really don't think you're talking about the Kenyan person right now. I think you're talking about the diasporan, the MBA person. I think that's what you're talking about.
No.
You're
Not
beyond.
the MBA person. Not the
I
MBA
need you
person.
to talk to. I need you to talk to, because this show is being listened. I need you to talk to the normal mwananchi and not the international marketer, the person in Canada. I need you to talk and make
Yes.
people understand how
Yes.
governments work. I need you to talk to the mamamboga that Ruto was saying is going to be the mamambogas. That's what we are talking about. Yeah,
Because
I need you to do a layman's language, if I need to say that
because
nicely.
I did a case study on M-Pesa, the bottom up. I did the bottom up case study. Yeah, I did it. Sustainability. It's a very powerful concept. I'm not political here, but I did a bottom up case study based on M-Pesa. How does it empower that bottom up person? Yeah. The mamamboga uses a kiosk. Yeah. That is a bottom up that we are talking about. So if you tell me, Chair, with all due respect, that I don't know about, I'm talking about MBA, that's the bottom up relationship. That's sustainability. That's what most people don't understand. I rest my case, Chair.
I don't agree with you. I don't think you understood what we were talking about, but I'm gonna, when I'm sitting on this chair, I normally don't talk much.
I did. Let me just rest my case. I did understand your point. How can we help the person from the bottom? Yeah. And I told you it's called sustainability. Yeah. Bottom up. And that's what M-Pesa did. If we can replicate the M-Pesa model, boom. Okay, I rest my case.
Okay, you rested twice. Let me tell you something. First of all, M-Pesa started it at Strathmore, and it started as a very small thing.
No.
As a dormitory.
Let me tell you. Okay, fair enough.
It started as a dormitory thing with two kids from Strathmore. I'd really want guys to look at it as a very different way, because when we talk around here, and I hear people, a lot of people that come over here and talk about this thing like it's just an economical thing that is collateral damage. And that's what I hate a lot, because I ask myself, if I was in Kenya and if I was not as lucky to be where I am, to even be in this channel, and I'm watching this channel back at home, what am I learning from it? And my brother, I don't think you understand. You're right where you want to be, but I'm gonna tell you.
I'm going to tell you something that's going to be very powerful. Okay, go ahead. Please.
Yeah, at this point, we have to look at governance. And governance is what brings us to this channel. Is not success, is not
about that.
Who lives where, who does what, who has been what. Is governance. What is the governance? Because even me, I'm remitting money. I don't live in Kenya, but I go to Kenya. I'm going to Kenya here in about 3 weeks. You see, but I contribute even when I'm in Kenya. Now,
I'm a super
what does the cousin, no, hold on. What does the cousin that I don't know that we're even related, Uko Ushago, the one wearing, that doesn't even wear shoes or wearing a collar. What does that person that is the best, knows my cousin that lives in Umoja or in the slums, Mkuru Kwanjenga, expect for his government, for his government to do for them? And I think that's the biggest thing that people have to look, because I even believe when they go to the parliament, they are debating against very rich people. And that's why it was called, a millionaires, even the CSS, a millionaires club. How are we running our government? Who are we running it for? What are we doing? Because when we say, you, Tony, that discussion that you're talking about, you do businesses everywhere. That's a discussion we shouldn't even be doing it in this channel.
You're talking about
because we're talking about governance.
You're talking about a welfare system that people who are abroad have to help those people who are back home.
No,
that's what you just meant.
That's not what I said. I said, as we are privileged to be somewhere where we can help each other, but also we have a government that takes care of even the Samburu.
Welfare system. Come on.
All right. Like I said, Mr. Tony, like I said, normally when I sit on this chair, unless ni switch na diuka kuja ikalie, I normally don't like to argue. Not even argue, debate a lot when I'm sitting here, because my job here is moderation. There's two people who have not spoken. I want my sister to say something. I want you. Normally I don't. Siekagi opinion yangu nikiwa nimekalia hii kiti. Kama ningekuwa huko chini tungepigana. But for now, Let me hear from my
And
sister. Let me hear from.
I'm coming to Kansas, by the way. By the way, I am on your side. I'm on your side. I'm on your side, and I'm coming to Kansas. I'll go to Houston, yeah, very soon, inshallah. Yeah, but I just want you to understand about entrepreneurship. That's it. That's my point.
Okay, that's a discussion we can have another time, Tony, about entrepreneurship. But right now we're talking about governance and our country. Yeah, that's a discussion we can ask Mutembe to give us a topic where we do entrepreneurship and we can have that. Right now we are talking about the governorship of our country. And stay there, don't go anywhere. Let's just rotate. And ladies and gentlemen, the people who are listening to us, and I think you can still join in. The link is out there. You can come in, say something. If I'm wrong, correct me. The people here are talking about things that maybe can help you, help us, or even get better in what we do, and even our gun, the way we govern ourselves and the people that we bring even to power. So we are here to talk, elaborate. There's people from different kind of corners. So you can join in. We still have, I think, I'm putting this at another 30 minutes that will still be here, and then we'll be closing the show. Remember, Bernard has a link, has something that is going on of a candid talk. We are also trying to contribute for this show to keep on moving. And as always, we need to talk. If we stop talking, then we start fighting. At this point, I'm gonna go clockwise. I'm gonna let my sister talk, and then I'm gonna go to my brother Duke, and then we'll come back to Tony, and then at that point, watu wa backstage, watu huko nyuma, we'll be closing. So we're doing a last, unless mtu mwingine akuje, we're doing a last run, and the people in the comment section, we really appreciate you. I can see your comments. I don't know who's back there, but whoever you're there, we really, because I'm using my phone today, not my computer. So normally I could see the comments. So yeah, let's do it that way, and then we close, and then tomorrow will be another day, and we always need to keep on talking about our country. There's people listening, the country is listening, the embassies are listening, and they listen to us. We are word, and we say something. Don't be ashamed. Don't be afraid to come into the show and say your word, because your word might be what changes something. And I do appreciate everybody. So let's do the last one with my sister Duke, and then we close with Tony. Tony, usiende mahali, kaa hapo, tunafunga pamoja, the four of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mato. I want to address particularly that you see, Duke, I'm agreeing with you that the profit and the non-profit side of it, but I think the point which I want to, because sometimes when we go into this discussion, we end up going into a spiral, and then we veer off even the points that we're trying to make. So the point gets lost in the details. So what I'm saying is this: your government, your candidate came in with on a platform of what? Social protection. Yeah, Hustler movement is a social protection kind of a platform whereby if the government is working towards protecting the vulnerable in society, the lowly in society, the people who are living below the poverty line, that's the platform which he came in with. So when he's making a decision about anything, any hustler is making a decision about any issue, he should have that in mind. Unfortunately, that has not been the case. The case has been now he's thinking like a businessman, in terms of like, how cutthroat business is. So you don't care how many people you go under, you don't care how many people will close their businesses. You are there to make a profit. So it's the group of the matter is how can you make this profit? How can you make this profitable? So it ends up being that the platform which your government came up in, which is a socialist kind of platform, not really capitalistic, becomes now the opposite. In fact, for the hustlers, the Uhuru government was actually better for them, was more hustler friendly, or more of a hustler movement, the government, because at least Uhuru was subsidizing the food, basic food commodities. Right now, without that subsidization of the food commodities, majority of the hustlers can't really afford. Yeah, they can't afford 230 bob per packet of unga. It's too much. It's too much for majority of Kenyans. I'm telling you. If you see those children who are in Molo who are eating chameleons, don't think that's just a tip of the iceberg. Majority of Kenyans right now, they are food poor. They cannot even afford just basic food. Chakula too, they can't afford that. So you see, when Hustler is making decisions, yeah, I know he wants to be seen to be making profit. He wants us to move from 2%, whatever 6% to I don't know what percent he wants, but you have to look at someone was saying short term versus long term, because you have to balance. And this is not a rich country. This is not even a mid-income country. This is a country where majority of the people are poor. So when you're coming up with policies and you're coming up with directives, you have to look at, when I say this, like for example, now you have said government, Tony has said government is the most profitable and whatnot. It also is the institution which gives business a lot more than any other entity. So you see, like when you come up with some of these directives whereby we are cost cutting, so we say we are not going to buy stationery, we are not going to buy furniture, we are not going to buy. What happens? A spiral effect, yeah. All those youth and people living with disability, women, those groups which are disadvantaged, will not have business. Okay. But where you are only looking at the part of where you are cost cutting. Okay, we need to cost cut in government so that we make 3 trillion. But you are not looking at the spiral effect. Yeah. And you see now this whole thing of whereby people are now getting out of control in Eldoret, security is becoming bad. It's because of taking that capitalistic kind of a direction whereby you are operating government like it's a profit organization. It has to make profit, whatever the cost. We have to cut back on university funding. We have to cut back on furniture. We have to cut back on subsidize. We can't subsidize for you basic food commodities. We can only subsidize fertilizer or production. You see, it can't work. Let me tell you, because you see, these things could have worked if we are middle income or good, doing well. But majority of our citizens are poor people, and that's why Hustler knew that when he went in with a Hustler narrative. Majority of our people, they can't survive for that 2 years to wait for, or 6 months, wait for when the subsidy in fertilizer will pay off. You see, so you guys need to balance. There has to be balance, yeah. And it's not always that it has to make profit, yeah. If you're going to reduce the funding to university and it affects the quality of the education, fine, you have saved that money. It goes to contribute to your 3 trillion which you needed to make to do some other things. But what have you done to that university education? The quality is poorer. There's less research. Huh? So how does that? Can you look at the spiral effect of some of these things that you're doing? You refuse to subsidize basic food products. The maize meal is going for 230. People can't afford that. What happens? They go out and start robbing other people. So, you have to, I don't know. Nani, I'm very sorry to say, and I know you really have Hustler at heart, you, but he is not, his leadership style, I don't know. It's not, to me, it's not balanced, and it's not really, he's not thinking about majority of Kenyans who are poor. Let's not, because if as I've told you now, in Nairobi here, we are having 65% of the population in Nairobi living in slums. How much do people in slums earn? That's where you are. How do you cater to only the 35% who can afford that 230 above meals? You can't. That's the, and government, what do they say? The majority has their say and the minority has their way, and the minority have their say. So if majority of people in Kenya are poor, you yourself as a president, you have to look at that majority. You can't just be a president of minority, whereby you are not caring about these hawkers who are, you see, these hawkers, once you chase them out the street, again, criminal is coming, crime activity is coming up. You have to sit down and see how you can be able to coexist with these hawkers, or what can we do for these hawkers, so that, because they're also creating employment. Are they not creating employment? All those people now to are clear what they run it and Nairobi CPT and end up. The profit, the money which they make, they also end up using it in other industries, and they are also consumers. So Nani has needs to look at the macro and the micro. Not just at okay, I need 3 trillion, so today I'm going to reduce university, the amount of money we are funding university. I'm not going to subsidize basic food commodities. I'm going to bring GMO. You have to look at these things have long-lasting effects up to 15 years, and they have long ripple effects even in the population. If you affect the quality of the education, how that affects the industry, that affects the future of the country, so many things. But unfortunately, Hassan yule mtu one track mind. I'm a very, very kind of a narrow, tunnel vision. Very narrow. Like when he's out to attain a goal, he doesn't. When you are president, you can't have that kind of a mindset. You have to think of everyone. Yeah. And me, what I'm saying, because we are living in a country which is a poor country, majority of the population is poor, then we have to have policies that are more pro-poor. Yeah, more non-profit than profit. Yeah, thank you. That's my contribution.
Thank you so much, my sister. Usiende mali, tunafunga. Stay here. Let's close all together as 4. And I really appreciate, because I was going to bring that story of, macro and microeconomics. And I really appreciate what you brought up. And I think people who are listening to us, you can understand that. And it's a good discussion that we have. And we also have a good intellectual, explanation, even though we're in politics, but also we also talk about, the economics that actually help the common mwananchi and not the privileged as some might be. We think of our country in generality, the person that is in Mukuru Kwanjenga and the country and the person that also is driving that X8 or whatever you want to call it. We think together as a Kenya. Mr. Duke, the floor is yours, brother. Tufungie na your last statements na utuambie kitu mzuri.
Most of it feels that when the government makes profit, it makes Kenyans sour. That's false. It even makes Kenyans better. Because when the government invests in providing services, in providing products, it actually gets the money which would actually go to private individuals, because we have private companies which are getting that profit. So when the government comes in, it invests, it gets that profit, and that profit, the government uses it to assist Kenyans. It does not belong to the president. So don't feel that when the government makes the profit, that profit belongs to the president or very few. It should belong to all Kenyans. It becomes part of the budget. And when most government which has a lot of investment, which gets a lot of revenue, a lot of profit from investment, it reduces the taxation because it has a source of income. So if the government does not invest to get profit and returns, it's going to resort to more taxation to raise money. If you go to some first world countries, you find the metro system, it belongs to the government gets a lot of money every day. For example, Qatar Airways, it's making a lot of profit from across the world. So that money, the government can use it to fund its budget, to pay workers, to buy drugs, to do everything. So the more the profit gets, it should channel that to Kenyans. And most of you have also been talking about the subsidy. Yes, of course, some products are expensive, but the focus should be the source of money. What is the source of money of any government, especially a government of a developing country like ours? You find that most developing countries, the only source of income which they have is to tax the citizens, number one, or number two, to borrow. So in a situation like that, introduction of subsidies even makes Kenyans to suffer and pay more. For example, if maybe the government has a budget of maybe 3 trillion, and that budget is strained, it's paying drugs, it's paying workers, it's paying for mandatory expenses, then if it's forced to introduce another expenditure, which is subsidy, it will be forced to tax more. So it raises some taxes from Kenyans. So to raise more money to use as subsidies. And through that process, there is a lot of wastage, because not all tax money is accounted for. The tax collectors puts aside some money, and when the government is spending, there is corruption. There is some politicians who are not transparent. So in the process of transferring money from taxation to subsidies, there is a lot of wastage in between. So at the end, you find that maybe the government is giving a subsidy of 100 per person, but it has also increased taxes by 300 per person. So Kenyans at the end suffers more. So, but subsidies works well for a country which has.
But Duke, I'm so sorry to counter you, but what subsidies are we talking about right now? I thought the government that came in, I'm not calling your government, I'm just saying the government that came in took out all the subsidies that needed to be there. They say they will not do any subsidy.
But I'm just explaining why that's a good strategy. That if it was to be involved, or it was to implement multiple subsidies, those who will pay for that are Kenyans, and more specifically the poor Kenyans. Another point, number two, which I've even explained several times, is you find that some rich people, that we should channel money to specific people who need assistance, not to all Kenyans. So that by that, it means they will be reduced expenditure on the government, and people who need assistance, specific individuals who need. Tony, you can ask a question before I conclude.
Okay, you've just said that the introduction of subsidies makes a country tax more, and there's wastage. So my question is, what is the solution? You know, we cannot just be talking about problems. What is the solution? Again, I repeat my question. You have just said the introduction of subsidies, yeah, makes a country tax more of its citizens, and there's wastage. So what's the solution? That's what I'm asking.
Okay, let me give the solution. No, the solution is to embrace production. So actually, the subsidies, what makes subsidies be necessary is when you find the production is limited. Limitation of production means supply is reduced. And in economics, the more the supply, the lower the prices. The rest, the supply, the higher the prices. So instead of trying to fund consumer, to introduce consumer subsidies, you can actually encourage more production, investment in production, which will increase supply, and through the forces of demand and supply, the prices will come down in a free way and in a natural way, without the government being forced to spend even more, because consumer subsidies have no return, but production subsidies have returns. Because if you attract somebody to start up a company or a manufacturing industry, it will create employment opportunities, it will increase the GDP of a country. So it will, at the end, it will continue to pay taxes. So there is a ripple effect from
so I'm a layman. I'm a layman. I want to understand, why is UNGA subsidy? Why did we have UNGA subsidy? That I'm a layman. I want to understand that. Why did we subsidize UNGA based on the economics that you have just explained? Why? Because you have said the solutions are to improve, embrace produce and we have limited production. We have a lot of maize in our country. So I just want you to explain yourself.
Let me explain that so that you can understand. Number one, I'm opposing that. I'm saying that it was a mistake for the government to introduce UNGA subsidy. Number one, it was not sustainable because it was available for 2 to 3 weeks. And when it was introduced, there was acute shortages because the supermarket people were unable to introduce to allocate those products.
Is that true, Mato?
So
no, it's totally not. I'm keeping quiet here because I'm about to come back on a hard one, but I know we were supposed to close. But Duke is lying to people. Niko tu hapa tunacheka tu. I'm like, what is going on here?
I don't know.
I was just letting you guys to do the work, because like I always tell you guys, when I sit on this chair, I moderate. I don't. What is that called? I don't debate.
I understand.
If I was not on this chair, Duke will not be where he is right now.
I know you're neutral. I know you're neutral.
Yeah, I try to be neutral. Hii ni kazi yako na my sister. Nyinyi ndio mnaweza cheza hii kama mnataka kucheza. I think after Duke ni wewe alafu tufunge. Nyinyi ndio mnaweza cheza. Mimi niko neutral saizi. Nimenyamaza tu, time yangu itakuja, nitampata.
So,
go ahead.
What not true what I've said, Tony? What's not true of what
No, you were saying something about sustainability, sustainable.
Yes, it's a fact because let me explain. Because I'm in Kenya right now and I witnessed the situation. What happened is this. The subsidies were introduced like 2 to 3 weeks for the last election, number one. So it was not something which was introduced. It was political in a way. Number two.
So it was political.
It was segregational in a way because in Kenya we have like, yes, when it comes to companies.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
You wait, I explained that.
Well, segregation means.
Let me now use discrimination when it comes to
price discrimination.
Not price discrimination. I'm saying, subsidies were introduced to companies.
Tony and Duke. Since you guys mumeanza topic ingine tulikuwa tunafunga, lakini I'm still looking at my time. Hold on. I wanted to see what the sister wanted to say about that too. Because I think she wants to say something. I can see her. She wants to say something, but she won't just jump in. But let's hear what she has to say. You guys, I'll give you.
We're taking your time.
No, Tony. I'll give you all three to talk about what Duke is saying, because so that people understand and we don't get misinformed. I have my own opinion. I won't put my own opinion and take a swingine. But for now, I want to give you guys about 15 minutes for you guys. Open forum. Hakuna mtu mwingine anakuja hapa. You guys talk about it, and then we close. After that, I'll give my final after 15 minutes. I'll have to funge channel.
Okay.
So you guys can go on an open forum, talk, watu wasikie. My
Now,
sister,
public
engage into an open
participation.
conversation right now.
Did you
Okay.
want to ask a question?
Go ahead, Tony.
No, we were talking about it was a political, a strategic issue. It was not sustainable with, you know, that's what Duke was telling me. And then we talked about, I will summarize everything. That's my submission. I will summarize everything. Yeah. Because I always veritas everything. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So if you have a
Duke,
question, you can just ask.
okay, Duke, you see, even this subsidy for fertilizer has been invaded by cartels, in case you are not aware. It has been invaded by cartels. They are buying at 3,000. It was the price was 3,500. They go and hoard. They go and get the fertilizer from NCPB. They hoard, and then they sell it at 4,500. So you see, this issue of that okay, the subsidy was favoring some particular millers, or that you know, maybe there was hoarding. You couldn't find the needs. You see, these are structural issues which are there, regardless of whether you put the subsidy in fertilizer or in UNGA. The fact remains that cartels are there. Cartels are in all industries in Kenya, whichever, whether it's that fertilizer, whether it's that. But we are looking more at the effect of having that UNGA subsidy and fuel subsidy. I know you are saying it's not sustainable, but I also don't know how sustainable doing without it is, because now if at all we are having a very crime-prone environment, we are having this kind of, unrest which is there, a lot of distress to the citizens. I don't know. That's why I'm telling you that we need to balance. We need to have a balance. So let's not go too much on one side. We say, okay, we are only going to subsidize production. We are not going to subsidize fuel and maize, milk, kabisa. We have to have some balance. And then I'm sure as government, there's a way in which they can be able to crack on those cartels. Yeah. But me, what I believe about maize industry is that maize industry is a highly manipulated market. I feel there's no real problem with maize in this country. Some particular cartels and the like who are trying to profit out of that maize shortage, maize confusion, maize importation. Otherwise, if we just left to market forces, I firmly believe that we can be selling maize meal at 100 bob, even without a subsidy. But unfortunately, the maize market, because that's our main food substance in Kenya, is highly manipulated, highly infiltrated by cartels, from millers to these brokers who go to get the maize from the whatever. The NCPB is also another one whereby farmers don't get their money. It's paid to politicians. Then politicians get the maize from Uganda. Other times they create artificial shortages to import maize from Mexico. So this market, the problem it has is because it's manipulated. And now the person who is suffering from all these cartels and manipulation which is there is the basic Mwananchi, who now is being told they can't, the price of maize is 230. How can the price of maize be 230 when average Kenyan is earning like 200 in a day? So that means that majority, by the way, how many Kenyans majority, even in this Nairobi, if 65% of Nairobians are living in slums, you tell me how many of those 65% can be affording that unga of 230 bob? It's not affordable. Yeah. So you see, as government, I understand you want to make things sustainable, you want to make things profitable, yes, but you also have to look at your population. If you are living in a population which can be able to afford 230 bob, fine. But majority of Kenyans cannot afford that amount of money on maize. So, and I'm telling you, Duke, even after this, what is it, GMO thing and the fertilizer, problem, yeah, mind it's not going to go away, because the crux of this problem of maize, it is 100% cartels. Because even the maize which is taken to the SPR strategic grain reserve, politicians buy maize which is substandard or it has aflatoxins, inunuliwa na NCPC, it goes to SGR. When we have a crisis of hunger like what we are having in the famine, you go and find that a half of those SGR or 3/4, they are not consumable. They are spoiled. So you see, before Hustler can tell us anything about how he's going to fix this maize industry, he has to tell us how he's going to deal with these cartels, of which, by the way, I'm not ashamed to say he has been part of those cartels. Yeah, he has been part of those cartels in NCPD. He has been part of those cartels for our middlemen. So I don't know anyway. But let's not lie to ourselves that the subsidy for unga is not affordable. I can understand for fuel, but unga is very basic commodity in Kenya. Without that, your price at 230 is too high for majority of Kenyans. Something has to be done about it. But me, what I know from what I know from about these maize cartels, from the millers to the brokers, the NCPD to the SGR, all those, I'm waiting for this to see whether this price will go down. But I highly doubt. But me, what I know, this country, there's no those cartels. I am 100% sure this maize meal can come to 100. Thanks.
See, I was finishing my closing remarks and you interjected me and you have consumed all my time. So I want to take 2 minutes to finalize, so I give you the. So the government, what the government does is dictated by the resources available, the budget, the money. So if, for example, you want the government to introduce subsidies to several products in the market, you have to understand how much how much money is available based on the budget which we have and the taxes which we have collected. So if there is no money now, then the government has to source the money, maybe through taxation or through borrowing. And we are told that we are beyond the limit when it comes to borrowing from other countries. So you have to consider the availability of the resources which the government is going to spend, and there are mandatory expenditures like paying workers, paying drugs and other critical services. Lastly, I want to talk about insecurity. Yes, we have a lot of insecurity issues in Kenya, and most of them are as a result of people suffering economically. They don't have they are unable to make their ends meet, to meet their basic needs. Therefore, a solution is about ensuring that the available resources which we have, they are used wisely and productively, where they can have more tons and to benefit more Kenyans and to create work opportunities and employment opportunities for Kenyans. But the solution I feel which can work, number one, we need to revive Nyumba Kumi. For example, people need to understand their neighbors, their environment properly, especially young people right now don't even know who is living the next door. They are less concerned about actually the Nyumba Kumi is not properly working. If it was to work, it would actually solve that insecurity. And lastly, we need to have accurate data and registration of people when it comes to identification of people, knowing what people are doing, knowing where people are staying. So if we have even houses are not numbered, even some streets are not numbered, then it will be going to be very difficult even to have proper control and monitoring of people or even identification of criminals. So having accurate data of people and other infrastructure will also assist to monitor and also reduce the crime. So that's my submission for today.
Okay, Tony, kazi kwako, funga hii kitu alafu tufunge wote pamoja. Your last submission, I'll put mine kidogo and then we'll close together. If there's anyone Kitambo, I don't know, siku hizi hatufungangi venye tulikuwa tukifunganga, but the way we used to close this thing used to be at least even one stance of the national anthem, not singing, but just stating it, what brings us together. So public participation, if you can get, or Duke can get, not on my computer right now, mi zinanileteaga shida kidogo, but at least it's just something that brings us together as Kenyans. If you can get the first answer, utuambie tu venye inasema, I would really appreciate that kabla tufunge. So Tony, do your thing. Unmute, Tony.
I'm saying I'm the scribe here. I'm the
What'd you say?
narrators here. I'm saying, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, let me add my volume. Okay, I'm the scribe here. Basically, for me, my character, I'm a listener, and then I process. And then the next time we have a meeting, I give my input. Yeah. Public participation, you talked about, but this is just about to remind you about what we talked about. Yeah, because sometimes you don't play the videos. Yeah, because I scribe everything. Yeah. Well, that's what a lawyer does. Culturalization, dynasties versus politicals. Am I on the right point? Am I on the right page?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, you talked about colonialism. You talked about business, Arab land, and how it has been took by the colonialism or something like that, or dynasties versus political. Yeah, with respect to arable land, civilizations. You talked about that. You talked about modern farming. Yeah, you remember that? Is that true?
Sure. Yes, yeah.
Yeah. And then we talked about Uhuru and his insensitive. We talked about politics, a little bit about politics. Uhuru's insensitive, born in State House, and Odinga from outside. I don't know, maybe you can make a sense out of this, because I do shorthand, yeah, very quickly. Deception was used. It wasn't for misery or something like that. Those were very minor notes. We live in a different world, high society, high salary, packs where, you know, the only reason I'm saying this is because I want us to think about what is our next topic. Are we going to be building on the next topic, right? Different world. And Duke, you talked about resources available, how much we have, mandatory expenditures, insecuritization or insecurities, solutions are used wisely for opportunities for Kenya. You know, how can we use them? You talked about three things. You talked about I don't know. Sometimes I write in shorthand. Please forgive me. Accurate something. Accurate fact. Reduce public. I think you were talking about reducing public debt or something like that. That's how, or something about criminals. Yeah. Is that true?
Tony, can you hurry up, because you don't have much time. You know,
I'm just summarizing. Yeah. Okay, public participation. You talked about social protection, vulnerable in the society, hustler. Yeah, so there's a lot. I can make some notes. It doesn't matter. If you provide me email, I can provide some notes. Yeah. So my main point is, I love this channel. Yeah, you guys are amazing. Yeah, you provide a lot of intellectual push for a lot of people, not just me. You know, this means nothing if you don't practice it. I wrote everything. Yeah, but perhaps it's for my own good. But I will send it to you for some notes so that you can create a Mutembei notes. Yeah, or maybe a notebook. But nonetheless, Mato, you're a great leader. I appreciate you. Public participation, thank you for your patience. Duke, I have no words for you. You're always a soldier. Thank you so much, everybody.
Guys, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're coming to the end of our show. Duke, we love you, by the way. Like Tony said, you are a soldier, and we appreciate you being here, even though we don't agree in some things. Your word is listened, and you're just a soldier fighting the wrong battle. You know, that's what I would say for myself. You know. It's always good to end it in a nice manner. We are all brothers. We are all Kenyans, and we will all, at the end of it, once we're gone, those kids will be there. If we stop talking, we will start fighting.
And make sure, how did we
participation. Public participation, Duke Amekimbia. Public participation, I really appreciate you so much for staying around. We don't get a lot. Si wengi wanakaga mpaka time ya kufunga. So, I mean, the female side. Wanakujanga wanachapa alafu wanakimbia, unajua. But that is very good for you to be able to stay all the way to the end. Tony, thank you. Duke, wherever you are, thank you. People in the comment section, I'm so sorry I'm using my phone today. You know, I always recognize you, and we appreciate the conversation you have down there, because that conversation is a big conversation that every Kenyan should always have that conversation. And ladies and gentlemen, like I always say, we stop talking, we start fighting. So I'm pretty thankful for the Mutembei TV, for the people that listen to us, and the people that are listening to us, and for this opportunity even to sit on this chair. Ningekuwa siko kwa hii kiti na mimi nakuaga kichwa mbaya. Unajua ningesumbana na Duke huko.
I have one last note. Because
if you have one last note, then you're the one singing us the national anthem.
Okay.
Or telling us.
It sings like this. There could be snow in the head, like in Toronto. There could be snow in the rooftop, but there's fire in the furnace. How about that?
That's a nice one. Okay. Anyone wants to say the first?
Yep. Sorry.
No, you have to say it. You don't sing it.
Oh.
Because it means something when you say it, because you have to listen to what you're saying. You have it? Stop singing. Kwanza uko na sauti mbaya. Okay, ningesema kitu ingine.
Do you know what that means?
Say it. E Mungu nguvu yetu. Like that. Go for it.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. Do you know what that means?
What?
That's a Boy Scout.
Oh.
Okay. Go for it. Fast answer.
Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu.
Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. I'm helping you. Haki iwe ngao na
Good, Mato. You caught me unprepared.
Na tukae na undugu.
What's
Kenya? Let's learn our national anthem.
I am doing a Boy Scout salute. Hello.
Na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru.
Amani na uhuru. Raha tupate na ustawi. God bless you. That's a Boy Scout salute.
Thank you, guys. See you another day. Guys in the backstage, we've closed the show. Thank you for everybody that came around and listened to us. Backstage, fungeni kitu. Wacha watu wakalale.